Well, good morning. We are here, Bridgeton, New Jersey, on this beautiful Saturday. I'm John Saplensky with Joey Pagan and Howard Gaber to bring you the best of HSG Network and the Tri-County United Football League Championship weekend. We're here today with the freshmen. We got 4 games today. 4 games on this beautiful Saturday.
Long day, long day.
Long day. It's going to be action-packed. We've seen most of these teams. You
Congratulations.
first time here today, and you're going to be excited to see some good football.
Best of luck.
We're going to go down to the referees right now.
Captains. You're captains for a reason. Control your players. Someone gets out of hand, you calm them down. Okay? During the game, you make a good tackle. You don't stand over the opposition. Walk away. Kingsway talks to Kingsway. Millville talks to Millville. Any questions for me? My name is Mr. McAleer. I'm your referee. If there's a penalty, I'll look to the sideline for your coach's decision, so you don't have to decide. The other referees are Mr. Force. He is our umpire. He's in the linebacker position. Mr. Warren is our line judge. And Mr. Cohen is on the chain crew. You are the visiting team. Home team captain. There's our coin. There's the eagle. There's the head. There's your head. There's your tail. What would you like, heads or tails? Say it loud so Mr. Force can hear you. Tails. I'm going to let it hit the ground. We'll all be able to see it. It's a head. Kingsway, you've won the toss. Defer. This is yours. They're going to defer, so you're going to receive, I assume, or you'd have to kick twice. Is that correct? Yes. Coach says yes. Which head would you like to kick from? Going to defend the scoreboard, so you're going to kick this way. Captain's over there. Millville captain's over here. Okay? Kingsway has won the toss and is deferred to the second half. They will kick from this end zone. Millville will receive. Captains, shake hands. Bring out your team.
All right, we are back. We have the American Conference Freshman Championship game here, Joey. Holly City, Millville.
Holly City, yeah.
Holly
I had
City.
a little trouble with that earlier.
Yeah.
Kingsway.
Yeah, you said, and Kingsway Dragons. I had the opportunity to see these two teams play a few weeks ago, and it was one of the best days of TCUFL football we had. I mean, these Millville Kingsway teams were going at it, and this freshman game was exciting, to say the least. We got the kickoff. Kingsway deferred. They're going to kick off and start this game off. Yeah, Joey. So, what are you looking for in this game?
I want to see. What kind of defenses they run. At this level, the youth, these kids, see if they make some really good form tackles, right? Because this is what you're teaching them now: form tackling, and stuff like that. And not, obviously they're not going to offensively, they're not going to read too many defenses, but you want to be able to see some really good form tackles from the defensive side and. Yeah. As far as running backs, with the ball, being able to see the hole and read their blocks. That would be interesting if you can get some of that at this level right now. It would be great.
Yeah, both these teams are very disciplined. I mean, when you're in a championship, it took a lot to get here. It's a long season. You got, your 8 or 9 regular season games, your playoffs. I mean, this is it. This is the reward here. So you got two of the two top teams right now in the American Conference going at it, freshmen. Very disciplined programs. Got a little onside kick there. It's going to go out of bounds. Yep, it didn't go 10. Got a flag out there. Yeah, it looks like a procedure penalty.
And now they're just going to take the ball at the 46-yard line.
Yeah, it's going to be right there almost in the center field for Millville to start this off. Millville's got some big running backs. I was able to see, them a couple weeks ago. I actually seen them twice.
Okay.
And I had the opportunity. And they got, a couple big backs. They like a lot of outside running. Kingsway is more of an inside, in between the tackle running team power. Millville they spread it out a lot more.
Okay. Kingsway's defense, what they're like? Is they hard hitting or?
Very disciplined. These two teams are don't miss many tackles.
Okay.
I mean, seeing them both 2 times, and they're very aggressive for a freshman class. Very, very disciplined, rapping on their tackles, following their blocks. The linemen make good blocks. You're going to see it right here. We got a handoff here to number 12. He's going to take it around the outside, and there's that outside running I was just talking about.
Yes.
And he gets tackled by number 10.
Good job. Good
that was
job.
number 10 for Kingsway. Ty Venjanak.
Ty Venjanak with the tackle. He was good. He from his middle linebacker position, it looked like he was playing there. He just came across field, took a good angle on that, and was able to make a play. But, he got some really good yards off of that one.
Yeah, that was King Temple with the run for Millville with a nice run around the outside left. Just your basic, handoff, and he took it right around the outside of the tackle, and he got some great yards for a big first down.
Yeah. This is stuff, like I said, at this level you want to see how disciplined the defensive ends are, whether they hold the edge. I know it's kind of young for that, but you got to be teaching them.
Came out that T formation and right up the middle. And,
great play.
Number 3 right there for Kingsway with a nice tackle.
Reffin? KJ Reffin?
Yeah, KJ Reffer.
Reffer.
KJ Reffer the 4th with a nice tackle.
Yeah.
But we do have a flag. Yep, looks like we got a holding on the offense.
Let's see.
Replay first.
Yeah, ref's going to bring him back. Discipline. You get a good drive, and then,
right.
And like we see every week at every level. This is fundamental. This is development.
31.
You're going to make mistakes.
Mistakes.
You don't want to, but
right.
you have that nice run, that nice first down, and then you get a little penalty. So you got to make up for it.
Right. We got to. So the kids. I kind of figured you would get a couple of those kind of penalties here where. They're still a little overzealous than like they want to hold that block, but literally hold the block.
Yeah.
But
they got a 1st and 19 now for the Millville team, for Millville Holly City. Oh,
good
big
run.
defense.
Nice.
Gang of black jerseys in the backfield right there.
Trying to get a number on the tackle. Looked like number 7 on the tackle there. With the tackle, or 87 also on that.
Yeah, 87. Jackson Fournier.
Jackson Fournier.
Yeah, he had a big game last game that I saw. Very, very physical player.
Okay.
So right now you're seeing a defense coming in there.
Here's our
Joey,
replay.
Tell us about this replay, Joe.
So he's on the outside right now. He just came straight in off the edge and made a great play. Right off the side. He was untouched. Nobody was blocking on him right there. He just came off the edge and made a good play.
Yeah, it was a very nice play. Here we go. Looks like they got everybody in the box on this defense right now. They got one guy sitting back, and they're going to send the heat. So, you got to find a nice hole, and it's going to be hard. And there they are, a gang of black jerseys again.
Once again, good play by the defense. But once again, what I saw was that the running back saw the hole and cut back. He had the presence to cut back inside, which was really great.
Yeah, you got to have a good eye for that.
And
I think we got a fumble.
Fumble.
Oh, turnover on downs. We did not see that on the bottom of the pile. What a break for Kingsway early in the game.
Yeah.
Looks like we got a 1st and 10 for the Kingsway Dragons.
That's the first turnover of the game early.
Yeah, 46-yard line.
See what Kingsway comes out with now in offense. But the young kid, like I said, on offense right there, the running back had the presence to cut back inside. That's not taught. That's just that's a gift.
That's good eye. You're absolutely right about that. And you got great athletes out here today at this age level, and they're playing at such a high caliber level. It's good coaching.
Right.
These teams take pride in their coaching, and it shows on today. Looks like we got that wing coming out there, tight formation. Got a little movement. The ref caught it. Yeah, he caught him. Got a little bit of movement on the tackle. Actually, the tight end, I'm sorry. Oh, it's against the defense. Wow, offsides on defense. Okay, so they got the tight end to move. So another big break for Kingsway to get them 5 yards.
Oh, you take it once again. It's part of the game. See what they come up with here. Motion. Oh,
good defense.
Play.
So it looks like right now we got number 22 in there at quarterback for the Dragons. That's Deacon Schwark is the shot caller right now for Kingsway, and
it was a good defensive play by the end there. He stayed on the outside and was able to step up and make a good play, good tackle.
Yeah, this is gonna be another great game. when they played the last time, it was back and forth. These guys are ready for this game, and this is exciting just to be a part of this and see how ready these guys are now for this game. This is the championship.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, great defense.
Great defense! Look at this.
Wow, number 5.
Number 5, outside
Yeah,
back.
that's I do not have. I thought that was supposed to be Patterson. Oh, here it is.
It's
Carter Patterson.
Carter
They
Patterson.
had number 5 under number 8 in here, so I'm sorry back home. I want to give him his props. That was Carter Patterson on that tackle.
Let's watch here. He's getting the defense set up. He's calling the other backer to move up so that they can have enough guys up there.
Yeah, what a great play.
He went inside, made a great play on that. Good move, good tackle.
Yeah, that's how you wrap up and finish a play. Now it's a big 3rd down here. You know, is Millville going to stand up to the challenge here? You know, Kingsway staying in the same formation. You know,
let's see what the defense brings right here. I think they're going to bring a little pressure.
He's going the outside with number 1. He cuts it in, and he's taken down immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Reggie Reed, the 4th on the carry, and he didn't get much room to go anywhere.
And number 7 was on the tackle over there. Not a bad play.
So
Gene Lewis on the play there. He wasn't fooled by the misdirection, so it was good. Now it's a big 4th down, like you said. And what I'm noticing already early is that we have very little passing at this level. Am I correct?
You know, usually on a touchdown because they get 2 points for it. You know, but you hardly see any. Right here, you want to watch. You know, what's big at this level is going on 2, and they get it. But their guy. Yeah, I think they got it.
He got it. He could go in motion.
I spoke it into existence.
Yes.
Usually at this level, when it's very close, look out for it. You want your defense at all 4 levels to be prepared because they will slip them in. It's very important at the youth level. It's discipline.
Right.
And what a huge game. Now they got what?
That's
2 yards to go instead of 6.
4th and 2 is a little more manageable 4th down if you're going to go for it. So that makes sense. Like you said, the defense needs to be a little more disciplined right now and see how they come up here. Let's see. I can imagine once again they're going to stock the box exactly.
Double wing coming out in that double wing,
and everybody on the line of scrimmage for the defense. Oh, what a play! Look at that!
Wow, and he gets through there.
Oh,
he's still going. He's still going. He's at the 15, the 10, the 5. He's in. Ty Benjanock. Ty Benjanock for Kingsway. Wow, what a touchdown.
That was awesome. That was a great run by the young man there.
That was around a 40-yard touchdown run for Ty.
He took the ball inside, went straight in, and that was excellent. I mean, we had a defender just jump over and managed to get through quickly and hit him and wasn't able to bring him down.
Well, that was a big run.
Maybe we can get a replay on that touchdown.
Yeah, we're definitely going to bring a replay on. You know, what a play. 4th and 2. They get the 1st down. You're thinking that, all right, we're just going to try to go get that 2 yards, get the first. You know, power right up the middle, and this kid took it to the next level.
He definitely took it to the next level. And, you know, the thing with that is that everybody was on the line of scrimmage. So once he gets 2nd level, there's no one else there but one safety. All right, let's see what we get here.
Got that double wing on the left. Quarterback is under center. We got a handoff foul on the wings. Oh, and he's denied.
Way to come up.
He is denied by number 2 for Holly City. Isaiah Lennon with a huge stop.
Big hit. Way to come up.
Yeah,
that's
how you
tackle. Yep.
Here we go, Joey. Let's talk us through this here.
Let's get this replay going here. So everybody's on the line of scrimmage for the defense. Like I said, if he breaks that, once he gets into the 2nd level, there's no one there but one guy, and he gets by him easily. There goes the young kid. He broke through the line of scrimmage, grabbed the quarterback.
Great block.
Good block.
Another block. Follows that block. And he's
once
gone.
again, that's what you want to see. Like I said, at this level, I was hoping to see a lot of good, running where he read his blocks correctly and was able to get off and went 2nd level, took off to the races, touchdown.
46-yard touchdown for Vejnock. Great way to start for Kingsway to take that lead, but the extra point is denied, and at this level, it is very crucial to get those extra points. You know, you're down by 1. Millville can get a rally coming right now. They're in the championship. Let's march downfield, get that. It's a 1-point game, if they can complete it. But, first step is, are we going to score?
Right.
We had that fumble the first drive. Got to wipe it off. You got 4:30 left in the first quarter. hey, let's put one in.
Yeah, we have to see let's see what kind of kick we get here. I mean, I don't know if that directional kick was on purpose earlier by them, or it was just something that that happened there. So,
You know what happens at this level is there's not a lot of strong legs. So you teach different techniques. What's great to start when you're young, that 10-yard onside, pick a green area that you know is vacant where there's no player and try to get there. Didn't quite go 10 again.
it didn't go yet.
Yeah, we got a 9.5-yard kick. Spot it, and they're going to add 5.
All right, so you're going to go from the 46 over.
Yeah, starting right about where they were the first drive. They just, ball handling now. Let's not fumble the ball,
Yep.
And, let's see what we can do.
Yeah, ball safety. That's one thing that you got to be. Once again, it's that discipline at this age. You got to learn to tuck that ball in when you come into contact and be able to hold it nice and tight so that you don't fumble it. Kingsway's defense. Let's see what they can do right now.
Yeah, they very stingy. They showed a lot of sign that they're ready for today. Millville too. Both defenses have stepped up. You had one broken big play so far.
Right.
Everything else has been worked for. Nickel and diamond for short yards. That's usually how it is.
Right.
A big play.
One play and then
One
that's it.
big play. And that's the last couple weeks. It was always at this level. Big play. Big play after big play. Work hard, you break one. We got to change a quarterback right now. You got number 2 in there.
Oh!
Isaiah Linden was in at quarterback right now, and he just threw to Patterson. So
Wow.
Linden and Patterson, incomplete. Nice try.
Good try. It was a good pass too.
Yeah.
He was open.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't catch them all. You hope you do, but that was a great call by the coach. He was by himself. If he came down with it.
Correct.
You know.
And, once again, this is the discipline from the defense. Everybody's in the box. We're expecting run, and you call a play like that as a coach, and you hope that you complete the pass because that would have been for some really good yards, if not a touchdown.
Hey, if you notice on the screen and everyone back home, we got some comments coming through. Hey, if you're home and you're watching these games, we love the comments. We just had a bunch fly through. I missed a couple. I seen Justin Mulligan on there. I know him personally. OBG, he was putting on there.
Oh, good run.
Big defense. Kingsway, black jerseys all over that backfield for a nice little loss for the Dragons. Number 2, Linden had nowhere to go.
And number 12, Rhodes was on the tackle there. He was in there really quick from his inside position. He managed to get through.
Here we go, Joey. We got the replay for you.
Now, once again, everybody's on the line of scrimmage. You want to call them lineman, defense, tackle, linebacker. Look at that. 3 guys managed to get through easily and make that play.
Yeah, they were swarming back there. They're fired up right now. It's chilly out there. Yeah, picture to picture. HSG Network, we're changing things up. Howard, the man, the myth, the legend is every week, every year, we're coming up with new things for the live streams to make it great for everyone back at home. And HSG does a great job.
What I'm seeing here is they got a receiver out, but nobody defended him.
Oh, they're in shotgun. He's still alive. A little overthrown. He was looking for Jermaine Elves.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get that as a defensive coach. You've seen a wide receiver come out there. They already threw one pass and barely completed it. You would think you'd slide somebody out there to cover that guy. If he throws the ball right, that's 6 points because not even the safety's moving over to get over there. So, and this is a big game. This is it. This is when to go home. That's it.
Yeah. So one of the things that you learn when we got a timeout. I think we're going to go to a possible commercial break if we do have a timeout here. We're going to stay right here. Okay. Joe, when you're down there coaching at this level, and I was challenged as a youth coach too. At this level, you're so into the game, and you're trying to call your plays, and some things you don't see at a parallel level.
Right.
And that guy being out there, they might not have seen him out there right away.
Correct.
And that's the hard part. The eye in the sky, we see everything.
Right.
And it's challenging, but maybe they were challenging them to pass. And relying on that safety back there. But somebody should have moved out there to cover him.
Okay.
Okay, we got the punt option, and Kingsway's getting it back right now. It was not a timeout. Millville took the punt option. So here we go, Kingsway again.
Let's see what Millville does on defense this time, where they put everybody up, or they're keeping somebody back now extra.
Yeah, they're coming on that double wing. Kingsway loves the double wing, and there's Vejnock in motion again.
He is running. Good run again. He run hard, the little guy there.
It's about 6 yards on the carry for Vejnock.
Yeah.
Ty Vejnock right now.
Ty Vejnock on the run again.
Definitely has over 50 yards and 2 carries.
I would say. And they're running a little on tempo here, too. Look at this.
That's 52 on 2 carries, and he's got a couple others. So he's having a great game already in the first quarter. Got number 1 in motion, and he cuts back, and there's Vejnock again. He's met by a gang of white jerseys.
But he got a few yards out of that, too, which was pretty cool. So,
yeah, 3rd and 1.
3rd and about 1. That's a good manageable 3rd down. And they still, again, on a hurry-up offense. They're running the ball really quick, trying to get Melville off.
Got that split back in the wing.
See if they motion him again. Yeah, there it is.
All right, now they go back the
run.
other way,
Yep.
and they got their first down. Just basic, in between the tackles.
Right.
Power running. And you know, at this level, clock management is everything. Because we've had games this year where the team comes out in the second quarter and they waste the entire third quarter, get down on the 10, and they waste 3 more minutes trying to score a touchdown. 13 minutes. That's a quarter and a quarter of the next.
Got another run here. Okay, there he is. Good job. He got another 4 or 5 yards out of that.
Getting a little power
Once
running
again,
going on.
The young Mr. Rhodes there. Yeah.
Yeah, a little power left, a little power right. You know, they're working the field. But at the same time, they have the lead. First quarter's wearing down. They're going to possibly start the second quarter, you know, with the ball, with the lead, trying to put another one before the half.
Yeah.
And they deferred.
Right.
So, you know, this is all game planning for down the road.
Right.
Hey, we deferred. We got the lead. If we could put one more in and waste the second quarter, you know, with a nice drive with the way we're running.
They would be in control. That is correct.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
big stops.
Big stops.
Big stops.
The whole
Looks like we got our first time out. Kingsway
called the timeout. All right, like you said, you want to make sure you got the right play in, and you know, because you want points here, if possible. You know, so that you know when you get the ball in the second half, you're coming out with a lot of confidence, and you're not worried about you know having to play catch up yourself. You already got the lead, so you know running the ball the way they do. If they can still be, you know, successful in the second half, that'll be great.
Well, that's how important. That is how important a deferred kickoff is in the beginning.
Correct.
And you get the fumble and you capitalize off it. So you know it's a huge move, and they did it.
Right.
Here we go. Got that split back, wing right.
Okay. Motion.
Man in motion, and there goes Vejnock.
Off to the right. Once again, another couple of yards there. Doesn't look like it's a first, nope.
A little short, 1 yard again. So here we go again. Third, you know, they have a good ratio right down today with these third downs.
And they're coming back out in a hurry-up offense again.
Oh, I think we got a man. Yeah, we got a man moving. That would it possibly looks like on the left side of the offensive line. And it looks like it is. So, first time today, I think we got a penalty on Kingsway bringing them back.
Yeah.
Everything so far has been on Millville.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the first quarter. And right now, we are going to take a break, and we'll be back after a few short messages.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
And we are back. HSG Network here, Bridgeton, New Jersey. John Saplensky with Joey Pagan and Howard Gaber bringing you some Tri-County United Football League. Hey, Joey, first quarter, first time seeing TCUFL, I think. What do you think?
Very exciting. This is very exciting. I like the way the kids are. Once again, I've seen a couple of good things, with one of the running backs from the other team, from the Millville team, where he saw the hole open up on the left, and he stopped and juked and went through it, which was a good read on his part. He got a couple of yards, but, Kingsway is something else with their running game at the moment. They're really putting it together right here.
Yeah, they, you got a line. They're doing their job right now, blocking very well.
Right.
The running back is, following the holes. As you've seen, they're staying inside the tackles for the most part.
Right.
Millville's went to a little bit of passing. Millville's went a little bit to the outside. Their best run came on their first one, 14 yards, and then they slowly went backwards a little bit.
Right.
Mental mistakes, and then the fumble. So Millville's got to wake up a little bit. Sometimes it takes a little. It's cold.
It's cold.
It's cold out there. And it is the morning, and
it's early.
So sometimes you just got to get the motor running, and it takes a little time. And we're going to get some big plays from Millville in a little bit.
Millville, yeah. Well, I mean, they got a couple of good defenders there. This kid here, he's really good as far as
talking about Isaiah Lennon, number 2.
Yeah,
he's on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, both sides of the ball. But when he's on defense, he seems to be finding that little crack on the offensive line, and he's shooting the gap. He's just a hair away from making that big play.
And he's got good size.
He's got really good
over
size.
the line on both sides of the ball, so that does help too with that passing he was doing. Here we go, split back, wing right for Kingsway.
Yeah, he's back on the line.
Motion, and he countered it back to the middle, and he got a big run.
Look at that.
That was a nice play, positive yards.
Bounced
off.
That
was Veginok again.
Veginok. He bounced over a couple of defenders, spun around, and managed to get his feet going straight ahead and got a few yards.
Yeah, he's been the main man right now. Actually, today, right now, he's been a force. Just running the ball up the middle. He's getting great yards, great eyes, and he's a power runner.
He seems to be the workhorse at the moment. Yeah, that's correct for them.
He's doing a great job. But you got some big linemen out there opening them holes for him. They're doing a great job too.
Yes, sir. Let's see what we're gonna go left or right here.
That's what they're doing. You got that double wing right now. You're going to send that man in motion to give a little help over there with that double tight right, and they're going to follow them big lead
look
blocks.
at this. Again.
And there he goes, Veginok.
Veginok off again to the races.
He's going all the way for a 42-yard touchdown for Veginok. Kingsway Dragon to take a 2-touchdown lead right now in the Freshman American Championship. Second quarter. Big play.
Big play once again. He once he got through the line initially, there was nobody second level because I guess the way the defenses are set up, Millville had at one point had 2 defenders back to defend that if he breaks to the second level, and then they decided no, they wanted everybody up on the line of scrimmage, and once again that's what happens. Once he gets through, there's nobody else there.
Yeah, they're going for the 2-point conversion. Actually, I'm sorry. Yeah, it is a 2-point if they pass. 2-point if they pass, 1 point if they run. They're running the ball.
There he is again.
He is denied possibly.
Yeah.
He's denied again. So Millville standing up big time on that goal line.
Wow.
Got a replay for you, Joey.
Let's take a look at this. I want to see what he did. I think he got to the middle of the pile, bounced off 1 or 2 guys, and then just kept on going.
Watch how they bring these guys over and overpower that right side.
Right.
Comes that double tight end.
They have numbers on the right side, and then they bring one more. Oh, great block.
Look at this lead block.
The lead block by number 12. That was it. He straight ahead.
And
this was his best move right there, the stiff arm on the safety. Yep, and he does have wheels. Yes, you're right. This kid is off to the races.
Yeah, he broke away. He was level, and he broke away at about a 7-yard stretch by the time he hit
what impressed me, too, in that run, in the middle of it, right, when he stiff arm, he kept his pad level right. Good stiff arm, kept his pad squared and straight up field and continued to run. Kept his legs moving.
Natural ability is when you're at this age level and you got that type of natural ability.
Right.
It's not taught. You can keep teaching, but that's natural ability.
That's just not taught. That's correct. That's what I was looking for, to see which one of these kids have some of those natural ability. And
hey, as you notice, we're on the screen. I'm John Saplensky. This is my partner, Joey Pagan. Traveled down there, and Howard Gaber is on the camera, and everything else magical you see on the screen. He does all this great stuff.
Behind the scenes, Howard takes care of everything.
Yeah.
He takes care of everything.
Yeah, we're
Yeah. So yeah, once again, the young man is awesome, and he's over 100 yards. He's got to be right now.
Oh, wait, well, the 2 carries alone, he's got 88. He had 5. He had 6. He had 10. I mean, it's not even 1.5 minutes into the second quarter.
Here
this
we
kid
go.
Could have a
Good kick here.
300-yard game. Okay, here we go.
Okay, we got a good run.
We got 12 with the ball for Millville. Oh, great stiff arm. Oh, no. Okay, the ball might have went out of bounds. We did possibly have a fumble.
Wait. He's not saying out of bounds yet. Oh, they
recovered. They recovered the ball. That was number 12 on that run, King Temple.
Wow.
Tried breaking around that outside and turning it up. We missed a little bit of the action with all the commotion in the front, but it looked like a fumble.
Right.
And they recovered it or it went out of bounds.
That was a very good kick, as a matter of fact, but that was dangerous for the Kingsway because he might have outkicked his coverage there. It looked, he was almost broke it to the outside and took it up for a touchdown. Let's take a look at this kick here. It goes at least 15 yards, 20 yards. Yeah, about 15 yards. Look at that.
All right, King gets the ball.
Yeah,
it's going to be.
He gets around.
He's got a great stiff arm coming up. Here it is. Pow!
Another good stiff arm.
He fumbled it on the
did.
stiff arm. And it looked like Isaiah Linden with the recovery, number 2. So great recovery, and he did recover it inbounds. It did not go out of bounds. So that was a good break. Oh no!
Ball again. It's on the ground.
Oh. I think Kingsway has the ball.
Let's see if we can get a signal yet.
Yep, it looks like Kingsway.
Yep,
did
there
recover.
it is.
Oh,
wow!
What a heartbreaker.
Yes.
It's cold out there. That ball is cold. It's cold out there. Their offense have not been on the field quite a bit.
No, they have not.
So, it's going to be a factor.
Let's take a look at it here again. Hands the ball off. Oh, it just looked like the exchange was bad. Yep. He just dropped it. No one touched him, really.
Oh,
that's terrible.
Yeah, great field, position right now for Kingsway to get the ball. It looks like it's on the 41-yard line. Tough break.
Tough break.
Ball handling. A game like this is the championship. You want least mistakes.
Right.
This team is going to capitalize on every mistake. Both would. But unfortunately right now Millville's the one making more of the mistakes. 3 or 4 fumbles today. And
good play on the defense there. Oh, they got a flag.
Okay, we got a holding call. The ref
Holden is going to back the Dragons up.
We got a hold on 33. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, we're going to bring him back. So, helps Millville out a little bit. Bring him back, and got a 1st and 20 now for the Dragons. So anything that can help Millville right now, 12-0. The big thing is right now they stop the extra points.
Right.
So any touchdown, anything they can do right now brings them within 1, and so that's a huge plus now.
That's what I see now that they're going for 2 points. That this game I can't imagine is out of reach right now, but Millville needs to come up with a big stop here. They need to come up with a stop or turnover to be able to get the ball back and get their offense back.
They have the athletes. They most definitely have the athletes to come up with a big play. Kingsway's in that double wing, no man in motion, and just quarterback. Oh, it looks like they're going in the air.
Oh, great pass.
Great defense.
Great defense also.
There was number 12. We just seen a big run at him at kickoff. King Temple with a deflection there.
That was great. And once again, from what you told me earlier, the passing is very limited here, but we've seen a number of passes already. This is the big game. This is the championship. Coaches are bringing everything out. So let's see what we got here. Okay, we got the double wing, like you said, and
nice floater too.
Yeah, look at that. Good pass.
And King to get his hands up without looking. King wasn't even looking. He was watching the receiver.
Right.
Put his hands up. And
when he recognized that the ball was coming, the eyes opened up probably. Says, oh, there it is. Let me get my hand up in the way so he can play some defense.
Deflected a pass without even looking. It was great. Here we go. We got a timeout for Kingsway, and we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
There are a lot of different reasons why you should buckle your seatbelt when you're in your truck, like making it home safely to your loved ones, taking pride in your job as a professional driver, or following the law to stay safe. Always remember to buckle up when you're in your truck, and ask any passengers you might have riding with you to do the same. It doesn't matter how many years you've been trucking or how far you need to drive. Buckling up keeps everyone safe on the road. Learn more at www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
All right, we are back. John Saplensky, Joey Pagan, and Howard Gaber, HSG Network. We are here live. TCUFL Football Action Championship Weekend, Saturday morning, Bridgeton, New Jersey. 12-0 Kingsway Dragons over Holly City right now. Second quarter, Joey. Are you excited?
I'm excited. I'm excited because,
It's been great.
The running game for Kingsway is awesome right now. I love this young kid, the way he's running the ball. So let's see what we come up with now again.
Got that single wing left. He's going to go in motion, split backs, and a counter. And he's met by a white jersey in the backfield.
Yeah.
And is that your guy? Let's see. Where's he at? Did he get up?
No. I think it was number 30. I think it was number 31 on this.
31.
Yeah.
He got in there. That would be Tariq Pierce.
Pierce, yeah. So he got in, managed to get through the line of scrimmage. They had good penetration, which is why it didn't work. So the defensive line managed to get good penetration, and it blew that play totally up.
Yeah, it was, when you have a counter like that, when the motion is coming and that second back gets that little split step counter and back to the other side.
Right. Right.
It's a tough offense to follow. It could go anywhere.
It is.
Anywhere, any given time, the ball could be handed off to 1, 2, or 3, quarterback keepers 4.
Correct.
Counter, backside, it's tough. You got to stay home. You got to, and read.
Yeah. Once again. Oh,
There
good
it
fake.
is, that quarterback keeper. And he's trying to get on the outside.
Oh, good job.
That was number 22 for Kingsway, the quarterback on a keeper, Deacon Schwark.
Right. And number 12 on the tackle for Millsville over there was
that should be King.
Yeah, King
Temple, yeah.
King Temple on that. He took a good angle on that play, Looked like he was going to get outside and could turn it upfield, but as a safety, he took a really good angle. Once again, those are things you teach the kids, how to pursue, good ball pursuit, so, to prevent a big gain. So
they almost had that back to the original line of scrimmage. They got a big 4th and 12 coming up.
Yeah, 4th and 12. And so, I'm surprised they didn't go with the punt option, but,
I think once the ball crosses the 50.
You can? Okay. Yeah. All right, these are things I got to learn. That's good.
Yeah, we were learning every week. Let me tell you. We didn't know that the freshmen get 4 timeouts. We're like, hey, there's already been 3. We were learning weekly.
All right, here we go again.
Looks like they got that T formation. He's going to try to go. Uh-oh. It's going to go in the air.
Oh,
Intercepted.
interception. Good job.
Oh, and wait for there's Venjanok, saved a possible touchdown.
That is correct.
Great interception. Great defense on, to stop him by Venjanok.
Yeah.
And do we have a number on that interception right there? That is
number 12.
Is that 12?
Yeah, number 12.
You're hearing a lot about him today. King Temple.
Again, was on that.
Play.
He stayed home. He was great. We're going to get a replay here. Let's go. This is going to be really good. So, you got a split formation here. Three backs and halfback option. He gave him the halfback.
Goes.
Gets a block. Out. Good pass. He tried to get it out there. Floated a little bit.
And there's King.
King was right there, right on it. Good job.
Wow.
Way to stay home.
He had one guy, and I have no doubt King was going to go all the way on that.
Yeah.
There was nobody else but Green Highway.
Yeah, he breaks that tackle, he's off to the races. That's for sure. And, I was kind of shocked that the coach from Kingsway decided to pass the ball with the clock running. I thought he would just run it. But they wanted the first down.
Yeah.
They wanted the first down.
He definitely did. It was a great pass.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and Venjanok was open.
Oh, here we go. Run inside again. Might have gotten a couple of yards out of that.
No, it looks like number 2. Number 2.
The carry, yeah.
Isaiah Lennon.
He
got about 2 yards on the carry.
Right.
Yeah, we got 3:44 in the second quarter. It would be nice if Millville could find their way in the end zone before the 3:35, is over. They
Yeah.
Oh, we got a comment up there. Eli McCrary, stop throwing. We got a comment just came up.
Yeah.
Thank you, Eli. He's trying to coach from home. Let the coach know, stop throwing. But yeah, Kingsway's getting the ball the second half.
That's right.
So, this is crucial if they can march downfield.
Yeah,
They've had
that's
unsuccessful drives right now.
Oh.
Great
good
cut.
run. Oh, good play. Big hit.
Man in there. Number 3. KJ Renfrew the fourth.
KJ with
KJ
the
Renfrew the
tackle.
fourth just came out of nowhere on the screen.
Yeah.
And, 21 for Millville. Cullen Mason Jr. was trying to make
He
a break.
was not fooled at all.
Yeah, it looks like we got a timeout here right now, Holly City. Hey, we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
Again. All right.
Here we go. HSG Network, John Saplensky, Joey Pagan, and Howard Gaber. We are live. 12-0, Kingsway Dragons over Holly City. Second quarter, 2:58 to go. Joey, we got ourselves a ball game here. Just got to get Millville a little warmed up.
Got to get them a little warmed up. Let's see what they can do here. Got a
shotgun, and we got a flag.
All right.
Get a dead ball. Encroachment.
Dead ball offside. Kingsway is going to back him up 5 yards.
Okay. Got a little help
Replay
for
third.
Millville on that.
Yeah. I
Dead
mean,
ball
Kingsway
encroachment.
is the defense is getting a little antsy. They want to make plays right now. They need to be a little more disciplined, especially now. Right? You're up 12-0. You don't want to make these little mental mistakes to continue drives for Holly City. You know what I'm saying? You want to stay humble. You want to be smart.
All right, looks like we're in shotgun again. Good snap. Lennon's drop back. Oh! Almost intercepted.
By our man.
What can this kid not do? Vegnock.
He is all over the field right now.
He's got a knack for the ball.
He definitely does. He got him out there playing corner or safety, and once again they went into spread offense. Here, look, you got two receivers out here.
Yeah.
And a tight end, a little wing up there. They're changing it up. Got a little pressure.
Wow, he almost came down with that.
Had a little pressure, and
when you study these teams, we got a timeout. Oh, punt option. I'm sorry. Yeah, they're going to move the ball. Millville's going to take the punt option. You study these teams. These guys, and think about this. They're able to go home and study from HSG Network on YouTube.
Yep.
They don't have to hand out DVDs and VHS tapes
right.
and, Coach, can I watch the game? And you can all watch at home and talk to each other from your home, on your screen, whatever. And, they stack in the box.
Yep.
I mean, you see they're putting 10 guys in the box. So, playing them earlier in the season, watching them for 8-9 weeks, come out passing.
Correct.
They went in the spread. We're seeing more passing today than we've seen in all the games.
right. Okay, that's what I was getting earlier. Yeah, because everything was run, but now they're opening it up.
Hey, what's up, Roy? Roy Bell. Let's go, Millville. Roy is my. Roy just won the league MVP in the NEAFL.
Oh, congratulations. Yeah. Congratulations. Now they got 3 linebackers again, and it's showing a little pressure now, Millville. Let's see what they come up with here.
Got that full house backfield and 2 lead blocks.
We know who's carrying the ball again for them, for Kingsway. That young man.
That was a good tackle by Zero. Jermaine Alves with a nice tackle. Way to step up in there, wrap up, and a good tackle.
Yeah. Yep. All right, we're coming back out again. Let's see what they come up with here now again.
That full house package.
Yep. Millville look like they're going to come with some pressure. Linebacker sitting waiting.
Right up the middle.
Right up the middle. Yep. I play right up the middle. Got a couple of yards on that, which is not bad.
Big third down now, 3rd and 5. They're playing conservative right now. And, a couple dives up the middle. They could be setting up for that one final big play if they get the first down.
Right.
Right now it's 120 and going, and we're going in the halftime. And they want to protect that lead at all costs.
Exactly.
They want to get that ball back. You're going to see that third quarter. I'm sure they're going to use that entire field for that third quarter. coming here now with there's that man in motion. We're going to get the 2 lead blocks, and there's Vegenak again.
And
he got his first down.
Yep. He got the chains
so
moving.
they're using the whole field. The game plan is set already. See how they got their 3 plays already ready to go. We're going to go here, we're going to go here, and this is third play.
Yep.
So these guys are a fine-tuned machine right now, how they're running this offense.
Right. I see that. And, like you said, it's just 3 or 4 plays that they're running. And it's up to the defense. It's up to the defense to stop it. They got to make plays. Your defense has to come up and make plays here. Yeah,
and you see they didn't even go in the huddle. They went right into the T formation. They already got a game plan. So this was scripted.
Right.
This is something that they were working on at practice and
here we go
scripting
again.
it, and a big run again.
6
yards.
Another run up the middle for this young man, and I think by day's end, he's going to be sore, but he's going to have over 200 yards.
He might be there now.
So,
he's almost 200 yards, if not 200 yards in the half.
Yep. Timeout Millville. Yep. Holly City there with the timeout.
Yeah, it's Holly.
Rosters.
Yeah, I'd like to thank everyone for getting the rosters today, too. Very much appreciated. We will go through the rosters today. Maybe at timeout in the second half, we'll go through the players and give them all a shout-out for everyone back at home.
Kingsway.
It's a lot of work to get here. These kids, win or lose today, they're all champions.
Correct.
Fundamentally been working probably since July in the summer.
The
hot heat in the summer, New Jersey heat, all the way to the cold fall,
In November, that is correct. But, all that hard work paid off for both teams. Yeah. They're here in the championship. Kingsway is doing their thing right now. Holly City is, is trying. They're not giving up yet. There's still another half left to go. They just need to make a few adjustments and stop this run.
Yeah, there's a good crowd here, too. Great to see all these people here. I mean, you see a lot of fans across the field, but there's double on this side.
Right up the middle. Another first down.
Yeah, big run.
That should take it to the half.
They might have called a timeout. The clock stopped. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, they have to reset the the gun there.
Oh, wait a minute. There's a flag on the play.
Like it's going to be illegal participation.
Timeout? Okay. We had timeout before the call. No flag.
Yep. Millville, you said. Wow.
All right, 27 seconds to go. Kingsway is trying to march, possibly one more score before the half. It would put a real big damper on Millville, so they really want to not let them find that end zone.
I mean, it seems like, they look like they want to get in the end zone, but, if coaches, he'll be content with, just running the ball, maybe getting another first down. I mean, but it's up to Millville to get a stop here and not allow them to get into the end zone. Because if they get into the end zone now, this is going to be a blow-crushing thing for them because you'll take the air out of these kids. And then, for them to
both plays, broken plays, 46 yards, 42 yards by Ty Vegenak. It was the same play.
Right.
It's their bread and butter. It might be his best play, the way they scheme it. Might be looking for that again. Here he comes. There's the 2 lead blocks.
There he is again.
There he goes off tackle, but this time they stop him.
Yep. That's good. Once again, Kingsway's content with that. I think coach is already figured, hey.
That was number 15 with a great tackle, Jushawn Johnson Jr. So great tackle. Way to play that defensive tackle spot right there.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the last timeout for Kingsway. They used them all on this drive, it looks like. 16 seconds to go. Coach is marching downfield, trying to get that one more score before the half.
So, John, you really think he's trying to get the score?
Yeah, because when Millville, listen, they're not warm yet. This ain't.
Okay.
They're a little flat.
Okay.
They got.
All right.
I mean, seeing them, knowing them,
right.
A little flat right now. Could be a second half team today.
Okay.
So if you could get that third on them, because if they can get that ball back in that third quarter, you're going to have to get the ball back quick. Because that third quarter is going to march off. I mean, that clock is going to run.
Yeah.
Third quarter is the fastest quarter at this level. So, they really want to do a good job. Stop this here and stop them quick in the third and get that first score. They need one good drive. Give them what they need. They need that little pump.
Right. Once again, a big play, a big stop here would be great to go into the half with little momentum on their part. Oh,
And
good
that
fake.
quarterback again.
Oh, he got outside.
22.
He got outside. Oh, great play.
Gets the first down.
Good tackle.
6, 5, and the clock stops. 4-9.
Yeah. Number 12 on that tackle again for.
Yeah, King.
Yep.
That should be King Temple.
Temple.
And 22, Deacon Schwark again. Every time he runs that quarterback keeper on that left, he's getting almost a first down or better every time.
Yeah. He manages to get outside. He got away from one defender.
Yeah, and it was like storybook. And each time he got back there, it was the same thing. Someone almost got a shoelace tackle on him.
Right.
So
we're going to see it again here. All right, so, got that double wing there, and he's just going to give a good ball fake here, which I thought was pretty cool.
That
good fake.
tuck.
Look at that. He tucked it in right. The end was disciplined, stayed home. He just missed the tackle. Look at that. Number 5 missed that tackle.
Yeah, it would have been a great loss of yards.
Yes, sir.
5-yard loss.
Yeah. He read the play well. He just didn't make that tackle. Good defense. Good defense. You got to finish. You got to finish.
Yeah.
You're down 12 points. You got to finish. That would be something that
It's that drill we used to do when we were kids. Break down.
Yeah.
They do it still. You see when they hit that whistle and the coach says break down, you break down in that position.
That's right.
Yeah, break down.
All right.
This is going to be the last play of the half here. An exciting first half, I should say. Oh, we got a fumble and a flag.
And a flag.
And we're going to find out if there's going to be one more play.
Hey, coach, can't go high-low, all right? Can't go high-low. I'll talk to you, coach.
Okay, it's a chop block on the offense. They're not going to take it because they wouldn't replay it. Okay. And a chop block. Chop block here. That's the end of the half, guys. End of the half.
All right.
right.
I'm John Saplensky, Joey Pagano, Howard Gaber. We are going to go into halftime. We will be back with some more HSG, bringing you the best of Tri-County United Football League Championship Weekend in a few minutes. All right, we are back. I'm John Saplensky with Joey Pagan and Howard Gaber with HSG Network Live, coming to you back home. And we are bringing you American Conference Championship freshman football, Kingsway Dragons, Holly City Midget Football League action. 12-0, Kingsway Dragons leading, Bridgeton, New Jersey. Joey Pagan, you saw your first half of football today. What do you think?
I think it was awesome. I mean, this young kid from the Kingsway team there, what do you? Venjanok.
I hope we say it right, because a couple games now, I think I've seen him. This is my third time.
Yeah, hopefully we're not butchering his name already. But he's having a great first half. Offensively, we've seen him come up with a big play defensively. So, Harley City has their hands full right now. I mean, and they got to go back on defense now, down 12-0.
Yeah. Big third quarter right now. They really got to make a big stop. Everything has been in the favor of Kingsway Dragons all games.
Nice kick. Wow.
Definitely a nice kick.
And who got the ball?
And they wrap him up and bring him down. He gets about a yard run. Great defense.
Wait a
minute. You got
minute.
19 in there. You got 20.
12. Yep.
Yeah,
Number
28, 12. There's that King Temple.
Yep.
He's been all over the game. And I think it was 31 was Tariq Pierce.
Yeah, and Virginac with the return there, got a couple of yards, but it was good gang tackling there.
Stayed in their lanes and went down there and made a play.
Exactly. That's
Can't
what you
ask
want to
for
see.
more than that.
Yep, that's exactly what you want to see right now.
You didn't want to give them great field position because, they're going to use the field. They got that lead, so, right now it's just protecting it.
Right.
We want to protect this lead and get this game over with. So Millville's got to have a big stop. They haven't had that one good
defensive play.
Well, no, not just that, but one good offensive drive yet to get a lot of yards. They haven't had too much with a bunch of fumbles.
Number one on the carry, got somebody running the ball down.
Yeah, that was a Reggie Reed the fourth. We see him in a lot of when he's running them motions before,
right.
In that double wing, he gets a lot of the motions.
There was a flag on the play also.
Yep, we got a holding penalty. All right, so there's a little help from over now. Bring him back. Bring them back. Better field position for the defense and make their job a little bit harder.
Right.
They need everything right now. Everything they can. The big plus right now is no extra points were converted on them touchdowns. So that's the big help right now for Millville.
Right, so that that there's still hope for them at the moment. They just got to come up with a big defensive play right now, big stop here. A turnover would be tremendous for them right now if they can come off with that.
They got that left side stacked with the double wing and the double tight, but they're going back.
Going
the opposite
back.
way. Great defense again. Nothing. A gang of white jerseys there to meet them. Nowhere, and that's what they need. So now you got a second down, long ways to go. Keep this momentum going because they need this. This is the most important right now. They don't have the clock on yet. They lost their scoreboard.
Right now we have a Millville defense that's swarming to the ball, which is great, which is what they weren't doing in that first half. You understand? So now that they are, it'll be better for them. But as far as, like you said, though, here we got the clock moving still, right? Kingsway's looking to control the ball this next quarter before they try to do anything else. That wing again.
And you got that, you're going to probably see that motion coming. There he is, the number one. And they're going to give it a counter back. And defense again.
Great penetration by the defensive line once again.
This is what they need. This is, now we got a third and long, and right now they're starting. It looks like they're warmed up.
Right.
Give them nothing. And coming in with a 12-point lead, like we said, we got a replay on that right here. We'll go on the replay first.
The defensive line, they all got in on that.
Yeah, great push.
Yep, good penetration by the middle linebacker there. Number 2.
Yeah, you heard a lot about him, Isaiah Lennon.
Isaiah Lennon, he got good pressure there, which caused a big pileup in the middle there. So
when you try to change your game plan, remember we said like this third quarter could go. So they, looks like the same formations, but the game plan is different now. Could be clock management, which could hurt them. You never know because you're not with that, hey, we just got to keep the lead. Well, when you're running left, you're running right, you're getting 5-6 yards. What'd you see on all 4 of these plays?
Right.
They haven't gotten a yard.
Not
the
a yard.
mentality of the change, you're seeing it possibly right now. Should have stuck to the game plan of getting that 5-6.
Right.
So something changed in here. Millville's woke up. You got a big fourth down.
Right.
Possibly going to take that punt option. Their backs are against the door.
Well, Millville
And
had
there
a
it is.
great defensive stand. That's what they needed to come out in this second half with. You
Yeah.
know, get a good stop here and then get back on offense and, you know, see what they can do. Like they opened it up the last towards the end of the second half there with receivers coming out. So who knows if they try to pass this ball again or they'll be content with just running it again.
Yeah, this should be their most important drive of this game.
Yes.
This is a must. This is 6:45. We need to get the end zone. So coach has got to pull his strings. He's got to get these boys rallied up. This is the championship.
Yeah, I
We're
think.
going home winners or losers today. So this drive right here is going to determine a lot.
Right. Well, like I said, he looked like he made a couple of adjustments there.
Yeah.
And let's see what he did on offense. On defense, they did well. Let's see what the adjustments are on offense here.
I think we got a timeout. He saw something. There was a little bit on the offense. You could see there was a little confusion.
Right.
So, good call by coach. You know what? Let me fix it. Let me
Right.
fix this before we go out there because we want to complete something.
Right. You don't want to make a mistake and you have another fumble again and turn the ball over here.
Yeah. 4 timeouts. So use them.
Use them. That's right. You can't take them with you, so you might as well use them.
Sometimes a little pep talk in that huddle at this age group.
Right.
Build their confidence. Build them up. Let them know you can do this. Let's do
Right.
it. Just run this play. We run it every day at practice. We run it all year round.
Yep.
Let's execute it right now.
Let's just execute it and let's go. Yep, that's it.
So a little pump up.
Right. Once again, what are the adjustments they did offensively? Obviously he didn't see what he wanted there, so he was able to use a timeout. Hopefully they got the right play in, they got the right personnel, and they run the play right, and they can get something out of this. Kingsway with the defense, though, everybody's up on the line of scrimmage again. Let's see.
Looks like they got that double tight right and the double wing right.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Trying to power.
Good swarming defense again.
Got about a yard.
Yeah, we got some good penetration by Kingsway.
It was a total overload right. You outmanned them, just didn't execute it as well as they probably wanted to.
Right. But you had good penetration by Kingsway. So, once you get penetration on the defensive line and you run the ball like this, that's all disrupting everything in the backfield. And, the running back has to make adjustments to move. So, it gives the opportunity for the rest of the defense to come over and make a play.
Yeah, you got that, on that defensive line, you got number 3, KJ Renfrey, the fourth.
Right.
He had that big hit earlier in the game. I mean, he's over there causing a lot of havoc. He might not be in a lot of tackles, but he's causing a lot of the reason why there's getting penetration for other players.
That's correct.
He's a big kid. And
That
we got a flag.
Procedure. Offense.
Hey, we got it. All right, so we got a procedure call there, and now Millsville moving backwards, which is what they didn't want to do. And another important thing here is that the clock is still running.
Yeah.
They're still running.
5:25 and counting.
Yep.
Taylor Graff, number 10 from Kingsway, killing it out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tyler Graff, thank you.
Tyler
Thank you.
Graff.
Yes.
Yeah, there we are. That's the halftime show. Hey, thank you for doing our halftime show. Great job. Great job.
All right, we're back to some live action here. Like I said,
Cash Money, let's go OBG. What's up, Cash Money?
All right. There you go. Oh, there it is. Wow.
Yeah, line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
A gang of black jerseys.
Once again, you got.
You had 6 guys on that tackle.
Yep.
Just swarming to the ball.
And
He's a target.
He is.
He's a big running back, so, I mean.
Once again, our young man number 3 on that run for there with a play. I mean, he may get like a half a tackle or a quarter because there were so many people there.
But he's a big. When you think of a big guy up there causing problems, and it's opening the door for other players. But he was on the bottom of that. He's in a lot of havoc.
I mean, listen. He's there. He's got no arm pads and nothing. He's all skin right there. He's demanding double teams, and he's just doing his thing right now.
It looks like we got a little trips left.
Yeah. All right, got a pass here.
He's going up.
Oh, there it is.
No, intercepted.
Interception. Vejinok with the interception.
He's trying to get around the left side. He's still going down to the 33-yard line.
Good job.
Ty
good defense.
Vejinok, again, coming up big in this game. I mean, 200 yards rushing in the first, a couple pass deflections. And
Yep.
was that his second interception? Or that?
I'm not sure.
I think
Yeah,
that's
might
his
have
second
been.
interception.
Yeah, that might have been his second one. Let's take a look at it again. Once again, he stayed disciplined on his position in the safety spot. Just stayed back.
He's got a great
And look at him.
eye
Look at
for
him
the
directing
ball.
the defense. He's the general out there for these guys. Yeah, look at.
He's taking on 3 guys by himself.
Yep. Look at this. The
11,
receiver
he tripped
falls
up.
down.
Yeah,
Yep.
the receiver unfortunately fell down, and he capitalized off that with a big
Big
gain
gain
after the
and run.
interception.
Yeah. Good job by that young man. Good
There's
job.
playmakers out there. This kid is just an athlete all over the field.
Yep.
Incredible performance so far today. There's a lot of game left, but right now he is making a huge name for himself
Yes,
today.
Millville has not done anything to stop him yet. There he goes.
Yep, there's Tyler Graff, number 10 from Kingsway, killing it out there
He
today.
definitely is. That's at this point right now. That is our MVP at the moment.
Yeah,
That's great.
Got to get this highlight to some of the colleges now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where's
why not?
Prime? Get him out to Prime.
All right, there it is. Oh, once again, great
Now
defense.
that's great. There's your number 2, Isaiah Lennon.
Yeah. And number 0.
0, yeah. Jermaine Elves and Lennon. See,
Both of
they
them.
make them big plays. They've just been on the
Right.
opposite side of some, unfortunate mishaps.
Right,
the
that's correct.
fumbles. They just can't catch a break today.
Well, Millsville, once again, defensively wise, have made some good adjustments. They must have seen something on that left side offense, on the right side of the offensive line where they can get that penetration.
Yeah.
And they're getting it and making plays. So, they're stopping them, once again, the second down. But all important again, right? We're at 2:30 with the clock running.
Third quarter.
Yeah. So, defense is coming up big, but Kingsway defense right now is up there. We got the big turnover, got the ball back, and now on offense.
Coming back in their bread and butter, their double wing. They got the double tight left. You don't know where the ball's going. And there it goes. Number 1 gets the call.
Good run. Way to change it up.
Yeah, that was Reggie Reed the 4th.
Reggie Reed the 4th.
Reggie Reed. It's a tongue twister. Reggie Reed.
Here we go with the hurry-up offense
Yeah,
again.
no huddle.
Once
They're
again, no
trying
huddle
to wear
back.
that defense down.
Yep.
Got that T formation.
And who's
Veginock
running this
gets
ball
it.
now? Veginock again.
First
Almost
down.
the first down.
It looks like it is.
Let's see. He might be short.
And right back on the ball.
Yep.
Scripted again. Here
Yep.
we go. They knew it. And they go right back to that T formation.
Yep. Let's see.
Quarterback's going under center, and there he
Yeah,
goes
there
again.
he goes again. Yep.
Yeah,
First
right
down.
off tackle.
They're just grinding the ball out, and that's exactly what they want to do right now. Minute left and 25 seconds here.
Yeah, they got that big interception. He set them up, and right now they've got a drive going, and they would love nothing more to just secure the game with one more score.
There he goes. Oh, good run. Good
Reggie
run.
Reed.
Reggie Reed, for about 4 yards, 5 yards, not bad. Pretty good run.
And again, like I said, they know the back is against the wall right now. No huddle. We don't need the huddle. Let's go.
Yep.
We know our offense, and there's that T formation again, right off tackle.
There he is again, running the ball. Got another couple of yards out of there.
Under a minute to go.
Yep. And once
But
again,
anything can happen in a quarter.
Yes.
You can't rule it out. 12 is not a big margin, but whoops.
Oh, boy.
I think we had 12 men on the field for Millville.
Timeout, Holly City.
We got a timeout.
Timeout.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back.
We have the world at our fingertips, inspiration in our touch, and power in our hands. Our hands can build relationships, frame ideas, and empower communities. And it doesn't stop there. Right here, in our hands, We have the power to save a life. If you see a teen or adult suddenly collapse, call 911 and push hard and fast in the center of the chest.
The power is in your hands.
Here we go. We are back. HSG Network. We just timed it perfect.
Quarterback.
I'm John Soplensky with Joey Pagan and Howard Gabriel behind the magic you see on the screen. And
There we go. Another handoff.
there we go.
And they got a first down.
Vengenot gets the first down for Kingsway.
Right. And
20 seconds.
And this is what we're looking at now. They're just taking their time about running the ball.
When you got a lead at any level, your confidence level, the excitement when you have a lead, you play at a higher level. When you're down, you have to dig deep to try to get double that feeling they're feeling right now. So right now, Millville, it's not over. Going in the fourth quarter, they're going to let it wind out, switch sides on the field. Huge stop would be perfect.
Right.
So that's going to end the third quarter. And we are going to take a break and be back in a few minutes. John Soplensky and Joey Pagan and Howard. Be right back.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, we are back. HSG Network. Hello back home. Chime in. We love your comments. If you're at home and you want to put something on the screen, we'll put it up. Give these guys all the love they need. This is the championship weekend. American Conference Championships today. National Championships tomorrow. We got Twan the Don, Holly City. If this is all your first game, come on, let's get to work. You all playing. Whoa, Twan. He's got someone out, some family, and possibly a former player, coach.
There you go. You got another run there for a few yards again.
So we got a 12-0 game right now. Kingsway is controlling this game, trying to get that third score.
Yeah, I think if they get this third score, another run there by number
Reggie
one.
Reed. Reggie Reed's getting a lot of calls now this second half. He was the man in motion most of that first half, and he's getting a lot of nice little runs right now.
He was getting a lot of good blocks there, so now he's getting rewarded by getting the ball.
Yeah.
Which is great.
And there's Vegenog.
And Reed with another decent block there to get him a couple of more yards, which is great.
Yeah, they're just not stopping right now. They're just going right back on the line. They have their game plan.
Right.
Whoop, they might be going in the huddle this time.
3-3.
Got a flag here. Yeah, it's on Kingsway. They're moving the chains. Looks like a holding call. Okay, a little help for Millville to keep them out of that end zone, make them work a little harder.
Yep.
To try to get in there for that third score. 9-13 and counting.
Right. But once again, the clock is still moving. Kingsway's in the huddle, taking their time about coming out. Right. It's only 12 points right now. It's not a very big lead. Like you said, Millville can come on and explode at any moment.
This is still one broken play away from being one touchdown away.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Got a little bit possibly encroachment there on the defense.
Dead ball. Offsides. Defense.
Yep, so they gain back what they just lost.
Right.
Almost.
Once again, Millville, little antsy there. They want to come up with a big play, try to anticipate the count, the call, and then jumped offside. So, once again, Kingsway's going to take their time. They're not gonna rush at all to see,
Yeah, you don't need a big play right now. You just work your team.
Yep, you want to
got
run
that
the clock.
You got that 2-touchdown lead. Let's just work the field, keep ground and pounding. Great tackle right there by, I think it was 24 for Millville. Looks like Raymond Ideen. Yeah, we're going to go through these rosters on the next time out. Give these kids a shout for all their hard work this year and this championship big game they're playing in right here.
And once again, like you say, right? Clock is moving. Kingsway's looking at the clock.
You can
taking
get
their
40-something seconds off between plays at this point. Just wait till that clock goes, wait for the ref to go, your 10 seconds, and you can, 45 is almost a minute every play.
Yep. We got a wing going on here again. A wing motion.
Got a nice jet, it looked like, and the quarterback, he looks like he's
pass.
going up.
Oh, my
wow,
God.
Venjanok with a touchdown.
What?
Wow. Went in
What
motion.
a great play.
Wow. We're going to have to see the replay on that.
Yeah, I mean, they really did not expect that. Millville did not expect them to come out with that. They actually thought he was going to run with the ball. And great pass by this young kid on the run, moving right.
Yes.
And, manages to get the ball across and get a pass downfield that he can, it was a dime. Just a great pass by this young kid. Got a good future ahead of him. He can run, he can throw now. We can see that.
That was that gives Venjanok his third touchdown of the game.
Yes, sir.
What a game for this young man today.
Yeah.
I mean, a huge effort on offense and defense. I mean, 2 interceptions,
sides.
2 rushing touchdowns.
And 1 receiving touchdown.
Multiple tackles. I mean, just over, I'm going to have to say close to 300 yards almost.
Right.
Until Reggie Reed started getting some more carries, he could be close to 300. Definitely way over 200 to 250. Big game.
Run by number 22. Couldn't get the conversion, but
it is denied. You know what? While we were waiting, we're going to watch this replay.
Right. All right, so, where does he come from? He comes in motion.
Yeah, it looked like a jet.
That's the little wheel route there. Gets outside. It's wide open. 3 defenders on him. Good pass. Look at this pass the way it comes down.
Wow.
Excellent. On the outside shoulder where if anyone was close, no one can get to it but him. So,
hey, I'm going to go through the Kingsway freshman roster real quick, and then we'll do Millville. All right, Kingsway freshman. We got Reggie Reed, the fourth. 1. Number 2, Alex Assay. 3, KJ Renford the fourth. 6, Ethan Dalton. 7, Bo Witzel. 8, Jackson Fogg. 9, Teddy Puitz. 10, Ty Vejnock. 12, Asher Rose. 14, Lincoln Dunn. 20, Rocco Laspada. 22, Deacon Shork. 23, Aiden Bailey. 27, Lucas DiCaro. 32, Cameron Seda. 33, Bryce Rogers. 58, Nico Kalo. 80, Noah Kennedy. 83, Blaze Chalice. 86, Paxton Reed. 87, Jackson Fournier. 99, William Booker. That is your Kingsway freshman roster. Give me 1 minute, and we're going to go through our Holly City with Joey.
Right after this kickoff. No pressure. Good kick. Oh.
All right, here we go. The Holly City freshman roster. Number 0, Jermaine Elves. 2, Isaiah Lennon. 6, Justice Chestnut. 7, Antoine Jane Louise. 8, Richard Blewett. 5, Carter Patterson. 9, Josiah Henderson. 11, Dante Thompson. 12, King Temple. 13, John Webb. 15, Jushawn Johnson Jr. 19, Jeffrey Payton. 21, Cullen Mason Jr. 22, Jonas Mulligan. 23, Adams. 24, Raymond Aideen. 28, Premier Hunter. 29, Joel Mule Rivera. 31, Tyreek Pierce. 40, Alexander Evans. 55, Isaiah Rodriguez. 86, Jericho Slaney Jr. 91, Jason Gonzalez. And that is your Holly City freshman football team roster.
Way to go. And we got it.
Yeah.
Good kickoff.
Yeah,
Good.
definitely.
First and 10 from the 45 for Millville. Let's see what
Got
they
that
come up
double
with.
wing for Millville right now.
Oh, good
Wow,
play.
big defense. That's 87. That
had
should
a
be
couple-
Jackson Fournier.
Yeah, he had a play earlier where he made a great play as far as on defense goes.
Wow.
And right now at this point, that is a major play for them. Good defensive play. All right, let's see the replay here. There he is. He gets good penetration right inside.
Great,
and makes a
great
play.
defense tackle play right there.
Mm-hmm.
Staying low, getting through the line, wrapping up. A loss of 4 yards.
Right. Which puts down Millville, behind the sticks.
Just trying to protect it now. We got the lead. 6 minutes to go. We're not letting up. We're not going to make this easy. Kingsway has fired up this game. They've been warm from the start.
Defensively wise, they're doing great. Oh, another counter here. Great play again.
Looks like we got another loss of yards.
And number three, Kingsway. He's coming up really well. Redford again. Big hit.
Yeah, 7 was in there too. Bo Witzel.
Okay, let's take a look here at the replay. They're both on that left side.
Yeah, they're not taking the accelerators off.
No, they are fighting and doing what they can defensively wise to make a play. He shed off a block to make that play, which was great. And another loss.
Yeah, we got Holly City with a timeout right now. Coach is out there. Joey, what do you think coaches are saying to the teams right now? What do you think they're telling these kids?
It's got to be hard, right? You're trying to instill some more confidence in them to be able to continue and finish this game, at a good level, and feel good about, even if you do lose, you got to be encouraging these kids, that, it's not always about winning and losing. Let's try to execute a few plays. Let's make something happen. Let's get out of here with some points if we can, so we can feel better about it. And that would be, it. And an adjustment. Hey, listen, you missed your block. Make that block, and we get this play. We can maybe get a touchdown.
Yeah.
You still got to be coaching.
Yeah. It's unfortunately there's a winner and there's a loser, and it's just to keep the morale up.
Right.
That's good coaching, build them up because a lot of these kids are coming back next year to this team. Some of these kids are moving up to the next level. So, and you're going to see these teams again one day. That's what builds up these rivalries.
Right.
You got me as a freshman. I'm going to get you next year
pass
as a
here.
sophomore.
Oh!
Quarterback almost intercepted that.
Yeah.
22 for Kingsway. Deacon Schwark, the quarterback for Kingsway, almost came up with an interception.
Good defense on his part. Once again, we know Millville has tried a few passes, and and the receivers are open. They're open. He just unthrew that a little bit, and number 22 came up with a good play. Got a good play there.
So we got a big, where's our fourth down? 4th and 16, it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you got to go for it.
4th and 16. Got to come up with a big play here.
Let's see if they try to throw a pass again. I didn't see the defensive line, how much penetration, and if they did get it, so.
Going a little spread action here.
Mm-hmm.
Shotgun, good snap. He's
He's
going to
gonna
keep
it
it. He
himself.
cuts it in the middle.
Oh.
Wait, what the flag? Or no, whistle. Okay. Ref called something.
Oh, timeout, it looks like. Timeout.
Oh, they called a timeout. Right? Okay, they got a timeout there. And he was going, too.
He was, yeah.
Quarterback keeper, he looked like he was going to break outside. He cut it right up that middle.
And it looked like it was designed that way, so they spread them out, to be able to run the ball inside, which is a good move right now. And if he's your best athlete, you want the ball in his hand at this moment, and once he gets past the second level, he's only got one defender, but unfortunately that one defender is on man,
He's got some nice blocks over there on the right. It was great blocks too.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, he would have gotten significant amount of yards, if not the first down. But coach called the timeout at the right time, so that they can he get his defense ready. Let's see if the offense can counter. Skill position stayed in the huddle a little longer, huh? The linemen were out. Everyone else stayed in the huddle.
All right, he's going back.
Another pass here.
He got his
great
guy.
pass.
Oh, it's a little short.
Short.
Oh, he gets number 0. Jermaine Alves with a great diving catch, but it is short. Kingsway will take over on downs with 5:06.
Once again, though, it was a great play, right? You know, the quarterback was able to get outside a little bit and be able to pass and complete a pass. You know, the young man receiving the ball, you know, he could say, hey, I caught a pass in the championship game. Once again, it's all that morale. You know, you want to keep the kids, you know, happy about what's going on, even though the game is out of hand. Look, Stop throws the ball.
Great pass.
He got behind the
right
defender.
on the money.
And that was it. If he leads him a little more, I think that might have been 6. But
Great effort.
Great effort.
Way to stick it out. You know, with a 4th down, coach called the right play. You know, just a few yards short. You know, Kingsway's going to take on. You know, they're looking to get that clock running a little bit and let's wind it down.
Under 5 minutes here too. So
Got a guard moving.
Illegal procedure.
That's what I would be doing too on the offensive line. You put he's like, I don't know what happened. It wasn't me.
Yeah.
It was him.
Not me.
I mean, you try to sell it.
At this age, you try to sell it as a good thing.
Yeah, I was always taught, you know, if they didn't see it, if there's no flag, it didn't happen.
Right.
You know,
That is correct.
You just act shocked like me.
No. Yeah.
Because the hands, you watch these kids' body language, and you can see like the hands go up like me.
Me, I wasn't even near that play. It's right in front of you.
That's what makes, you know, watching these young kids develop. And, you know, you're going to get mistakes. You're going to get, you know, you expect it. As a coaches don't want to.
Right, but
I mean,
you got to expect it.
we want mistake-free ball. But they're kids, and you're going to get it. And this is the developmental part.
But you know what, though? For the most part, this has been a pretty good game as far as penalty-wise goes. You know, a couple of mistakes here, a couple of mistakes there, but really good discipline by both teams. Let's see what we get here now. Motion again. No.
Got a couple new backs in there. Oh, no, was that Vejnock? That was number 10. In motion was Vejnock. Okay, I thought that was a different number. Timeout, Kingsway. 4:05 remaining. Looks like Kingsway's got 2 timeouts left.
Yep.
Unofficially.
I don't know what the coach is seeing that, you know, he's calling a timeout. I mean, I know, once again, 4 minutes in this game, I would imagine is still a lot of time for something to happen. You don't want to get a turnover, a fumble, scoop and score, something like that, and you know, you give Millville, you know, some hope right away, and then they can come back out fired up. You know, but you know, great thing that they get 4 timeouts, and you can take those timeouts, but you know, obviously he saw something that he didn't like. He wants the offense to get right.
Yeah, you know, and that's a good way to look at it. You know, hey, we're playing in the championship. You know, it doesn't mean we're looking for a Hail Mary, and I just want you guys to get this right, block for him. Let's just run this clock out. You know, let's do it. Let's look good.
You're still coaching.
Still coaching.
Still coaching.
Still coaching. To him, the game is not over until that final whistle. So he's still coaching, and that's a good quality.
Yes, sir.
You know what? Still coaching.
Oh, you got to end around the game with the quarterback. Hey, there you go. Great play by the defense.
Number 7 for Millville. That would be, was that 7?
Yeah, number 7, Gene Lewis, I believe, on the play, yeah.
Oh, there he is. Anton Gene Lewis.
Yeah, good play. He read that play. He trailed it down from behind, made the play for a loss.
Yeah, quarterback was keeping it, trying to cut that outside, and, you know, he read it well, and he cleaned house.
All right.
Big 3rd down now. You know, Kingsway now is in the huddle, where we didn't see that in the 3rd quarter.
Right,
it was just a fast-paced momentum offense. Keep going.
Right.
Now they're just taking their time. Hey, let's get it first down. Let's execute. You know,
that is
3
correct.
minutes, and, you know, we are going to be crowned American champions.
You want to get a first down here at least, and keep the clock moving still. But regardless, I mean, this has been a great game so far by Kingsway.
They had a crowd too. Everyone's here enjoying it. I mean, you see some people on the other side stretched across the entire. But this side,
fumble on the play. He recovered.
Quarterback recovered it. But this side of the field, all the way to the concession, I mean, it's packed here. It's going to get more, and that's what you love, the excitement of all the people coming together for this Tri-County United Football League action. And if they can't make it, they're home with HSG Network on YouTube. And
that is correct.
It's very convenient.
Yeah, and you know, we have 165 viewers at the moment, which is great.
700 views.
Nice.
Yes, 165 watching right.
Watching, but 700 views is
700
great.
views so far, and that's just first game.
Yeah, and the support for these kids is great with the families out here. You got the cheerleaders, you got everybody going. You know, it's great.
Yeah, we got the next game we got coming up at 1 p.m. Devford and Salem. Should be another great game.
All right. Well, you know.
Yeah, Devford, Salem at the sophomore division.
See what's happening here.
Bridgeton and Devford at the junior
another
division.
timeout.
And Monroe and Woodbury at the senior division. So 3 more battles coming up today. And then we got 4 games again tomorrow for the national championships. You got the Camden and Glassboro freshmen. You got the Rancocas Valley and GT Stallions. Gloucester Township. Pittsgrove and Woodstown.
Wow.
Oh, crosstown rivalries, you know, right? They're not far. It's like, yeah. And then you have, again, Glassboro in there and Woodstown at the senior division tomorrow. So great games. What a way. We were a part of the season. TCUFL brought HSG in, and it's been weeks in and weeks out of great football. It's been a blessing, you know, to be a part of this and watch these kids and these great games, and it's been excitement, a lot of excitement.
Well, just from this first game that I've seen, I can imagine what the season was like here. You know, it must have been really great, you know, seeing these kids. And then, you know, you see them here in the last game, and you know, they've elevated their game just that much more, you know, during this course of this game for the championship, which is great.
2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Single back wing, quarterback is going to keep it.
Oh, broke a tackle there. Good
All
job.
right, he's brought down, you know, he's got about 6 yards to the first down. So 4th down and about 6.
Right. Not a bad run. Once again, the all important thing is he maintained possession of the ball and the clock is running.
I think we got a timeout, Millville. There it is, their final timeout. And we're going to, on that, we're going to take a quick break and be right back.
Sorry, I'm out sick again. I just can't shake this fever.
Spread by mosquito bites, West Nile virus is found in nearly every state across the country.
Elena had another asthma attack. She's really sad to miss school again.
Asthma, a leading chronic illness among children and youth in the U.S., can often be triggered by allergens from household pests. Don't let pests force you to take a sick day. Learn how to protect yourself and your family at pestworld.org.
Here we are, HSG Network, final minute of the freshman American Championship. Kingsway Dragons 18, Holly City. I'm John Saplensky with Joey Pagan and Howard Gaber, bringing you this live action today in Bridgeton, New Jersey.
Oh, there he is, another quarterback. Oh, he's going to stop. Looked like he was going to pass.
He was going to let it go.
He
got
the
the first. He's still going.
First down. He needs to stay in bounds. Oh, great tackle.
Yeah, he's out of bounds.
Yeah.
We were hoping he stayed in.
Yeah.
Keep him in.
Yeah. I mean,
now the clock stops. Hopefully, they just run a little dive up the middle. I think Millville's out of timeouts now, so basically need 2 plays. The clock will be done.
Right.
Yeah, you can take a knee at this point.
I mean, that once again, those are little things. You try to teach the kids. With this much time left in the game, is you're running down the sideline. Try not to get out of bounds. We got to keep the clock going. But that's a lot of coaching there.
Oh yeah.
He
was actually knocked out, so it wasn't his fault.
Right. But smart play. Looked like he was going to throw the ball on that.
He did look like he was about to pump.
Yeah.
Got a defender in his face, another one coming up, and he took off, and he got a huge gain.
Yeah, he did get a huge gain.
20-something yards.
And, once again, this just goes to show you what they've been doing all game Kingsway here. Has been, the quarterback boot left, quarterback boot right, run up the middle, and our MVP, that young man.
3 touchdowns today.
3 touchdowns today.
Ty Vejnock.
With
what do they call it? Super Bowl MVP.
Yes, it is.
Super Bowl.
You got a victory formation here.
HSG Network MVP.
All right, definitely. We don't know. We don't know if they hand those out, but we can definitely give one out there. Got a victory formation, which is pretty cool here.
There it is. This might wind down. Yep. Yep, there it is. They're winding it. So we have here, it looks like 40 seconds to go.
Take place underneath the scoreboard. We ask for all parents to refrain from rushing onto the field.
They're going to take one snap again, and
Yep.
that should be it.
Yep. There we go. First game of the weekend. TCUFL Championship weekend. And that's the first game in the books right there on that knee. There you have it, your Kingsway Dragons, your TCUFL American Conference champions.
Great job, great
Freshman
job.
division.
Great job by those Kingsway. Them kids, great. You know, hats off to Millville for making it here, and you know, trying to do what they can. They came up with a couple of good plays, just wasn't enough. You know, the turnovers hurt them, and that's big at this level, I guess. Also, you know, you can't have that many turnovers and expect to win the game.
Yeah.
So
it was a great game. If you're at home, glad for tuning in. Stick around. We got 3 more games today. Yeah, we're gonna take off the audio. We're gonna be coming back to the next game. We'd be glad for you guys to chime in. The more comments, let everyone know you're out there. Let the players know you're out there. I'm John Saplensky with Joey Pagan and Howard Gaber. We will be back for the sophomore game, Deptford and Salem at 1 p.m. Welcome back. HSG Network here. John Saplensky with Joey Pagan and Howard Gaber bringing you Tri-County United Football League action, Bridgeton, New Jersey. A Saturday morning start. We are now entering the afternoon with our second game. Joey, we just watched 18-0 Kingsway over Millville. Now we have Deptford and Salem, sophomore division.
All right, guys, shake hands, introduce
We're going to go down
yourselves.
to the referees right now.
Officials who are
for the coin toss.
The rules of the game will also evaluate the conduct of the players, coaches, and spectators. The recipient of the Good Sportsmanship Award.
That's it. No cussing, no fighting. All right, no talking the other team. Unless it's positive, all right? We're going to go black, blue, all right? That's tails, heads. Heads, tails. You're the visitors, you get to choose. Well, heads or tails? Tails is called. Here's the tails. You've won the toss. You want to defer. Deptford's won the toss. They will defer to the second half. You want the ball? Tell me yes. Which way would you like to kick, guys? To the scoreboard. All right, put your backs here. Fellas, backs over there. Deptford's won the toss. They like to defer to the second half. They will kick, defend this goal. Tell them to shake hands, go back with teams. Good luck today.
All right, here we go. It looks like Deptford has won the toss, and they are deferring. Joe, you see that in the first game? Strategic. You know, everyone usually this level, they want to defer at all times, and you saw what happened the first game. A fumble. 3 plays in, Millville fumbled, and Kingsway. Now we have another example of that. Deptford wins the toss, and they're deferring.
Right. I mean, that's always what you want on the coin toss. You always want to defer so that you get the ball in the second half.
Yeah.
So that if by chance you're down by some points, you have an opportunity to score quickly in the second half and be able to come up and get some points. So, now, this game here, you got to fill me in on what we're gonna see here this afternoon. Once again, this is my first time seeing that this age limit. So.
Yeah, I've watched Deptford maybe one or two. You're going to see every game today, the pace is going to pick up. The hits are going to be harder. The speed is going to just keep accelerating. A team like Salem, they're known for speed, outside speed. I haven't seen them in a long time, and I did not catch one of their games this year. Salem is probably going to be a very, very fast team. Deptford, they're all over the place. They got I've seen them run spread. I've seen them run the wing, inside the tackles this year, outside of the running game. Very disciplined. Both teams are obviously very disciplined if they're in the championship.
Correct.
This is the final right here. So your 2 best teams in the American Conference are right here fighting for the championship today.
All right. Well, let's hope we get some excitement early here.
And we might see more passing.
Okay, that would be nice.
Usually hits the junior level a little bit more than all the rest and then accelerates through there. Here we go, the kickoff.
See, much better kickoff here. Kid's obviously a little older. Good run.
That looks like number 0 on the carry for Salem.
All right, number 0.
Sean Gillis.
Sean Gillis on the run.
Gillis to start the game off.
To start the game off, gets about maybe 5-6 yards on that return, which is pretty good. Gives him decent field position right now. Let's see what we come out here on defense really quick and offense.
It's going to be new to me. Like I said, I haven't done Salem a game this year and seen them play, so it's exciting to see what I've missed. What got them to this championship right now.
We know that they're here, so we know they're doing something right all year long to be able to get out here.
You got some big linemen out there. This next level of sophomore, you see the size different. During the year, you see a lot of teams, had some big margins of wins. And, for people back home that didn't know, a lot of times it's a first-year team. They're going to spend 2 years there. And, it could be a lot of first-year players, and the other team was all second-year players.
Right.
So it looks like they're coming out in a T formation. Oh, we got a fumble already.
Once again.
He picked it up. He's still going.
Good
It's
move.
number 3. All right, so Salem starts off with a fumble, and, they recover it and, get some good yardage on that.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I mean, bad that he fumbled the ball, but smart that he was able to pick it up and continue running to get a few yards, make it positive out of it. And once again, we almost had the same scenario, right, where the offense comes out and, fumbles the ball in the first possession and gives the ball away right away. So
what do we hear? Everyone coming back in the box. It's cold out there.
Yeah.
It's cold out there. Everyone's in jackets and bundles up. Hey, a lot of these kids are out there. They got their arms exposed, their fingers exposed. The ball is cold. The turf is cold. They're cold. They were warming up out there. The wind is blaring. There's a lot of factors out there. This is, almost December football.
Yep. Let's see what they come up with here now. It's underneath center again. Oh,
another
that
fumble.
is change again.
Yeah. Got to get them hands warm.
Good recovery, though. Good recovery by the offense. I think
3rd and 5.
Number 5. Yeah, number 5 was on the recovery there. Robinson.
Yeah, Robinson is the quarterback. Kevin Robinson Jr. is the shot caller for Salem Sophomores right now. And, great recovery. A big 3rd down. They get a little run, a fumble, a play, and a fumble. They got to get rid of them fumbles right now, and they got to execute just that handoff, and I think they'll be okay.
Right. Well, I mean, it looked to me like he was underneath center twice, and the exchange between him and the center was just not right. So he might have been pulling out. There we go.
All right, quarterback looks like he's going to keep it. He's going to cut it back in the middle for a great gain. He's still going. He's going all the way to the 40, the 35, the 30. He's got one man to beat, and it down at the 20, 18-yard line.
Good run.
Number 5 for Salem. We just said his name, and they don't have the roster in order. Kevin Robinson. Oh, it is okay. 0 got it. Kevin Robinson Jr. with a huge gain.
Yeah, it was a good fake. It was a good ball fake. He just took it right up the middle and ran for a ton of yards there. And, good first down now. And, once again, we got some fireworks early. Looks like
when you get the opportunity for that drive, it's so important to capitalize if they defer. Like we said, everything is strategic, and they're doing a good job. They had a couple fumbles, they recovered them. They were saved. Now they're in great field position, coming in a little tight formation right there. Quarterback's going under center. It's a tight double wing, very tight.
Oh, he stayed on his
Number
feet.
two
Good
still
run.
going.
Good
That's
job.
Masay Turner.
Nice, good job on his part. Keeping his balance there. As he had somebody knocking him down, trying to get him on his, and he was able to stay on his feet and make some good
Looks like
positive
we got
yards.
a first down. Yeah, they're first and goal.
First and goal. Way to move the ball.
Yeah, they're marching downfield now.
Looked like it was going to be really disastrous for them. 2 fumbles on the first 2 plays, and then a big run by the quarterback.
Yeah, when they're that tight, it's very hard for the defense to see that ball. I mean, you could go anywhere. But great defense,
good.
number 11.
Look at this. He broke.
Zamir Cooper.
Oh, wow.
And then 13 with the follow-up. But Zamir Cooper in there very quick off the D-line, it looked like.
Yeah, good penetration on his part. He just couldn't come down with the tackle, though. Let's see what happens here. He shoots the gap right there. Gets in. Look at it. Gets in.
And what a spin.
What a spin. That's correct.
Great spin. I mean, he could have just made, a great run on the outside. But, luckily for the defense, they were there to scoop him up at the end of that play.
Right. The defense stayed home. The rest of the guys stayed there and made sure that they were able to make a play. They rallied to the ball really quick and made a good defensive stop.
All right, you got number 3 in there as a shot caller for Salem, and it's going in that T formation. Quarterback under center. He's getting the handoff.
Oh, there it is,
looks
number
like number
5.
got the call again.
Yeah, Robinson on the carry again.
Robinson Jr.
Yep.
That was number 3 on the tackle. Sahir Roan for Deptford. Great tackle.
All right, let's see it again.
We got our famous HSG network picture-in-picture for everyone.
Yeah, he went right off tackle, and it was good. It was a good tackle. He came from his middle linebacker position to be able to make a play. Good block, good run though. Good yardage. Third down.
Downfield. If you can capitalize, on your first drive, you're setting the tone for the rest of the game.
Yes.
You just got to calm down. Confidence. It's just a confidence booster.
There we go. Another handoff.
Trying to get to the outside.
That's it
Number
back
4,
inside.
and he's cutting it in, and he's in for the score.
Good
That is
job.
number 4, Gerard Bush for Salem. Puts them on the board 6-0 right now. Great run, followed his blocks. Line was blocking.
Yep.
Can't ask for more than that. He found the end zone, cut it in. Great job.
Good job. I mean, the defense was stringing it out. They got him out there, but he saw the crack and managed to cut back inside and get to the end zone, which was a good move. Like I said, once again, at the level you want to see the presence, what they have, what are they seeing as they're running, setting up the blocks. And once again, this kid had some pretty decent vision. He saw that he was able to cut back inside and took it and went straight into the end zone with that play.
See what they come out here. You know, like we saw that last game, they were unsuccessful on 3 extra points in a row. Very crucial to get them. Looks like they're going to go split back. Actually, it's no shotgun and single back in twins right. And the quarterback looks like he's going to keep. He's going to follow his man, and he's going to get in for the point.
Yep, there it is.
There it is,
number 5. Robinson Jr. Again, Robinson on the carry.
Secured the deal. He got that extra point. Crucial.
Right.
Comes down to the end. You need them extra points.
Right,
So we got a replay coming for you, Joey.
All right. See what we get here. This is the touchdown. This is the touchdown run right here by Robinson, right?
Yep.
He just goes off tackle right there. He got some good blocking. Once again, he sees it, strings outside, gets...
Great blocking downfield. Look at all them blocks.
There it is, number 4, gets right into the end zone. Once again, he followed his blockers correctly. You know, I mean,
everyone's got an assignment.
Yeah.
If you do your assignment, you get a touchdown.
It's that simple at all levels of football. You know, if you do your assignment, you should be fine.
Yep.
You know, some guys don't want to do their assignments, and that's why you get blown plays, and, you know, the defense comes up with a big stop or something. But when everybody's on the right page, this is great. I mean, look, they had 2 mishaps with the fumble exchange, and were able to,
Let's complete this 3-peat for KJ. So we got someone pipe. So one of these teams looking like they could go for a 3-peat today, huh? That's great.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, you know, they switched quarterbacks on that drive from number 3 to number 5, so that was pretty good, you know?
Yeah, versatile offense.
Yeah.
You know, you can make the changes. You know, but this looks like we're going to have a great game. It's already on the verge of starting out. Wonderful. 2 fumbles. They recover their own. They pick up the pace. They march downfield, get the score. Now they're kicking off to Deptford. What is Deptford going to bring to the table?
That's what we got to see. Yeah. Oh, look at this.
Wow. Oh, wow. What a start. Mental mistakes. Fumble right there. Salem recovers. They're already offensively warm.
Look at that.
And they got the ball in great field position.
Yeah, that's the one thing. The one thing you don't want to do in the opening drive.
No.
Let's take a look at this again. I mean, it was a pretty decent kick. I mean, the ball was squibbing on the floor. It is a little difficult to handle, you know. Like you said, it's cold out there.
Yeah.
You know, it looked like he really wanted to pick it up rather than
bounced
just
off one guy. His hands got on a little bit.
Rather than looked like he tried to just fall on it, but wow.
That's a heartbreaker.
Yes, it is.
That is a heartbreaker, and that's Gabriel Strada. That usually doesn't happen. I've seen him in a couple games, and great athlete. You know, he'll wipe it off. He'll have he's gonna come back in this game, and he's gonna make a big play.
I mean,
we got a timeout with Deptford right now. We're gonna stay here with you guys.
I mean,
so we've seen Salem march downfield.
Yeah.
Gracefully, they look good after their 2 little mishaps. They get in the end zone, good field position.
I mean, I like in their offense. You know, they got the two quarterbacks that they go back and forth with, and then you got number 4, you know, who came up really big on that touchdown, Bush. You know, so you know you got 3 players on that offense that are really dynamic. I see right now, and you know anything with these guys is possible. You know, I mean, hopefully we see some passing, but you know, Deptford needs to come up with some defense right now.
Yeah,
they need to come up with some defense. So
yeah, and like we've seen in that double wing, how tight they run.
Mm-hmm.
It's so hard, and you notice not only is it tight, they stay tight and they stay low.
Right,
they're hidden behind that line, and you don't know where that ball is going to go. And you know, if you stand up, you stand up on the D line to see. They already got you standing. They get good blocks.
Get good blocks.
They're disguised very well. So it's going to be a lot of discipline. Everyone's got an assignment to do. They might not be tight. All right, quarterback's going under center. He's got I formation.
It's going to take Deptford to get some good penetration on the defensive line to disrupt some of those runs.
Here
we go again.
Lead block.
Oh, good play there by number 23.
Causing havoc to start
that
play
job
off for Deptford. 23, Darius Busby Jr.
Wow, Darius Busby Jr. Great name.
Darius Busby, absolutely. You're going to hear that name later. Darius Busby Jr.
He held his own on the edge there. You know, he made a good
tackle.
play.
He's got some size on him. I mean, he's actually. I mean, he's the biggest guy out there.
Yep.
Right now on that defense.
Look at that. Yeah, he's playing.
They might regret running at him.
They actually
you go to the other side.
Yeah.
You didn't realize Busby's this big.
So let's see what they got that tight formation again. No, they're like
Even
an
their
eye.
linemen are toe to toe. They're staying tight. I formation, single wing. And 5 gets the call off tackle. It's all second effort right there. Little arm tackling isn't going to get the job done.
Nope.
He's finally brought down by 2 defenders out there. Can't see their numbers yet. It looks like 2 and 6. We got 2 and 6 for Deptford. Warren Sharper Jr. and Naheem Johnson on the tackle.
It was a good play. Let's see what we got here. I think it was just like a straight dive that they called here.
Yeah, he's got wiry legs. He
right down the right side. Good blocking on that side.
Yep. Juke.
Good.
Juke.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
He got skinny, made himself get through the line of scrimmage, and then once he got second level, turned his pads, squared his pads away and kept on moving upfield. A couple of stiff arms, really good moves by him.
This is Salem getting this opportunity to get the ball back that quick in the first quarter, and they're just moving the ball. They're controlling the game right now on offense. We got 3rd and 1, and Zero gets the call. He's gonna. I think he got it.
Yeah, it looked like he might have gotten it.
It's going to be close.
Oh.
Yep. He's a little short. Got a big 4th down coming now. This is crucial for Deptford. What do you got?
I mean, you gotta bring some pressure here, right? I mean, we haven't seen the pass. I mean, they're not in the formation where they can pass. You got to bring pressure. You want your defensive linemen and your linebackers to be gap control, right? You got an A gap, you got a B gap, you got a C gap. Everyone's got to be in the gap, and you got to make a tackle. That if you can execute that defensively wise, you should be able to stop this run. Maybe give up the first down, but at least no more than that.
During their double wing, a little wider than earlier in the game. 3 has got the
reverse
call and a reverse, and 2 has got some yards.
Oh boy!
And he's still going down to the 5-yard
Great
line.
move!
Wow! Number 2, Masai Turner, got the call right off the right side of that line and turned possibly a 1-yard gain into 10-yard gain.
Yep. Now you got a 1st and goal. Good call by the coach there to call the reverse. My goodness, that's the last thing I expected. Let's take a look at it again here. I mean, like you said, they were a little further spread apart, so you got
There's the reverse. Look at that block.
Yep, good block out there. He cut it back inside the right way, and then was going to make another good move back inside.
Going in that T formation, quarterback under center, 3 staying in at quarterback.
All right,
he's still
good
going
run.
down. It looks about the 1-yard line.
Down to the 1-yard line.
Yeah.
Yes, he is. That was number 5 with the carry.
Yeah.
Kevin Robinson Jr. again, a little short from another touchdown.
Yeah, you can see, like I said, they're using the 3 backs that they have really well there. So here we go again.
And a quick Gibby.
And he's
Looks
in
like
the end
he's
zone.
in for the touchdown. Yep, there's Robinson Jr. on the carry again. Touchdown.
This this is something that you see here, where they're controlling the line of scrimmage, the Salem offensive line is, and they're just getting some good holes, and they're being able to run through them and get first downs. And you got Deptford trying to get these arm tackles. You need to get the pads on these kids. Some good form tackling would be great right now.
Yeah, and it's just when you watch these games. And, you see the players, but you think about the coaching, how much they put in to get these kids prepared.
Mm-hmm.
It's just constant. It's, 8 years at the youth level and 5-6 months a year getting them prepared for this moment, this game. It's so much work.
Another run. Good block.
Great blocking.
Number 5 on the block. Great block.
I mean,
there.
he just scores the touchdown,
Yep.
and then he goes out there and he does a lead block. They get the extra point. Yeah. So we got a 14-0. Hey, there we go. Hey, you got the refs behind it.
Enjoying a good meal up there.
Hey, you're on. Hey, you're live.
There you go, fellas. All right. Yeah, it was a good block by number 5 there on the conversion.
So we got 14-0 in the first quarter. I mean, that's a quick jump for any first quarter, right now. And, to win the kick and defer, and then you're down, and then you gave up that fumble, it's big right now.
That's
so
right.
They got to turn it around. They need to drive. We haven't seen what they got yet.
Yeah, we saw that first game, where they had a couple of turnovers, the team over there, Melville, and it cost them. It cost them, that the game, basically, because there are too many turnovers. And now Deptford with a fumble here on the kickoff and their opening possession, and they lose it, and they allow this Salem team, which is really good right now.
Yeah. Yeah, they're
the opportunity to score again.
Confident right now. That's what I always love. That when a team comes in and once they get warm and they're confident, you're so coach is confident in his play calling, and the players are confident that he called that play and they executed.
That's correct.
When you got that connection, you just watched them march downfield twice, score 2 touchdowns on their first 2 possessions. Now, Bedford has got to
another
answer
kick
back.
again. Oh,
good job, Estrada, recovering that one. That was number 1 Estrada. Way to recover it. He got it. Coach always says the tuck and roll. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You get down, fetal position and tuck, and he got it that time.
Yeah, that's correct.
Good job.
You couldn't afford another turnover there. Now they have an opportunity to come out on offense. Let's see what they dial up. What kind of offense they bring to the table here, because they need to score here quickly.
Yeah, I mean, they've been sitting. Offense has been. It's going to be a little flat. They need to really pump each other up. They've been sitting for almost the entire quarter. They have one play, possibly one play. So now they got to, get their motors running. Let's warm up. Let's get a good drive.
And you can see that, we're at 2 minutes almost, a little less in this first quarter. Salem's been controlling the ball with the run game. So
they're coming down that T formation right from the start. Number 1 is the shot caller for Deptford.
Yep, good run. Good run, right off tackle. Not bad.
That's our return man. Number 1 is the quarterback. Gabriel Estrada is the shot caller for Deptford. So another athlete. He's on defense. He's on quarterback. He's on kick return. So, one of their main guys.
I mean, it was a good run, by them. That's the way to start. Your first possession. You want to get some positive yards. You want to do something right.
Right. Great run. Zamir Cooper on that run, number 11, puts him in position for 2nd and 8. Second and 3. I'm sorry. 2nd and 3.
There we go. Another run. Good play.
Good defense.
Way to come up by the defense.
Yeah, defense got him basically at the line of scrimmage right there.
Number four from Salem came up and Bush on a really good play there.
Gerard Bush, yeah.
Gerard Bush.
Great job.
He came up and made a good play on that. 27 on the run for
Jonathan Cannon Jr. on that carry. A hard fall. I mean, he had defenders in his face. He got a slight 1-yard gain.
Mm-hmm.
But good job. But they're moving the ball. You got 2 plays with positive yards. Let's get this first down and keep it rolling.
Right. That's the big thing right here. You need to get a first down here. So wing again. The T formation, I should say. There we go. Nice. Good run off tackle. Good job. Way to come up by the safeties. Yes.
Got that first down, though. Julian Cologne. Looks like Julian Cologne, number 3 on that carry to get the first down for Deptford.
And
Turner his lead blocks.
Number two on the tackle with the other kid. I didn't get to see his number.
HSG replay for you, Joey.
All right, here we go. Right off tackle. Good block. Sealed the edge. And there it is, coming up. Good play. Good play there. Now, Deptford, right? We're moving the ball. They got their first down. They see that they can run the ball here. So, it's still early in the game, but you need to come up with some points quickly because we're almost at the end of the first quarter.
For a reason. They are in this championship for a reason, and they're going to show us why. Down by
good run by the
quick.
defense.
Wow,
Look at that.
Defense all over that backfield. 27 had nowhere to go.
All right.
He had 45, 10, 4.
Yep.
Everybody was back there.
And, the defensive end held
Ryan
his.
Brown.
Yep, the defensive end held his edge there.
I'm sorry, Daryl Cabell III was back there. Daryl Cabell III. Yeah, we're about to take a quick break right now. We'll be right back.
End of the first.
Quarter.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, we are back. HSG Network. John Saplinski, Joey Pagan, and Howard Gaber. Deptford got the ball. Down by 14 to Salem. Joey, what you think so far, man? Second quarter?
Second quarter, I think the efforts, got to come up with a big play here. And they need some points early in this second quarter so that they can try to, because that.
Great
good run.
hole, but defense closed it down quick.
Yeah, them linebackers are recognizing and coming up really quick to make a play.
Yeah, that was number 11, Zamir Cooper again. Got the call. Defense just swarmed to that guy. I mean, he had a huge hole.
He did.
And they just closed it down. So that's showing their speed right now.
Yeah, the defense has some really good speed over there, yeah. And, once again, these kids are just going both ways.
Well, yeah, you see 3 and 5 right there. There's your quarterback combo and running back combo, and they were in on that tackle too in that game.
They were both in there, and, they just the hole opens and they're closing it very quickly. I mean, it's still getting 3-4 yards a pop, but, man.
That was always what I was told. The one thing you can't teach is speed.
That's right.
It's you either have it or you
don't.
Or you
that
better have a good knack for the ball.
Mm-hmm.
You can't teach speed.
Now we're in a spread. Look at this. 2 receivers.
Yeah, nice. Quarterback's in shotgun. He's got a single back spread. There it is. Good snap. Estrada drops back. He looks like, he's got
pressure.
a man on him. He looks like he's going to get sacked. Looks like we got number 34 and 6 on 54 and 6. 54.
They're not in order, but that's
and 6.
Josh.
Caden Robbins back there.
And
Jashawn Brown.
Jashawn Brown.
Watch this. We got our sack exchange right now.
Once again, offensive line, I don't know what they did there. I think it looked like that once the defenders got past them, they just gave up on it. Like, they stood around rather than continue to stay on their blocks.
He was gone. I mean, he had one guy. I think it was Robinson got a hand on him.
Right.
And, there was 10 yards between the next guy. And Estrada's not slow.
Right.
So, all right, we got a punt option going on here.
I mean, so getting back to that last play was, the offensive line, I saw that, some of them just stood around after the defender got by them rather than trying to hold their blocks a little longer. I think if they would have held their blocks a little longer, they might have been able to complete a pass there. But
yeah, he was looking downfield.
Yeah, I'm
glad he's got an arm too. I've seen him pass the ball in the past.
I'm glad that they're opening it up. Hopefully that'll help their run because Salem's defense, run defense, has been phenomenal right now. The way the linebackers are flying to the ball and filling gaps is great.
It'll be interesting to see this little bit of a time frame they had off and cool down if they're going to come in just as hot they were these last 2 drives.
Mm-hmm.
And you've just seen the players on defense making huge plays to get them back on offense right now. And here they are. You got a lot of athletes out there today.
Here we go, running again.
Number 2 gets the call. He's fouled his block. He's still going.
Look at
wow.
this. Oh, good spin again. Broke out another tackle.
That was 23 yards.
Look at
23 yards for number 2 for Salem. Masai Turner, 22-yard carry.
Right. Well, I mean, at this level, I thought I was going to see a little more form tackling, but all I'm seeing is arm tackling.
He ran with such high knees on that, too.
Yeah.
I mean, you watch him come through that gap, and his knees are going.
Let's watch here. He gets a good block, cuts it back inside. You got 1-2 missed tackles there. And then
he's 2 guys
stiff arm here. This is the third.
Spin.
Look at that.
Little John Madden spin move there.
So he breaks 3 tackles to be able to get great yardage, So a lot of that came on his part afterwards,
And there's that T formation again. And again, right on the outside, off tackle. Number 5 gets the call, and he's still going 5 yards plus.
Got a flag on the play, too.
Got holding. New offense. Number 45, 10 yards. Replay first down.
All right, we got a holding call, 10-yard penalty, repeat first down. You heard it from the ref. If you notice, the referee is mic'd. Another thing HSG Network is bringing you at home, we are letting the refs communicate with us and you back home.
This way, at least you get to hear the call too. Just like if you're watching the TV, you watch these college games this afternoon or whatever, and you see the ref come down and make the call, and now you know what the penalty was, and if you're trying to learn the game, you can see. Actually what's going on. So it's great.
You got the scoreboard. The clock is on the screen. You got the score. We got the tracker that goes by, gives you the scores from the last game.
And our replays.
We got a little bit of everything for you at home to make it convenience.
Let's see where we get. I got the I formation here. Quarterback stumbles coming off the center. Look at this. Good
way
run.
To run the ball.
All right.
15-yard carry.
Good run by the little guy, number 0 on that. Gills on the on the carry. And, what I saw
Was that
there.
number 6?
Number 0 on the
Zero,
carry.
I'm sorry. Sion Gills with 15-yard carry.
What I saw at the end of the run there was that the defender was trying to get the ball. He tucked it in really tight and held on to it, So, to have the presence of mind at this age, hey, I got to hold this ball because that would have been a big turnover there.
What you're seeing is an offense that's versatile. You've got 3 running the ball. You got 5 running the ball. You just saw 6 put 15 yards on there.
Right.
There was number 0. So, they're giving everyone an opportunity, and they're getting yards.
You got a shotgun
He's following his block. He's going to hit that gap. And
Good job.
Another huge gain.
Good job.
Got his first down.
Yep.
Wow. First down, Salem. They're just very smooth right now. They're in the zone. 6:47 left in the first half.
Right.
And, they're running a flawless offense running game right now.
Yeah. You could see that, the offensive players, he had 2 good blocks on the outside there. He cut it inside, which was great. And the defender was able to make a play after, maybe 4 or 5 yards, even though he still had gotten the first down. But, it was big. It was big. That,
and if you watch these running backs on this team right now their vision. They've all running with this great vision, and they're making the proper cuts. They're finding the right gaps and the right seams, and they're just making big plays after. And here you go. It's closing down. He cuts it in at the last second.
Yep.
That could have been a loss of 1, and he turned it in 4, or possibly 5. But you see how quick that reaction was. They're very fast.
Right.
Can't teach speed.
Can't teach speed.
Can't teach speed.
And the vision, like you said, because he had the presence of mind to cut it back in. And the way he did it, he planted that foot. He put that foot down to get the direction, to change the direction.
Hard plant, cut it back
turn
in the middle.
upfield, yep.
These are a lot of things. We said it earlier today. Some of these things you can't teach.
Right.
Last game, Vanderhook.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's how you say it, right? We got it. Now we don't have his name right here. What was that? Kingsway, our MVP that first game. Ty Vengenak. Can't teach all
Can't
that
teach
abilities.
That's
kid,
correct.
In that Kingsway team.
Very good.
Vengenak. You're going to hear these names in a couple years in high school, a lot of these guys.
Right now, defensively wise, almost had a play there.
Oh, we got a flag.
Yeah, number 25 had some penetration there, and
got hold. We're on fence. Number 45, 10 yards. Replay, second down.
Yeah, we got a holding call.
All right.
And that was a nice tackle down there, number 9 for Deptford, Eric Coleman Jr. and Gabriel Strada on a nice tackle over there.
So they had good penetration, but defensively wise, they're in a 4-man front with 3 linebackers, but their linebackers are not as gifted as the Salem linebackers. Right? They're not reading the hole quick enough and filling it.
Right. When you're running backs this fast,
right,
you really can't take a back step. You have to be very well read, or you have to attack.
Right.
And there's so much speed.
As a linebacker, you should be teaching him you got to read step. He's got to come forward first. And once that window opens, you tell him that's your window. You shoot it, you fill it, and you should be meeting him back there. If it's that wide open, you shoot it and you fill it.
A little bit of change on offense here. Quarterback's going in shotgun, and it looks like they did a little spray. He's got a man open. He hesitated a little bit, a little overthrown.
There was some penetration there, not much, but, it was a
Kevin,
good pass.
It looked like Robinson Jr. was back there in shotgun.
We went 5. It's like a 20-yard pass downfield. That's great. That's with the wind behind them, but still, 20 yards. At this level, I think that's a great thing.
He had an opportunity to get rid of the ball. I don't know why he hesitated, but his man was by himself when he was about to throw it. He held back, and then when he went to throw it, he overthrew it. But he had his man right there. It would have been a possible touchdown. He was by himself.
Right. But like I said, once again, the defensive line has to come up big here. This is 3rd and 15 or 16. You just got to do something here.
Looks like Rayshawn Cheeks at quarterback right now, number 3 in shotgun. That might have been him actually.
Yeah, he was the one.
That was him last play.
Oh, he's going to keep it himself.
He's trying to keep. He's getting hawked by 3. He's turning it up. He's turning it into something here. All right. He's got some yards.
All right. Got a couple of good yards there. He had somebody in front of him in the backfield that almost came up with a play to but he got away from that, and he got positive yards.
4th and 7.
4th and 7 is not so much manageable, but it is a lot better than 4th and 15 again.
Yeah.
So, that he got positive yards out of it. And, this technically you could say it was a manageable 4th down for them. The way they've been running.
they're controlling the running game right now. I mean, their offense is just playing very well. You think they're gonna? You think they, what would you call here?
I'd call another run. I'd call another run.
With that run?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
I mean, they got so many athletes right now. That offense.
There we go.
He's getting a direct snap, and he's going to try to break the out. And that speed, there's that speed, just right to the pylon.
What do we?
You stretch
Look
it.
at this.
He stretched it. Perfect. First down. Wow. Number 2.
Once again,
Number 2.
Great run. I mean,
Masai Turner.
Yep.
Huge game.
He was there. It was the direct snap to him. He just took straight
angle.
up.
Look at this angle right here.
And it was a good block. Good block once again by number 5 on the defensive end to give him the edge. He sealed that block.
When
and
you have that much speed, and a lot of times all you have to tell these young players that are that fast, stretch it. Stretch it until you can't stretch it no more. And he stretched it.
Right.
He had long strides, and then that angle.
Right.
Angle to the pylon. That's what you teach. Stretch, angle to the pylon. Just stretch it to the pylon at that angle. They can't catch you. And look at that gain.
Yeah.
22 yards, or no, 18 yards down there to the 5. He's down to the 5, so it was about 5-10, another 15-yard gain.
And once again, but the fact that everyone is blocking for him, like I said, number 5 on that last play had a great block on the defensive end to give him the edge, and enabled him to get upfield. Because there was nobody out there. Yeah. There wasn't even a linebacker. The corner was run off, so he had everything out there for him to be able to do. But once again, here it is. Like I said, I mean, I'd probably crowd the line just a little bit more, or I would call some blitzes to be able to create some pressure.
Yeah, it's just when you're looking at 2, 3, 5, 6, and you got them all back there,
right?
And you have no idea where this ball's going to go, and every one of these guys is showing they're a weapon.
Correct.
Every one of these guys right now could be the shot. I mean, look, they're all right there. 3-5-0. They're all right there.
That's it.
Anyone could get the call right now in this T formation.
Mm-hmm.
You could do a counter. You can give the gimme. Quarterback could follow him.
Yep.
It's just
Keep
there
it.
he is right up the middle.
Called his own number there.
Called his own play right up the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Quarterback keeper.
Yep. So he was able to get at least 3 yards. Yep. So now we got second and goal.
Oh, yeah, second and goal, right down on the 3-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
T formation again, 3 down under center.
And now you give the ball number 2. Oh, good play.
He's still fighting, and he is down at the 1.
You see, Deptford had some good penetration. He had some good penetration by number 25, but he didn't wrap.
Yeah.
So, he hit him, and that was it. You got to teach these kids, hey,
these guys, you got to get them you got to wrap their legs. You got to stop the momentum. They're fast.
Yeah, I mean, he's hitting them up top, and it's not working. You got to learn to break down and wrap. But he had really good penetration that last play.
Stack in the middle a little bit, and 5 is getting
here we go.
There you just talked
it is.
about it. There it is.
That's what you want to see right now.
There it
that's
is.
what you want to see from
right
your
at the
defensive
1 inch
line.
yard line. Now that's what I love.
Yep.
Defensive stance. You just said it. They got penetration.
They just
Didn't
haven't
wrap.
been.
Now he wrapped, and look at that play.
That
was beautiful.
That's right. That's what you want from your defense. That's what they need.
I think there was possibly Julian Cologne possibly on there, or 23. It was between Busby. Might have been Busby. It was Busby's side, but it looked like Cologne was close to there too. Great defense, man.
Right.
That's what you want.
You want one
Make
more
them work
play.
for that.
You want one more play here. I think it's 4th down. You need one more play to get out of here without giving up any points. But I'm calling right now. I'm going to stretch it.
Because pylon.
I don't know about. Well, I think I'm going to stretch it.
They might have got him.
You got that ball. Encroachment. Defense. Half distance goal. Still 4th down.
Still 4th down. Half the distance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, they
about
barely.
4 inches,
They can sneeze to move the ball up a little bit. That's as far as they can go with it. They can't go any further than that.
Yeah,
so.
You got 1:40 to go. Salem knows, hey, we want this score. We want to go in the second half. We want to go there just like last game. Three-score lead.
That's right. Now I can say that you could probably get that push here, but we'll see what they come up with.
5. It looks
Handoff.
like 5, and I think he's in.
They held.
Wow.
Great
They
job.
stop him at that goal line.
Great job.
Amazing defense for Deptford.
Haywood Anderson on the
yard
stop.
line. Wow. Who made that tackle?
Number one,
Number
Haywood.
one.
Haywood Anderson. I mean, really, that was great.
Well, it'd be Deffer over here. That would be Gabriel Estrada.
Yeah. Gabriel Estrada, okay.
Gabriel Estrada.
Nice.
Stopping a touchdown at the 1-inch yard line.
Well, let's go.
Wow. And you know, we said earlier, when he had that muffed punt, he's going to make a big play later
come
on.
back, yeah.
Look at that play right there.
That was big
I mean,
for them.
you can erase that muffed punt in the beginning, and then this play right here.
Yep.
Amazing. I mean, you don't see too many 1-inch yard line stops.
Yeah, he's got his friends shouting him out,
He's
Mr.
got his fans.
Estrada.
Now he's going right there at quarterback.
Right underneath 10, and let's see what he comes up with here. Ball's on
this
that.
This is the challenge now. You're in the end zone. So, you know, they're going to send the heat.
You know everybody's coming on this play here.
He's going to try to keep
push
He's
out.
Trying to get out.
No, he got out.
All right, second down.
Wow. That's dangerous.
Very dangerous. You know, something like that, you know, you might want to go on 2. You might want to
change the count.
Get a little bit stacked to one side and direct run to the outside or something. Just get out of that end zone.
Right. Because, I mean, you give up a safety here. It's terrible. And once again, you know, the clock is running. We're under a minute.
Under a minute in the
under
first
a minute
half.
in this first half.
This
and
game is moving right along.
Yeah.
Yeah, no timeouts, and you know, it's been mainly a running game, and just clock has been just rolling.
I would have called a timeout here and get the right play in. I mean, you don't, like I said, you don't want a safety. Well,
we got something here. With
Full start. Got a dead ball. Full start. Offense. Head to distance. Still second down.
Second down. False start on the offense. Not what you want right now in the position you're in.
Right.
28 seconds left in the half. They need a big play here. One, just to get away from the end zone.
Yeah, I mean, now you want to just get out of the end zone without you know.
Yeah, no safety.
No safety.
No fumbles. A touchdown for the other team. Just get us out of here.
All right, still in the center. All right, good run.
Okay, all
way
right.
to get out the end
Get it
zone.
out to the 4-yard line, possibly 3.
That's room.
Looked like they brought the big back in. I think they brought in.
Couldn't see who was that on the carry.
Was that 23 on that, Busby?
Might have-
11. Okay.
11, number
I was
11.
getting a little confused there. It's gonna. I think we got another timeout. That was the number 11. That was a Zamir Cooper. Got him out of that tight situation.
Yep.
Yeah, Salem took a timeout right now. So we got a big third down coming up for them, 3rd and 6.
I mean, he was able to just get a few yards and get them out of the end zone to give them some breathing room, right? I mean, you know, you don't, like, once again, you didn't want to give up the safety, so hopefully, you know, you don't have a bad exchange here. You know, you can get a first down and keep the chains moving, but you know, you only got 20 seconds. So you're either going to go for it or you're just going to try to maintain possession without giving up any more points in this half.
Yeah, it's going to be, you know, there's not a lot of time. I mean, it's going to be hard. I mean, they got to pull some strings to get that first down, number one. They do have the punt option if they do not get it.
Right.
Take the punt option and then just try to go revamp for the second half. You know, give a little pep talk. You know, talk about what we've been doing wrong, what we can do better. You know, but, you know, 14 is a lot better than 18.
That's right. I mean,
know, that stop is a beautiful stop because you're in range right now still.
Right. I mean, you're still one play away from, even right here, if, you know, missed tackle, you get out, and you can score a one-possession game. Right now it's 2 possessions. That's not bad for the second half to come up for them. Let's see what we got here again.
A little.
Oh, here it is. That's what we said. There's a fumble.
I think Salem got the ball and a touchdown. Wow. Wow. It was a very hesitant offensively ran play. He hesitated for the handoff for the hole. Somebody hit him. That ball came out, and now you resulted in that touchdown. Salem got that score.
Salem got the score they were looking for, yeah. And, you know, the young man on the recovery, that Gerard Bush was on the recovery, which was great. And this is what we were just saying, right? You don't want any mistakes here. You want to maintain possession with the ball. You don't want to, you know, bad exchange or anything or fumble. possibly give up 6 points or safety. The worst scenario was the touchdown, and that's what they gave up here.
Wow, great defensive play. You know, they were fighting very hard to get out of there. I mean, the ball was on the 1-inch yard line, and it was 3 plays down, got them up to the 4-yard line, and then 3-yard line, 4-yard line, and then defense for Salem just came up big and scored.
And if I'm Salem here, I'm trying to score. I'm not looking to.
Quarterback in shotgun, looks like he's going to keep it and try to stretch it out and cut it.
There he is.
It looks like he's in for the extra
Extra point, I'm saying. Yes, you're right. The 2-point conversion, yeah.
That was number 2. Masai Turner again gets the call to keep it and go. So we got a 21-0 ball game. We got a replay coming for you. Let's check this out. This is the big stand-up, Joey.
Yeah, quarterback's making sure everybody's right. Let's see what happens. See the exchange first of all.
There's going to be a miscue right here. He's going to stop.
Right. Yeah, I don't know if he didn't have possession of it or number 4 himself might have hit the ball out.
Gerard Bush.
We we don't have all those, we don't have that great camera angle, but it could have been that he just didn't have possession. Yep. Yep, there it is. Number 4 with the hit and the recovery on that
Gerard Bush.
Yep,
gets the
he
the
did
big
it all
hit,
himself.
The forced fumble,
right?
And the fumble recovery touchdown.
For a touchdown, yeah.
That's good. That's good for the bio.
There it is.
Good for the highlight tape. You're gonna go home, put that on Facebook tonight.
That's right.
HSG Network on YouTube. You can get all the highlights immediately. You can rewind it right now and get your highlights.
That's correct.
That's what's Instagram. Yeah. Well, the coaches and dads, they're on there. And
everybody's going to be posting that.
Show everyone in the world these highlights, and that's what's great about it. Instant. You got them instantly.
That's correct. Let's see what we get here. Nice kick here. Let's see. Oh, no. Little squib.
Bouncer.
Oh,
wow.
No.
Out of bounds. Almost recovered by Salem right before it went
almost.
out of bounds. 13 seconds to go.
Wow. How big that would have been if Salem would have recovered that.
And I wouldn't rule against they couldn't possibly do something in 13 seconds. I mean,
right.
They're just got so much speed, and, they're really controlling this game now. 1,000 views. HSG Network, we appreciate everyone at home chiming in. Keep it up. If you want to do a shout-out to someone, one of your cousins, your grandsons, or the cheerleaders out here, everyone's out here. We appreciate all the love.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's good for them. They go home and see that, and it's a nice surprise.
And, once again, also, we want you guys to also subscribe to the channel. That's what we want. We want all those. Yeah, we'll be back here tomorrow.
The national championships tomorrow.
Yeah, and you can watch some more great football. And let's see what they come up with now. I mean, really. Are they going to just try to run this clock out, or
going in that T formation? It looks like quarterback's going straight under center. Line looks good. Everyone's lined up. What do we got? Little dive.
Good run.
The big back, number 11, gets the call again for Deptford. That is Amir Cooper. He's a big running back.
He is a big running back.
He runs, parallel to the ground, shoulder down. I mean, he's a downhill runner. He gets yards pretty much every time, and that's going to end the half right now. Salem 21, Deptford 0, Sophomore Tri-County United Football League Championship. Joey, anything before we leave?
I just tell you right now, the Deptford defense has to step up the second half, and offense needs to come up and do something also. But Salem, great first half. Way to capitalize on the mistakes, and I'm looking forward to the second half.
Absolutely. I am too. We'll be right back. HSG Network. All right, we are back. Bridgeton, New Jersey, HSG Network bringing you Tri-County United Football League. I am John Saplensky with Joey Pagan and Howard Gaber. We're on our second game today. Joey, Deptford and Salem, 21-0 Salem right now. It's getting ready to start the second half. What's your recap from that first half?
Salem's got a lot of speed. They got kids who are really dominant offensively and defensively. Same group of boys. These four guys there that are doing everything that they need to do. Deptford really needs to come up defensively wise and do something to be able to stop that run. But, offense, we got to see what they come up with. Here we go. Good kick.
Got the kick here. Oh, it's going to go 10 yards. It's got the hop. He got it.
Okay,
I give him a lot of credit holding on to that ball.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a gutsy, the ball with four guys in your face, and he held on to it.
Good move by him. He was able to hold on to it.
All right, so it's going to get Deptford some good field position here.
Yes.
Not bad at all.
Let's see what the coaches came up with at halftime for adjustments. Once again, to be able to stop the speed on the defense is something else. Speed kills, literally. And Salem has that speed at this moment. They're coming through with everything. It's like I said, once the linebacker sees the hole and that window, as you taught, you shoot that gap, and they're shooting it and they're filling it.
Yeah.
Really
like we
quick.
were talking about, earlier, misdirection and counters could slow this defense up.
Yeah.
You really want to get them going with a flow, maybe with a fake jet and counter off it.
Here we
Number
go.
11,
Spread.
Big back gets the call
Oh,
again. He
good
cuts
run.
it.
Good
Wow,
cut
like
back.
a bowling ball right there. He held on to him, though.
Yep. Right? So here he is. He got about 4 yards, 3-4 yards on that carry.
Yeah, Cooper hit the hole pretty. He's a big back.
Right.
We said that earlier. He's a big back. He's got size. And you know what? I mean, that cut, another kid where, he's going on that outside. He stop on a dime and cut it
back
the
the middle.
Yeah.
Yep. But once again, what you saw was offensively, we spread them out. We spread them out so that we make one guy have to make a tackle as opposed to having 2 or 3 in the box who are quick enough to make that tackle. So, we're forcing one guy to play defense now by pushing him out. And if we run the ball up the middle, he's got to make that play. Because the offensive line is
blocking. If you're running against, one guy with speed, it's one thing. You game plan against this one guy.
Here we go
gets
again.
the call again. Nice run. He's still
Good run.
going.
Way to run the ball.
Downhill runner. He's
Look
a downhill
at this.
runner. He's close to the first down. Cooper's, he's warmed up, and, he's going to take a
First
leadership
down.
role right now, and he gets the first down.
Good run. Once again, you see, like I said, he spread them out again. It's good adjustment. You're making one guy have to make a play now. That you got your middle linebacker in there by himself. Offensive line is coming up with some pretty good blocks there. He's recognizing the blocks, cutting off that, and then getting second level. And now it's one guy. He's a big kid. One guy trying to bring him down. It's not easy. By the time they do the rest of the defense there, by the time
halftime adjustment.
By the time the rest of the defense there, he's already got 6 yards, 7 yards. That's all you need. Each carry, 6-7 yards. You're good. You're moving the ball. And
I agree. I agree very much with that. And, I would love to see them get their first great drive. And, again, spread it out. Quarterback is given a little distance and shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
Totally different from the first half. There's a motion right there, and there's the counter.
There's the counter.
There's the motion, and there's the counter.
Good move.
That's what we're just talking about. That much speed. Great play calling.
Mm-hmm.
They've got so much speed. Motion, counter, misdirection. Wonderful. Another big game.
And then you got this young man here, right? He's a big tank. This kid is a big tank. He's got some nifty feet there. He's got some good footwork. He stopped on a dime, cut back, and got field.
He's at Coop could be playing on the line with his size.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
he's in that backfield, but he's moving the ball. And that downhill bowling ball runner.
Yep.
He lowers the shoulder. He's strong.
Yeah.
He's a big back.
And once again, so here's the adjustment. We're spreading them out. We're forcing them to have to play defense, with one guy in the middle now, right? They were coming with a little pressure. Look, showing pressure again here maybe.
There's
All right.
another motion. This time he's dropping back, and he's letting it go.
Oh,
wow. Great
way to
defense.
come up. Good defense.
Number 4. What do we got over there? Gerard Bush.
Mr.
That's
Bush.
our Mr. Defensive touchdown and sack.
Yeah,
a fumble, forced fumble recovery touchdown.
Yeah, that's right.
And there he is with a big tackle.
Right, and what you see here, let's watch the replay again. They're trying to get a block on him, but he gets off his block right away, comes upfield, and makes a great form tackle. Let's watch here again. Right? Okay, we got the motion that comes over. Receiver takes a step back. No,
Look at that read.
Right.
Look at that read.
Great
He stays
read.
low, wraps, and drives.
Good instincts. That's what you want to see. Good instincts by a corner. And it comes up really quickly and makes a play.
They're
Physical.
a very physical player.
Yeah. Let's see here now.
Staying in shotgun, good snap, and there's Cooper again, fighting for some
This
yardage.
time they got all over him this time.
Yeah, going to get them down to that 4th down.
Right. They got a little more penetration this time from the defensive line. He got a body on him, really early in the carry, so he wasn't able to get a full head of steam to get downfield. But, so once again, now, Salem's defensive line has to come up big. They have to play big here. It's 4th and about, 7, or, and we'll have to see.
We saw them try to just pass, just now completed in a huge tackle by Bush. They've had some big games with Coop. I would think, and there they are, they're going to go on the spread, look for that pass. If you've been passing and you need a guaranteed first, you got to try to get downfield a little bit. The run could work, get you in some position, but you need a first down right now. No motion, he's dropping back, good call. Let's see what they got.
Over the middle, interception.
Man, interception.
By number 5.
Number 5. That's quarterback / running back, now linebacker, and he might go all the way.
He's going to go all
the way. It
the
looks
way.
like he's getting hawked down, and he's in for a touchdown. Salem gets the touchdown.
Wow. Great.
Kevin Robinson Jr. with a 70-yard almost touchdown interception to put Salem up 27-0 right now in the 3rd quarter with 5:51 to go.
Yeah.
What a read. Now, you just talked about the athleticism and the reading of a tackle, and then this guy reading that interception and just taking it around the right side all the way for a touchdown.
Yeah. I didn't see whether the quarterback even tried to look off the receiver or the defender there. But, I mean, whether he had space, we'll see the touchdown in a little bit. Let's get over this. But that was a great read by him.
And to speak, volumes about this team. Earlier we seen somebody chime in and say, let's go 3-peat. We weren't sure
who they were referring to,
and now we know.
No,
this Salem team is going for a 3-peat, 3-time champion in a row, and you're seeing why. I mean, this athleticism out here right now at this sophomore division, outstanding.
He's
trying to cut it up in the middle. Got a lot of guys on him. And
much better defense this time.
Yeah. Held on, and they cleaned it up. But they did stop the extra point. 27-0 right now. What can't they do right now?
Right. Let's watch this interception, this pick 6, how they get it back here. Let's see.
This is definitely for the highlight reel.
He's out here on the slot receiver, so I don't know if, that was the intended receiver. But I know he threw the ball to the middle of the field, so he drops back, he reads.
He's reading. Look at them eyes. He's reading the whole time.
He undercut that ball really well. That's what you want, right? You got to see safety over the top. He undercut it. It was underthrown too, the ball, but wow.
He was. When you see his body language on that, and he never took his eyes off the quarterback, but his hands were seeing the other direction. He felt that receiver without looking. And he read it, and it just resulted in a 70-yard touchdown. Outstanding.
Great defense. These kids are really good over here. I tell you, this Salem team is something else. Like we said, the speed that they have, the amount of speed that they have, and the talent in those 5 guys.
And you can build around it.
Yeah.
When you have that much talent and athleticism, I always say you could take a mediocre player and put them with extra talent, and they all become extra talent.
Yep.
It's just the way it is.
Yeah, pick 6, KJ. You're right.
Darius Serrence, he just kicks in. William Gray.
Sheesh. He is right.
Sheesh.
There we go. We got a kickoff here. All right. Good run.
Good return.
Good return by number 0.
Kyrie Wilson. Nice return.
Good job. Good job.
All the way inside the 40. Great job. In a game like this, you see it's getting stretched away in the points. But you know what? Finish strong. You're moving up some of these kids to the junior level, and just go out there and try to get that first score. Do something positive before the end of the game. Right now, you got nothing to lose, giving your best effort, and that's what the coach needs to do. Keep them in the game. Hey, let's keep fighting.
That's it. You want those kids to keep fighting for themselves, for each other. You understand? So that this way, it builds the morale. That that for the next year and stuff like that coming on forward. And some of them, you said, will be moving up, and they won't be with this team next year, but. Yeah. still, they really need to score here and come up with some points so that they can do something.
Yeah, I like that they're staying in the spread formation. You know, it really helped them, and they had their best drive with it. You know, unfortunately, with the interception, but you know, there's a nice stretch. It's a cut in.
Yeah, he cut it
a little
in
bit
too
too premature on that cut in, and just a gang of baby blue jerseys waiting.
He had a couple of blocks outside. He just needed to stretch it just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Should have stayed outside a little bit more. He might have gotten more yards out of that. He obviously got 1 yard, which is not bad out of it, but still.
You know, but the adjustment is the main thing. They adjusted, you know.
Yeah, it's just they didn't really do well on that. He should have kept going, but he stopped.
See what they got for us now. They got to get in the end zone.
Salem looks like they're going to come with more pressure again. Yep, they
Good
do.
snap again. He's going up. Little loafer. Comes down with it. A little, about another yard, maybe 2 yards on that.
Good pass. You know, okay, good catch.
That was 27 on the catch. He did complete that. It's Jonathan Cannon Jr.
I mean, you know, if he puts a little less on the ball and he doesn't have to go up for it, he may catch it in stride. He may get the first down. He may be able to get upfield and off to the races. But he had to stop, jump for the ball, and then turn and run. So
it's all about the release. You know, if you release high, the ball's going to go high. You got to come ear level and straight. That pointer finger. Got to teach that finger, pointer, and thumb down at the release and bring that pass down.
So that pass, that pass was a bit high. You had to go up.
They're confident. They're staying in it. So if they can get warm and get that motor running, get a couple scores on there. You know, the spread is perfect right now. It's slowing up the defense at least.
Mm-hmm.
And
they still coming with practice.
Snap.
Good tackle.
Big sack. Is that 54 again? There's 54. He's having a great game. Let's go over there on your side. You got Deshaun Brown with a big sack.
Great
It's a defensive tackle dinner right there.
That is correct.
Sack. That's his payday.
Mm-hmm. He came off. I think he's playing defensive end. Actually, looks like.
Yeah, it does. It looked like he came in. I mean, he is on defensive end right now, but great play.
Yeah, once again, the offensive line just did not hold their blocks, especially now if you're trying to pass the ball, you want to be able to hold your blocks a little longer. That's, you just got to tell them, hey, hold your blocks 2 seconds, 3 seconds, give me some time, and that's it.
Yeah, he is at stand-up defensive end.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to keep my eyes on him now. I want to see us coming off that edge. Great. Estrada is going to roll out to the left, and he's going to let it go.
Good pass. Good try.
Yeah, little overthrown to the left, but good effort. And great blocking to give him a little time.
Right.
They were back there.
Yep.
They were back there, but the blocks were picked up.
Yep, the Salem defense got back there, but, they picked them up. They picked up the blitz and everything, and it was a good pass, but, uh-oh.
Got that ball, legal formation on the offense. That penalty's decline. Turnover on down.
Oh, wow. Turnover on down.
Formation declined.
Wow, look at that.
Here we go. 3:02 left in the third quarter. 27-0. Salem is leading Deptford.
And they got the ball back now.
And they got the ball back
with really good field position. So we have to see, what Deptford's going to do as far as defense-wise, right? Like I said, they really need to come up with some pressure. They need to dial up some pressure here. I mean, they had a good goal line stand.
Yeah, best defense
yeah.
drive for them against the drive.
Up until that pick six. But, listen, they need that kind of defense again. They need the little tenacious linebackers. See here, now they look like they're coming with more pressure.
Quarterbacks going under center. They're staying in that T formation, disguising their runs, and looks like Zero's getting a call behind 2 blocks. Good defense taking them down. I got about 4 yards.
Yeah, not bad.
That was Sion Gillis.
Yep.
With the carry.
Yeah.
Got 4. Yeah, we're going to get ready to do rosters on a little bit of these sophomore teams here.
Do that one. So we'll no, thank you. We'll see what the defense go on here. See if they can come up with another big play. It's 2nd and long.
4's getting the call around the outside. Oh, he's got a great cut up to. He found a seam. He's got only himself to beat at this point. He's got some wheels. He's going all the way, and he's in for the score. Gerard Bush, Mr. Defense, a touchdown, just added a huge huge 55-yard touchdown run. I'm going to go through the Salem roster while we have a chance. Right now, it's going to put them up at 33-0. Let's see. We got number 2, Masai Turner. 5, Kevin Robinson Jr. 0, Zion Gillis. 6, Caden Robbins. 4, Gerard Bush. 3, Ryshawn Cheeks. 61, Ashard Johnson. 10, Daryl Cabell III. 51, Omari Parsons. 54, Deshaun Brown. 45, Kwasi Barr. 90, Demir Bundy. 8, Javion Saggs. 9, Keyshawn Johnson. 18, Jamari Parsons. 1, Haywood Anderson. 14, Isaiah Thomas. 13, Rashad Lusby. 66, Jeremiah Brown. 21, Jashawn Hubbard. 46, Jamal Hall. 18, Dwayne Evans. And 12, Kershawn Johnson.
Oh, and we got a roll out here by the quarterback. Oh,
he's letting it go. He's got his man.
Great
catch. Completed the 2 points. And that was your Salem Rams sophomore roster I just went over. And real quick, I'm going to go over your Deptford sophomore.
That was a good rollout. He tripped for the beginning of the play. He tripped over his own foot there.
Yeah,
looked like he was going to go down.
And he was confident enough to let it go.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Deptford sophomore roster: 0, Kyrie Wilson. 1, Gabriel Estrada. 2, Warren Sharper Jr. 3, Julian Colon. 3, Sahir Roan. 4, Zakir Alexander. 5, Alex Hardy. 6, Naim Johnson. 7, Taj Johnson. 8, Paxton Jones. 9, Eric Coleman Jr. 10, Tyseer Brown. 11, Zamir Cooper. 13, Zaid Burgess. 14, Kevin Scott. 15, Adrian Pierce Gant. 17, Malik Barnes. 18, Ryan Gooding. 21, Elijah Holmes. 22, Caleb Richardson. 23, Darius Busby Jr. 24, Darnell Red Jr. 25, Austin Herbert Roberts. 27, Jonathan Cannon Jr. 28, Ricardo Perez. 44, Carmelo Brown. 45, Lion Brown. 65, Thomas McClernon. 72, Shannon Kolinoski. And that is your 2023 Deptford Spartans sophomore roster.
Yeah, they're deep on their roster, but they need
20. You only got 22 players on Salem, but it's a lot of athletes.
A lot of athletes,
and that's what it takes. At these younger levels, I mean, you got speed is what wins games.
Great kick.
Usually.
He muffed that again.
Yeah, he got by him. He picks it up. He's going to try to go. It's 27.
Ooh. Well,
that's Jonathan Cannon Jr. on the return.
Not a bad return.
A couple yards.
Yep.
Could have been worse. The ball was on the ground.
Yep. Yeah, he could have gone.
So we got 2 minutes to go in this third quarter, and we're going to be entering the fourth. And you could pretty much say, the Salem has got this game in the bag. It's not over. We would like to see Deptford maybe get that one good drive.
Yep.
A little morale boost at the end of the day, and go home with we got to score.
Yeah, I mean, some of the you don't want these you don't want these moral victories, but at this level, I guess some of it is good for the kids, to be able to get something done positive.
Yeah.
If you want to start with a first down, you want to completion, a good pass, and then maybe a big run, and then build from that, keep going from there. But the defense for Salem is like just something else, and we're back to this tight formation.
I mean, you look
again.
where they're lined up, and you got Bush, and you got what is it, Gardner? What is it, 5? On the same side, Robinson Jr. and Bush over there on that left side with that much speed, and it's like, how do you get on the outside when these guys can close down 5 yards in less than a second? They're just closing down gaps.
And they've shown it. They've shown that they can get out there. Just because you manage to get to the outside doesn't mean that you're going to get outside.
Yeah.
They're going to chase you down. And their speed is just something else, which is phenomenal. And once again, it definitely goes back into this tight formation, helping Salem again, being able to play defense right there in the box and not have to worry about it. But, I mean, I guess you got to go with what you know, right? The passes hasn't been working for them. So
going in that T formation, quarterback is going back under center. Got away from that. They had that spread. 27 gets the call. He's going to cut it in. Nice little move there.
Good move.
Cannon Jr. again.
Right.
And it brings you back to saying that, they're on the verge of a three-peat. And when you come to a big game, and you always realize when you've been at the big game, you understand what it takes at the big
Right.
game.
That is correct.
Experience, that exposure, understanding what we need to do to put this. Hey, that looks like the third quarter
It's
alarm.
over.
is
Look at
going
that.
on. Look
Wow.
at that. Interrupted me. Third quarter alarm. That brings us through 3 quarters.
Yep.
And I think we're going to go to a commercial break. We'll be right back in a few minutes.
There are a lot of different reasons why you should buckle your seatbelt when you're in your truck, like making it home safely to your loved ones, taking pride in your job as a professional driver, or following the law to stay safe. Always remember to buckle up when you're in your truck, and ask any passengers you might have riding with you to do the same. It doesn't matter how many years you've been trucking or how far you need to drive. Buckling up keeps everyone safe on the road. Learn more at www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
All right, we're back. HSG Network. I'm John Saplensky, Joey Pagan, and Howard Gaber. Fourth quarter action.
Another good
Deptford
run.
Spartans with the ball. Trying to get that possible one last drive to get in the end zone, Joey.
Right.
You know, it's been a tough game right now. The Salem team, we learned, you know, are fighting for possibly their 3rd consecutive championship at this level. And it's showing, you know, the way they're coming out here.
Tells you something about the organization and what they do with these kids, that you're going for your 3rd championship is amazing.
Yeah.
And, you know, you got Deptford having trouble offensively and defensively, but then you got these amazing group of boys over here where you got 4 of them that are like really super athletes and, you know, doing everything all over the field, offensively, defensively, as defenders filling the gaps really quick, closing down on running backs and receivers and making big plays on offense, the same exact thing. So we got another T4 wing formation is spread. Oh, good run.
It looked like Coop again getting the call.
Yeah.
Coop putting his work in today. No matter what the score is today, Coop has been rolling down some yards.
Yeah,
He's a downhill runner. I call him a bowling ball when I seen him during the season because he lowers the boom. And what happens when you put a bowling ball on a hill? It's a bowling ball or a downhill runner.
Take all them pins out of the way, and you're going to be moving upfield. And once again, you got the sticks moving again. You know, so this is what you want to do. Like I said, you want to build. You know, first down. So we got our first down. You want to let's complete another pass, if anything, or get another first down and continue moving downfield, and build on these things. You know, let's see. All right, good mixed action.
Counter action.
Yep. Yeah, it was a good counter. Got a couple of yards once again. Positive, right? You know, you want to stay positive, and you know, we're not sure if, you know, defensive-wise, I mean, with 22 players, you're not really subbing in too many guys.
No.
You know, with this lead, you're going to pretty much have to go with who you got. So,
yeah,
you know,
you got 22 players, and you know, at this level, I mean, at that age, you couldn't get me off the field either. I wanted to play guard and center and defensive tackle, and then coach let me go on special teams.
Right.
So, I mean, you can at this age.
Right. Yeah, of course.
Fine to me. Usually, it happens all the way until college.
Yeah, full of energy.
Yeah, it's just even in high school. You know, because at that point, a coach's job is to coach, and you put your best 11 out there.
Yep.
And that's your job.
All right, let's see what they come up with now. 2nd and 8. Oh.
Yep, you can't have
look at this.
54 again.
You're not fooling
the
that
big
kid.
man, Jay Sean Brown again in the backfield. I
Yep.
mean, he's a force coming off that defensive end spot.
Yes, sir.
All day long, he's got size, he's got speed, even got hand.
He's got hands, yeah.
If you watch him play, I mean, he did a couple Reggie White moves out there.
Yeah.
The hand came up, and he did the swim move, and he did the push off. I mean, they're fundamentally being taught. This is sophomores. These
Correct.
kids are like, what is it, 10 years old, 10 and under? Yeah, so, I mean.
Timeout going over here.
Oh, here we go, timeout.
We'll take a break.
Looks like we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, we're back. HSG Network, fourth quarter action. Salem 35, Deptford 0 right now. Salem looking with 6 minutes to go, trying to capture their third straight title. HSG Network here live at home. If you're in, chime in. We're here bringing you the best of the Tri-County United Football League action. Down the freshman game, Kingsway 18 over Holly City Millville, 18-0. And right now, like I said, 35-0 on our sophomore game. Joey, action-packed, man.
Action-packed.
Saturday morning, now in the afternoon.
Yes, this Salem team is really fast. I like them. I like what I'm seeing. The kids are really smart on defense, reading all their keys.
Nice snap. Quarterback Estrada's dropping back.
Oh.
He's got a couple guys. Way to get away. Again.
Man.
He had a man there, but he had a lot of guys in his face.
He did have a man, but he could have stepped up and kept running. If he would have just kept the ball, he could have gotten a few yards out of that. I don't know why he turned back around and tried to pass. I'm just saying, if he would have kept running, he would have been all right.
Yeah, young.
Yep.
They're young, they're learning, developing. And, when you see guys like 54 in your face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right.
And he's been making some great plays on defense, And, 4 guys around you, you're gonna have panic mode sometimes.
Right.
You're going to make a not-so-good call. Best thing, though, no interception, no fumble. They got the ball.
Right.
But unfortunately, they're going to take that punt option now.
Yep, and turn the ball over on downs. And it's just they haven't been able to come up with anything offensively. Just a few really good runs by our man Coop there. Hats off to him that he's still out there running. And he's out on defense, playing defense also.
Yeah,
and
he's a big kid.
That
good athlete. He's doing the best he can right now. Trying to lead by example and running hard, and and that's what you want. You need leaders to lead. That's why leaders are called leaders. You keep leading, and you keep trying to get the rest of the guys pumped up and keep the morale up.
Mm-hmm.
35. It's hard to keep your morale up right now. You work so hard to get to a championship. Yeah. We all been there. 35-0 right now, and just to play at a high level, just keep it going.
And here, Salem, the offensive line is so cool. Pointing out their guys that they got to block. They know who they got to cover. Look at this.
It's going to take, cuts it in.
Good move.
Good move.
Yep. Couple of yards there.
We got second and 5.
Second and 5.
Nothing, it was just basic. That's what they're doing.
Yep.
They're just running that ball. Right now, coach is like, hey, maybe we're going to keep it inside tackle. Let that clock just run down. We got 5 minutes.
Right.
We don't need no big play right now.
Deptford's defense has been coming up. They've been able to make the plays.
And we ain't seen the double wing. We ain't seen them come out in it yet. I don't think we've seen them in it yet. And 2 gets the call. What a nice cut up the middle off tackle. And he's still going. And a great spin.
Good stiff arm. Oh, nice.
Wow.
He hit the juke button on that one. Oh, boy.
That was 17-yard carry for a Masai Turner.
Yeah, look at that.
17 yards.
Great run on his part. This Deptford defense, they're done. They're trying their best to make a play, and they can't bring this kid down. His stiff arm, he's got some long arms. He gets him out there and really uses it.
You notice again, like that cut, that stop on a dime and cut it back in. We got a holding call, bringing him back.
Yeah.
Yep. Here we go. So that's a little help for Deptford to keep him away from that end zone. Wow, bring him back quite a bit. Okay.
All right.
So now we got a 2nd and 15. It looks like.
Yeah, we got double sticks working there. I mean, it helps the defense out, but still, once again, we missed a bunch of tackles here that last play, and we didn't. We was able to get out there. So, you gotta want to make some plays. These kids gotta want to come up and make a tackle. Once again, I still feel that they're sitting back too much and allowing the offensive line to get second level and get some blocks. See, showing here now looks like we're gonna press now more, but
got shotgun split backs. Looks like 0. Is getting the call.
Mm-hmm. He's still fighting for yards. Look at this kid moving his feet. Wow. That is
great. Got about 7-yard gain.
Yep, that is great.
That's Sion Gillis again with the carry. And you're giving Gillis and you're giving Robinson Jr. and then you're getting Turner and Bush. All 4 of these guys have been getting the call, and it's just been a productive day for them.
Right, and not one back has really stood out as much, but they're all contributing, which is great. That they can all contribute in this manner. with the ball running offensively and some even defensively. So, It's just Denver's defense. It's got to come up with a stop here. It's 3rd and 8. Let's see what they can come up with.
Staying in that double wing.
Yep. Let's see what happens here.
I think we got the running back moved a little bit there.
Step ball. Full start. Offense. 5 yards. Still 3rd down.
Okay, so, bringing them back a little bit, making them work a little extra. We got 3 minutes to go.
All right, well, the penalty just stops the clock, which is, good for Denver. And now they start to roll it. It's good. It's good for Denver to, have it. But now Salem got the clock moving again, under 3 minutes. I'm not looking for anything major, just simply run the ball here.
That's probably why they're staying in that double wing, because they're going to stay inside them tackles. They did have a big run. It was called back with holding, but, the running back found a great seam and he took it. But, yeah, they're staying in that double wing. It's a respectable thing to do, stay inside the tackles, let that clock drain right now. And it shows good sportsmanship, too.
Yep. Let's see, they're showing pressure again by the defense. Let's see what happens here. Oh.
It's always at the end. little things. Games coming to that final.
That ball encroachment. Defense, 5 yards, still 3rd down.
Not bad. The defensive line trying to make something happen here, right? Trying to guess the count so they can get a big play. All right, so, we get to see what we can get here. So,
just about 2 minutes left in this game. And, hats off to Salem. They came very prepared, very well coached.
Yeah,
they were in a 3-peat, something to be very proud of as an organization. Small town, very small town. You're in and you're out of Salem.
Reverse. Oh, okay, good defense. Good defense by number 27. Good defense.
Yeah, he had a lot of carries today on offense. I think it's Cannon Jr. He's had a lot of big calls on offense today. Still playing hard football. Making a big tackle. Sticking it out.
That's what you want from the kids, right? You want them to continue playing to the final whistle. Do whatever you can. Make a play here, make a play there. Once again, it's about saying, hey, I got a sack in the championship game. Yeah, we lost, but I got a sack. It shouldn't be about
That's good memories. Yeah, you got good memories no matter what.
Yeah, you get these memories, and once again, you build up camaraderie with the other players.
You find all the positives.
Yep.
There's a lot of positives. You build on for next year. Hey, we fell short this year, but 3/4 of our team returns, and we might be on the other end.
Right, another reverse. Oh, by number 2, good run again.
All right, they stopped him.
Oh, fumble.
All right, he is a fumble. It's a first down. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Going to be enough to give them a first down.
Yeah, yep. So, here we are. It's getting late in the game. I would imagine these guys are getting a little tired. He took a good shot, which caused the ball to come out. So, but this Salem team right now, 44 seconds, they really don't need to take another snap. And, they started out rough with those first 2 possessions.
Yeah. You would have thought, a little differently. And after them 2 fumbles, they just
settled down,
marched downfield, got the ball back on a fumble, did it again. And then we're like, wow, we got something here. There's some speed.
Took control, and that was it.
They're very confident. And just the whole game, they've dominated at every aspect of this game. And that looks like that's going to be the game. 35-0. Salem over Deptford. Your sophomore in 6 seconds, I'll be able to say it. We're going to wait till that time is up. And there is the buzzer. Congratulations, Joey.
Yep.
We got the sophomore champion, American Division.
Yes,
Salem
sir.
is now champions, and they got their 3-peat.
Yeah,
what do you think of this game? 2 games down, Joey.
2 games down. This game was great. I like what I saw this game. Like you said, it was a little more speed, little better, talent, a little more talent than what there was in the first game. Although we had that one young kid.
The development, the age, the development.
You can see that the kids are getting, being brought up and getting more. So, all right.
All right, guys. We're going to come back in a few minutes and bring you our 3rd game of the day at 3 o'clock. All right, we are back. HSG Network here Saturday, November 18th, this afternoon. 2 games down, sophomore division, freshman division, 2 great games. Saw a lot of excitement. HSG Network here, John Saplensky with Joey Pagan and Howard Gaber. We're about to bring you some junior action. Joey, we have got the Bridgeton Bulldogs against the Deptford Spartans. Another action-packed game.
Right.
Faster.
Faster this time?
Faster, bigger,
All right.
stronger. You're going to see probably a lot of passing, too.
Okay.
You know, we might see, we don't know what we're going to see today. These guys are going to come in here prepared.
Right.
This is the championship. I'm excited for this game.
We had a couple of passes last game. Not bad, One pass, unfortunately, was for a pick 6.
Yeah.
But, hey, listen, it was a pass attempt, right? And, now,
that's
like
what
you
makes
said,
these games exciting.
at
You're
this
seeing
level,
interceptions for touchdowns, sacks for fumbles, for
recoveries,
touchdowns.
yeah.
Maybe players are showing up. It's the championship weekend.
That's correct. Well, getting ready for a kickoff here, too.
There's a lot of fans here. Bridgeton, we're playing in Bridgeton right now at the Hershey Stadium. And, you have the junior Bridgeton Bulldogs team representing at home. It's got to be big. A lot of fans.
Yes, sir.
So this is going to be a good game. If you see the tracker and you're back home, you can see the scores from earlier. You got the Kingsway Dragons put up 18 against Holly City Millville Midgets, 18-0. You got your sophomore Salem three-peat. Them kids, this is their three-peat, 35-0 with a huge win over Deptford. And now we are at the sophomore level.
Getting ready to get this kickoff, junior level.
Junior level. Yeah, I was reading and talking at the same time.
Yep.
That was on me. Yeah, so 2 shutouts right now. No idea, what this game is going to be like right now. But we're ready for this kickoff.
All right, here we go. Pretty good kick.
Yeah, not bad at all.
See,
we got a return, man.
All right. All right, good.
All right, we're starting off this game. Bridgeton is in the dark jerseys and white helmets. Deptford has the gold helmets, white jerseys, and black pants with the stripe.
All right. Well, let's see what we come up with here. Like I said, this my first time doing these youth games, which I have been enjoying all morning.
It changes everything.
Changes everything.
Everything you thought about what we do at our levels, and you come down to the youth, it's different.
Amazing. It's amazing.
It's big difference.
The speed that the last team had was unbelievable. That Salem team. Let's see what we got here. Back into
quarterback's going under center right away.
Yeah.
He's got that offset eye.
Oh, good run.
Looks like
still on his feet.
29 with the call.
All right.
So DeVere Wade gets the first carry of the game with some good yardage.
Good run by Wade.
Hard fought yardage.
Ran into a couple of defenders there. Was able to shake that off and still get upfield, and make a couple of extra yards there, which was really nice.
Got fans chiming in right now. If you look at the screen, even back home, you can see some of the comments coming in. Hey, if you're home and you're enjoying the game, like our page, HSG Network. Chime in. Subscribe to the page. Need all we can get.
All right, here we go again.
So that number 1 is the quarterback today, Cameron Mayo.
Yep, there it is. Number 7 on the carry. It's a first down.
Yeah, that's Isaiah Guzman with the carry for the first down. Great run.
Great run on his part, that's right.
Yeah, way to start off. You get the ball, and, like we saw that last game, you had 2 little speed bumps on that first drive at the sophomore level, and then they gracefully marched downfield.
Mm-hmm.
You need that first drive to be successful.
Yep, the first important thing was to get that first down, which is what they got already. So now they're back to settling in right now. We're going to see what they're going to come out with. Same formation again. I'm assuming they're going to just run the ball different side. Yep, there we go. Oh,
good defense.
Way to come up.
Way to fill that gap up there. That was number 10 for Bridgeton. We got a Caden Brown with a nice tackle for loss.
Came up from his linebacker position.
Actually, it was
really quick.
2 yards. I'm sorry.
2 yard gain.
2 yard gain. Way to get in there though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we apologize about the clock on the screen. The refs are going to be taking care of the clock on the field. I'm not sure what happened with the scoreboard right now. It just went out. Good, I got a full house in there.
All right, another
Number
handoff
7
right
again.
up the middle. Yep.
Nice run. Found
Good
a new
run.
opening.
Yep.
Nice hit. Lower to boom. Gets a first down.
Hey, good run by him. He hit the hole really quick.
Isaiah Guzman again.
As soon as he got to the second level, I don't know where the linebackers were on that. I think they got caught in the wash and weren't able to make a play. Safety came up, made a play, which was really good. So, let's see what they come up with here.
Yeah, opening drive. 2 games down on our 3rd game. We got 1 more after this.
Yeah. So,
beautiful day. I mean, all these fans, they just keep pouring in this facility to watch these games. Great camaraderie. Here we go. He's got his lead box. He's trying to stretch it. We got a flag. He's still going, though. He's all that 2nd and 3rd. We got another play. So let's see what the ref has to say.
I got holding, 13.
All right, we got a holding call. It's gonna bring them back a little bit.
Yep. Oh.
If you notice back home, we got the referees mic'd for your convenience. They're just not out there, looks like sign language, and we guess we're giving you front row action to hear the calls and to bring you into the game.
Yeah, once again, it's important for fans to see, right? When they hear the call, rather than just seeing the ref make a motion as to what it is, they can actually know what that means. You learn. The younger kids, can learn what the calls are. Oh, that's a holding penalty. So, later on tonight, they'll see, they see the ref do this. Oh, that's a hold, Mom, And, they learn. It's all part of the game. You need to learn all the aspects of it. But the Bulldogs defense, I don't know. They're not doing anything really special right now. Linebackers are okay, but not great. The 4-man front look like they're trying to get some.
Big, long first down right now, 1st and 20 for the Spartans right now. Put a man in motion. Got the Twins left, and 28 goes in motion, but it looks like a dive to number 2.
Good run.
Good defense.
Good
Way
defense
to close
right
it down. No gain.
Yep.
Yeah, right back at the line of scrimmage. So nice read and react by the defense there. I think it was number 1 on the tackle. I'm not sure. Pascal McCoy, it looked like.
Yeah, but, much better defense this time where, the linebacker was able to make a play. But my pet peeve is that your nose tackle's standing straight up, and all he's doing is spinning. He's taking himself out of the play. He's spinning in the wrong direction.
Yeah, they might pick up on that. You know what I mean? You want to stay low or,
Right. You should be down in all fours and picking a gap, but now.
I see what you're talking about. Yeah, he's a stand-up nose.
And then he spins. Well, now he's playing tackle, but.
Oh, going for that.
Okay.
Quick little pass.
Oh, good move.
What a way to find a seam.
Good job.
Almost a first down. Still short of a first down, but a great play. And that was number 28 with the reception for Deptford.
Yep.
That was Amari Cephas.
Good catch.
Here we go, Joe. We got the replay for you.
I think it was a quick screen. I think it was, but let's see what happens. You got a motion coming over. Bulldogs didn't move at all. Yeah, he dropped back. Look at this. Good block on that. Good block on that play there. And he came across, which was really good.
So we got a good drive going right now. Big 3rd down coming up. They're moving the ball. They're executing their plays. Had a little setback with a holding call to bring them back. So, big 3rd down here. It looks like the quarterback is going under center. They got that double wing, and he's got a receiver out there. And, here's the man in motion, and he gives it to him. He's right around the outside. He's got it. It looks like he's going to get the first down
and more.
He's still going. Number 2 is going. He's got 1 man to beat, and he's going in for a touchdown. Kayan Ali with the touchdown. It was a 45-yard touchdown for Kayan Ali, number 2.
Great job on his part by being able to get outside the defense and take it up the sideline for a touchdown. When we see the replay, we'll see what happens here. Whether because I didn't see any defensive end out there actually, so I don't know what they were doing defensively wise.
Yeah, that was a great run. It was a lot of second effort. His speed is what really got him all the way downfield. He had a couple good moves in the beginning, but they showed they got speed for that outside right now.
That's correct.
They were running a lot in the inside, and now they just showed their outside capabilities. And 7 gets the call again for an extra point. It looks like he's going in. He got it. So we got an extra point. It's going to bring Deptford up to 7-0 with an early lead over Bridgeton in the first quarter. I do not have a time for you. We got a replay here coming up for y'all.
All right, let's take a look, see what the defense was doing on here, because you see we got that receiver out there. Look at the defensive end went inside. He got hooked and gave up the edge, which was horrible on his part. You understand? Once again, that you want to be able to teach. You got to be able to extend that right hand as you feel on that side and maintain outside hand free and work your way upfield. So that if he does cut back underneath, you have your pursuit coming over with your inside backers being able to make a play. But he didn't string it out. He got hooked really early,
and didn't 46-yard touchdown run.
Yeah, didn't even fight through it, and linebacker was caught second level by the slot receiver, as a matter of fact, and he wasn't allowed to get over. So it was good play. Way to execute and good blocking on.
I'm excited to see how Bridgeton is going to answer back on this. Bridgeton again is like, they will use the field. They do have a lot of speed, and they like that outside running game too. So it's going to be interesting to see what this offense is going to come out with and what this defense. I've seen both teams a few times this year too, and it's very similar, well coached. Right. I mean, it's the championship. It doesn't get no bigger than this. You're here for a reason. Mm-hmm. You're well coached. You're disciplined. You won your games. You got here. And so, it makes it exciting. We're here for the American Conference Championships today, and this is it. There's no game after today.
Let's see what the Bulldogs come up with. Let's see if they get a good return here. All right.
Oh, chip shot. Okay, way to cover the ball. Okay, so we got good field position right now. Looks like number 1 for Bridgeton, Vascal McCoy again.
Yep.
Heard his name earlier. He, good cover on the ball. Don't use them hands to reach for it.
Right.
Not when it's cold out there.
You want to fall on it, cradle it.
And
that's it.
It's your best friend.
Yep. Now let's see what they come up with offensively here. And Deptford, let's see what the defense-wise, what they do.
We had a 18-0 if you're home and just getting here today. It's our third game today. We had the Kingsway Dragons freshman team 18-0 over Millville. And I think we're going to put the tracker up for your convenience. Another special thing that HSG Network offers. Here's your tracker. Freshman Kingsway, 18-0 over Holly City, and then Salem 35-0 over Deptford in the sophomore. And brings us to this junior matchup right now, this 3 o'clock start. And we're going to get Bridgeton. We're going to see what they can do, Joey.
Let's see now.
It looks like quarterback is in shotgun.
Okay.
Here it is. Ooh,
fakes the handoff. Oh,
we got away.
Good penetration.
All right, number 6. He's still going.
Good job. Oh.
He's tackled and brought out of bounds. That was Kaim Simpson Jr. right now at quarterback for Bridgeton. He kept the ball.
Good run. The defensive tackle had some good penetration. Had him in the backfield. Couldn't hold on to him.
Yeah, he did. He was
broke that tackle. Was able to get upfield for 5 yards, which was great on his part. So good run by the young man. Strong to be able to show the tackler like that.
Yeah, when you always want that first play to be positive.
Yep.
Positive yards, and then it sets the tone. Let's get this first now. Let's get another 5.
There you go. Let's see.
All right. Take out a little reverse coming.
Oh, you're going to use the ref. It's a block.
Hey, ref.
All right.
Big loss for downs there. Looked like 33. And I know that's got to be a Redmond because I know the number. And 44, let's see here. Was I right about that? 33, yep. Hayden Redmond and Elijah Gamble.
Oh, good play on both parts.
Yeah,
let's take a look
defense.
Here. The defensive end and outside backer was not fooled at all. What is the corner out there?
All right, let's see. There goes the reverse. He's trying. He's getting hawked down right there. Yeah, they're on him.
Yep.
The guy cuts him off. He's going to go back, and there it is. Oh, big hit. Was that 44 with the hit?
Yeah.
Yeah, 44 with the initial big hit.
Once again, it was good penetration by the
Elijah
defense.
Gamble, lowered the boom on that.
Yeah, both the defensive end and the outside backer were able to get upfield and create havoc and blow that play up. Once again, the one thing that's going to kill all the runs in football is the penetration.
It's trying to keep it in the middle there.
Great
play. Defensive stand. It was 3rd and 15. And it looks like they're going to get stopped, maybe with a yard.
Number 7, Isaiah Guzman on that tackle.
They gave him 2 yards on that. So
Number 7 came up on that tackle. Really good form. Stepped up, wrapped him up nice and tight. Wasn't able to go anywhere. So let me ask you here at this 4th down situation now. Do they do the
No.
punt here? No?
They got a punt.
They got a punt
They
here.
got a
Okay.
punt. Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, these are some of the rules that I got to learn. So they obviously going for it on 4th down here. Oh,
Yeah.
a fake.
Yeah, you have to at this level. You do.
Okay,
punt.
you do punt the ball. You don't
There's no
do
punt option like the
no punt
freshman
option.
and the sophomore.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. It's such a big guy punting the ball, so makes me wonder.
He's back.
What?
Oh boy, that's not good.
You know what?
All right. Well, you know what? It's cold out there. We talk about that ball, and you're 8 yards away. If that ball's a little cold and them fingers are cold, this can happen at any level.
Listen,
and little high.
The snap was a little high. He did his best. He got up there, he got a hand on it, and was able to deflect it so it doesn't go past him. He was managed to just jump on it.
So you got a big break for Deptford. Great field position. They just marched downfield. They scored a touchdown not long ago. They're pretty much still warm. Can they do it again? Bridgeton got to step up here now because we've seen this in the last game. This is what happened. They deferred the kick. They get the first. They score, and then they get a fumble, so it's kind of similar. Got that first score, and you're warmed up. And
Yep. Oh, good
great tackle. Great open field tackle right there for Bridgeton. That's number 6. That is actually the quarterback. That's Kaim Simpson Jr.
Good tackle on his part because
tackle.
He was the last guy out there. If not, it would have been off to the races for a touchdown.
It's always great
again.
when you get them open field tackles. You're all by yourself and you complete the task. And you saw his little celebration. He should be hype. Because it's fundamentals.
Once again, you got to be able to make that.
Look at Tom's hair. I shall see you guys
Tomorrow. Way to go,
It's
Tom.
warm in here, Tom.
It's warm. Oh, sack.
Wow.
Way to go.
Great defense. That's the big man right there. That is number – where'd he go? He turned. Number 10? Number 90.
Number 90 on that.
Yeah, right here. Hold on. We got a big roster for these guys who got it on. It might be 99. Gabriel File.
Yep, 99.
Gabriel File, big 99. He made some big plays a couple weeks ago. I was watching him.
Right. Good play by him, though. Good play.
Yeah.
It's a defensive tackle,
big
the quarterback.
man getting to work in there, warming up. Oh, it can't be 99. Maybe it was 90. I think we're wrong. We just saw 99 on the sideline.
Okay, we'll work that out. It was a good play by that young man anyway.
He's the stand-up nose tackle right now. He's a big guy.
Oh, and had him again, too.
He gets away.
Good run. Good run.
That was
to the
number
outside.
2 for Deptford with a nice carry. Ali. He scored the 46-yard touchdown earlier.
Right.
Yeah, it is number 90 that made that big tackle earlier.
Yeah.
But I do not have him on the roster.
We don't have a 90 on the roster. No, sir. But so, all right. So right now he got outside again really well, and good blocking on.
They got that speed. They got another team showing that they got that breakaway outside speed.
Right.
And like we said earlier, you can't teach speed.
Yeah.
I think we got a timeout going on here. Yep, we do have a timeout.
We'll see here. Yep. Well, like I said, on that last play was some good blocking for him to get outside, and he's been having that. The defensive end for the Bulldogs hasn't been able to maintain that edge for them, so it's been tough.
Yeah, you got to stay home. You got to stay home if they're gonna take that or stretch it out and cut it up. You just got to watch them.
Right.
And they're in good field position right now, so they really got to step up right now because again, you don't want to get that 2-touchdown lead like we've seen what can happen in the last 2 games.
Right.
It seems like you get that 1 and then that 2, and it just breaks away from
exactly.
there. It's very similar situations we're seeing in all these
and we
games.
got 4th down here. And about maybe 6.
Going in a nice spread formation here. Quarterback is going in shotgun. Again, that's number 1 at quarterback, Cameron Mayo.
Oh, good cutback.
That looks like Redmond on the carry, if that's 33, definitely.
Let's see what they give him here.
It looks a little short. All right, they turn over on downs. Big break for Bridgeton. You know,
Good defense.
Yeah, great defense.
Great defense by the Bulldogs there. You know, being able to hold it. It was a big possession here because you don't want to go down 2 scores.
No.
You don't want to go down 2 scores right now.
Came up big when you needed it, right here.
Right.
Now let's see what this offense can do. They have the weapons. They got the right play calls. They just got to execute them now, and let's get this a tie ball game.
Right.
Oh, first quarter. Hey, it looks like we're going to be taking a real quick break and we'll be back in a moment.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, here we go.
We're back. HSG Network. John Saplensky with Joey Pagan and Howard Gaber. Second quarter action. Deptford, 7 points. Bridgeton 0. Joey, third game. Saturday, action-packed football. TCUFL. What you thinking?
So far, so good. I mean, both teams seem to be somewhat evenly matched. I mean, the defense for the Bulldogs is starting to come up and wake up. You know, after that first drive that Deptford had, where they managed to get a touchdown on a big run, but they're waking up now. They're playing a little sounder defense. They're making tackles, but once again, you got to start coaching the kids up. You got to talk to your defensive ends about holding that edge because they're not holding the edge at all.
Yeah.
So offense.
Thank you, Tyquan Collins. They were right. We got it. Thank you. We appreciate that.
Good run.
It makes us feel good. There's fans watching these guys playing football today.
Yeah. These kids, they work hard. They work hard for this stuff. They want to be shouted out correctly, not just this number 90. We
seen all over the place. Hey, thank you, Wayne. Appreciate that.
All right. Let me see here now. Let's go.
Yeah, they're moving the ball. We got a third down. We got looks like a 5. Got 3rd and 5.
Yeah, about that.
Third game of the day. We're getting later on, and a little colder earlier. Had that wind whipping through, so it's a little bit more pleasant for these guys. That sun, heating up the field for them. Here we go. Oh,
good
great
job.
Defense. Wow,
Ooh,
13 with the extra slam.
Number 13.
13 for Deptford. That is a Anthony Santiago.
There's 2 13s
He's tall,
there.
too. He's a big guy. I think the ref is telling him a little bit, got
Yeah.
the replay here. He could see over the line. I mean, he's obviously a 6-footer plus.
Yeah,
great way to shed the block and make a tackle.
Yep.
That's hands, great hands.
Mm-hmm.
You stand up and you're reading and, that's great teaching. Like we said earlier, you're coaching, but when you teach technique too.
That's
that
right.
was great. Stand up, hands on the offensive tackle.
Right.
Hold them up. You sing over the line, shed the block.
And then make a
great
play.
tackle
That's right.
like that. And it brings them to a huge 4th down.
And he brought him down with some authority, too, on that.
Yeah, there's a little aggression there, yeah.
Yep. So, see what they come up with here.
Got that full house backfield. Oh, he's going in the
pass. Oh, deflected. Interception.
Wow. And he's got a lot of green.
That's it.
He's going all the way. That's number 3.
Touchdown.
Shannon Flores. Shannon Flores with the score for Deptford Spartans to put them up by 2 scores.
Yep.
What a great read. Another interception touchdown on championship weekend today. Second one today. Sophomore level, now junior level interception ran back. Hey, you know, when you got defense scoring, this is exciting.
Exciting, yes.
Scoring and everything.
Great tip drill reaction there. The kid, you know, he stayed focused, looked concentrated on the ball, and was able to get outside him and get to the end zone really quick. He returned it back for at least 40 yards on that. It looked like on that interception. I thought that was great. Good defense. I mean, wasn't under too much pressure. He wasn't under too much pressure, but, you know, still. I mean, you know, it was deflected. The pass was deflected. And, you know, once again, quite sure we still teach tip drills, you know, in camp, you know, and that's how you work it. That's exactly how it comes into play right there.
So it looks like they're going to go for the extra point. Coming in that full house backfield. Quarterback is going under center. Again, that's number 1. Cameron Mayo at quarterback. And it looks like 29 gets the call, and he's going in for the score.
You got one guy make contact with him right up on the line of scrimmage.
Wade with the extra point.
Yeah.
Here, Joey, we're going to get the replay over here.
Let's get this replay going here.
Yeah, we'll let you tell us what you think.
So safety's deep here, you know, quarterback drops back. It's not too much pressure. He got a little pressure in his face, but there it is.
Tip
right number 33, and then he winds up being right in the right position at the right time and able to catch the ball, take it back for a touchdown. And, you know, once again, you had the defender underneath, which is where you want the safety up top, right? So, you know, you might have been playing the trail technique on that and got the deflection, and here it is. Tip drill, like you run in practice. I'm going to tip it to you. You're going to catch it. You're going to take off for 6 points.
Great.
So it worked out excellent.
He's going to be looking for that highlight after the game. Shannon Flores,
get back.
3.
Yes, sir.
Great interception.
Get back to HSG right here, and, you know, you get it. Pull it off from here. Don't worry about it. It'll be up there for you guys.
Here we got Bouchon, Chris Boone, that pressure. Yeah, I like the fans. Hey, subscribe, HSG Network if you're home. You know, we'll be here for another game after here in this quad today, and then tomorrow we have the national championships. 4 more games.
Yep, 4 more. Tomorrow, that'll be something else.
4 dagger? 4 bagger.
another 4 games tomorrow after having 4 today.
Quadruple header.
So, I mean, hopefully you guys will see more exciting football tomorrow. But right now, this is really good football. You know, the kids are doing well. You know, you don't see too many tip drills, you know, being performed out here. And, you know, here you have one done perfectly out here. It was great.
Yeah, he came right around and that ball and then he took that sideline all the way down for 41 yards. I think it was 41-yard touchdown.
About 41 or so, yeah.
That's crazy. You've seen a lot of different exciting plays today on offense and defense. And, you know, as you can see, it's filling up here on both sides of the stadium. And you got over 1,000 views at home
Good
for
kick.
HSG.
Oh, boy. Oh, look at this.
Beautiful.
Touchback. That's something that we haven't seen all day, a touchback. I mean, you know, really at this level, that's an excellent kick.
Yeah.
That is an excellent kick.
Going to bring him out of that end zone and see what Bridgeton can do. You know, they're just a little slow start right now. They just got to get, you know, a little warmed up and get that motor running. You know, they're here for a reason, and, you know, coaches coach for a reason, and they're going to get them ready. You know?
Exactly. I
mean,
what
do we got to do right now to get you guys to move this ball?
You didn't make it this far to sit back and just, you know, and not do anything. You know, you got to get them kids fired up. You got to get them working. You know, come up with something offensively. Like we said earlier, you know, you're going to start slow. You want to get a first down. Get your first down, and then, you know, work from there. Keep building. You know, if you're going to throw a pass, you want to complete a simple pass. It doesn't have to be a home run. And, you know, build the confidence within the offense and the offensive line and the receivers and the quarterback. And then you could probably move from there. So.
Yeah, they got some big teams. They got a lot of players on there. Hey, what do big dogs do? Eat. That's Victoria Redmond.
There you go. Good job.
Victoria, thank you for chiming in. We appreciate you.
Excellent comment. I like that one.
Yeah.
What do big dogs do? They eat. I love it.
We're going to spread formation for the Bulldogs. Man in motion. Quarterback is giving the ball, and he is met by a group of defenders. Looks like the initial line of scrimmage. You know, you had 66 in there, 13.
Yeah.
You know, 66, he's been having a good year. I watched him in a few games. Jasir Muhammad,
Yeah.
Big, solid, big tackle.
Number-
You know what's crazy is you see it's very hard when you see the kids out there and you're like, oh, they're a big kid, but he ain't big. And I went to some of these games where I had to go downstairs, and I'm a big guy. I'm 6 foot, 300 pounds, and these kids were bigger than me.
Oh boy.
It just makes you think. These are 12 years old, 13 years old.
They're giving us a shout out right here too. Look at that.
Hey, we appreciate that, Darian Surency.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure for us to bring this to you guys back home. It's been a great, I'd say, 8 weeks. And then we had a couple bye weeks waiting for the championship weekend. It's been great football.
I see them down at Sunset Lake pulling the lightning out.
Time out, Bridgeton.
Yeah, Bridgeton right now.
Good.
So, we got a 14-point lead here.
Right.
And they just got to dig deep right now.
Yep. That last play was good by the outside linebacker. He was on the slot receiver, was trying to make a play, and he was being blocked, and he held his edge. So he forced the back to cut back inside to the pressure to the linebacker to come inside and make a play, which was great.
So it looks like they're going to stay in that spread formation. I think it's still number 6 at quarterback for Bridgeton. He's going to stay in shotgun, and that is Kaim Simpson Jr. is the play caller. You got a little jet coming out of there and a counter back up the middle off tackle.
Good run.
Got a couple yards on there.
All right.
I didn't get the number. Their jerseys, when the sun hits it, a little hard to read. Might have been number 4, I think, on that carry for Bridgeton. It looks like Corjan? They got a little white out on the name right there.
No, you're right.
Is it Corjan?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like they got white on. I kept trying to scribble
Yeah.
it up. Yeah, I want to get his name right for him before. It looked like Corjan Hill with the carry there. Got a couple yards. So we got about 3rd and 7 right now for the Bulldogs. It's a big 3rd down.
Good play. You got a couple of yards out of it to counter. Keep the defense guessing. You don't want to just do the same thing over and over. You want to be able to keep them guessing. So
looks like the quarterback is. And he got a reverse. Great defense. I was actually stunned. I couldn't talk because I didn't know who the quarterback was. I didn't know what formation they were in. I was trying to concentrate to say full house and look for the quarterback, but the quarterback was back there.
Yeah.
They really confused me on there, but great defense by
number 29.
Yeah, 29. That was where is he at down there near you? Devere Wade with a big tackle. Brings him up to 4th down now. You got a 4th and 13.
Once again, he stayed out there. He just, he maintained his edge, didn't allow him to get outside. Actually, he's the outside backer. He just stayed out there. He knew his read. He knew, the ball went one way. It's possibly that it can come back. Sat in his position and waited, and he made a good play on that last play there.
Yep.
So.
He's going to stay. He's going to stay in that shotgun formation. What I missed. The clock went out, and I look for it. I like to let the fans know and let them see it. I'm kind of lost. Like I lost a friend here.
Yeah.
My clock is missing off my monitor, and it's so important. You want to know how much time is on that clock, and it's nice to let the fans back home know.
There's a flag on the play there. False start.
Looks like a false start.
5-1. Here we go.
All right, brings it back a little bit. So, he took 5 more yards off there. It's almost, looks about 4th and almost 20.
4-minute warning.
Got a 4-minute warning in the half.
Mm-hmm. All right, here we go. Oh, we punted here.
Good snap. That comes in.
Pretty good punt, too.
Yeah, and that's a good job. We saw what happened earlier with the long snapping, and that was crisp and clean. So good field position right now for Deptford with a 14-point lead. So 4 minutes to go, they really got to step up to keep them out of the end zone now.
And we had a different punter this time too, so he was able to get the ball down and managed to get the punt off. So it was good on their part. Now they got to come back on defense and do what they can here. See if they can get a stop after turning this ball over.
Yeah, this is big defense. Like I said, 14 points, and going into the half. We've seen it twice already today.
Yes, right.
This is the 3rd time today. So that 2-touchdown lead, one
big.
time they got the 3rd. You want to prevent it. And good field position with 4 minutes. So
wow. All right, here we go. Handoff to number
gives
3.
It off to number 3, yeah, around the outside, and he's still
he got
going.
outside.
Oh,
Good
tackle.
job.
All right, you saved the day there.
Yep.
So
Good
that
play.
was number 3 on the run, Shannon Flores, who had that 40-yard interception touchdown earlier, and it looks like he was brought down by
this kid right here.
40.
It's difficult to get his number.
The shadow's on that.
That's okay.
Numbers.
But he did his job. He came over from his linebacker position and was able to get out there. Once again, fundamentals, right? I keep seeing my defensive end and my outside backers caught in the wash or getting hooked and not being able to maintain the edge for them right now. So, that's a big part of it. If you know that their game is outside, you got to be able to stay outside. You got to be able to, maintain and contain the outside.
Yeah, they're going a little spread now for Deptford.
A lot of motion going on here, fellas.
It causes a lot of havoc for the defense. We got a flag.
Get a dead ball. Get a false start. Offense.
So it is going to go against the Spartans. It's going to bring them back a little bit, help Bridgeton out. We got about 3 minutes and a half before the half is over. They really want to stop this offense, which is, in their drives have been able to move the ball. And that outside game has been, a big factor right now in this game. I mean, you have the one was a 46-yard touchdown run on the outside.
So, once again, you want to just get out of this half without giving up any more points so that you keep it respectfully going into the next half. And, you got to come up big on defense here. You need to get a stop. You got to first and really long double sticks here. So you want to be able to, come up with something big here.
Got it.
Yeah.
Here we go. Right up. Looks like he's going to try to bounce it in the middle. He's still going. Great defense. Taken down by number 10 for Bridgeton. That's Caden Brown again. Heard his name earlier. Another great tackle. He was one man to beat, and he did the job. So great defense. Way to wrap.
Double stick still. Just double stick.
So we got second.
And double sticks.
150.
150. 1:50. 1 minute and 5 seconds left to the half. Oh, 150. I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
150 left for the half.
Yes. Yeah. So we got to, see what we come up here on offense. They spread out a little more now.
Yeah.
With a wing.
I love when they spread these offenses out, and you just can change your whole outlook. We've seen it in the other game where they went from that inside tight and they changed it, and then they went to passing, and then them counters off it.
Right.
It opens up. Look like we got a timeout here right now. Yeah, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Sorry, I'm out sick again. I just can't shake this fever.
Spread by mosquito bites, West Nile virus is found in nearly every state across the country.
Elena had another asthma attack. She's really sad to miss school again.
Asthma, a leading chronic illness among children and youth in the U.S., can often be triggered by allergens from household pests. Don't let pests force you to take a sick day. Learn how to protect yourself and your family at pestworld.org.
All right, here we go. Got a motion here. Oh, bad snap.
All right, here we go.
Oh, good job. Good job.
Great defense.
Way to stay on it. Way to stay with it. He didn't give up on that play defensively wise. He managed to stay on his feet and make a play there.
Looks like about a third and almost 20.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, we got a lot nicer day than what the weather was.
Yes, sir. So that was good play. Good play
Great
by
defense to try to prevent another score
before the half. Before the half. And this, like I said, this is big. You go down 3 scores now, it's going to be really tough to come back from that deficit. But, not that it's not possible, but you don't want to go down 3 scores. You want a big defensive stop here if you can get one.
And I've seen this arm, and, they will head for the end zone. If they got an opportunity to launch this ball, they're going for it.
There we go. Good pass.
Little over his head. I mean, as you see, he broke away right there, and if that pass was just a little bit closer, I mean, that could have been the factor right there.
He has a win to his back, so that might have played a little factor in it where, he just a little bit on the ball and the wind took it. But, boy, he was good pass. He was open over there.
Yep.
And
Big
good
fourth down
protection.
now.
Good protection. Yeah, I think you go for it here the way your defense has been playing, too. You've been playing lights out, so.
Yeah, 4th and 20 or 4th in the end zone. 40 seconds to go, the referee just said. So we got 40 seconds left in the half. They're trying to get a first down or a touchdown here.
Right. Let's see what happens.
He's going to go for that pass again.
Steps
He got
up.
away. He looks like he's going to keep it. He turned it up. He's still going. He's at the 20, the 15. He's still going. He's out of bounds at the 7, it looked like.
Smart to get out of bounds. No,
the 12, I'm sorry.
Let me have that ball. Don't move, Rashad. Let me have that ball. Ball now.
That's definitely a first down.
Okay, first and goal, just above.
First and goal. Wow.
Good
He
run.
dropped back. He had a couple guys in his face, and
Yes.
he found a little opening, and he took it around that right side. And
Good job.
what a big play. I mean,
6 seconds, coach.
Timeout.
That's their last at 6 seconds.
six seconds. Going to have possibly one play.
Yep, 6 seconds. Once again, you want to go out there, get your defense right. You want to, whatever happens here, you just do not want to give up a touchdown. You don't want to go down 3 scores in halftime. You want to be able to make a big play here, either a sack or whatever, and at least get a tackle. If you're gonna make a tackle, make it in the field of play so that the clock can run out, and then you don't have to worry about anything, and you can go into the half. You can go into the half with down 2 scores, and possibly you can make some good adjustments and come back out firing. Both defensively and offensively.
Yeah.
6 seconds. All right, bring them up. I'm telling him what we had, what was told to me.
Great with that spread. We saw that spread, and what makes spread, when you got a quarterback that could take off, and you're a
big deal.
I mean, that in what you coach.
That's right.
You know exactly where what you can do, and you're seeing it here. He drops back, it's spread, and he could take off. And there goes the ball.
There it is. Jump ball. Oh!
Did he come down with that?
Yes, he did.
Oh, my goodness. We got a touchdown for
He
Denver.
head
Number
tapped
28.
him there. Oh, wow.
28 for Denver. Comes down. Amari Cephas for the
Wow.
touchdown. I mean, 6 seconds. 6 seconds left. And they get that big run. One timeout, 6 seconds, and he finds his man in the end zone to put that 20 right now to nothing over Bridgeton. And one touchdown, we were saying, in 3 games straight.
Yep.
It's happened again. You don't want that third score before, and they get it with 6 seconds left.
You didn't want to give that up right now.
He went up for that ball.
He went up
too.
for it.
I mean, he stretched.
He did. He went right over the defender. Defender was in good position. He just went right over him. And
I mean, it could have been an interception too. I mean, it was right there. It was an interception, and he got that. He came down with it. He went up. He stretched for it, and
give credit to the
play.
give credit to the quarterback to know. He's got the bigger receiver out there. Put
Mayo.
it up for him. Yeah,
Cameron Mayo put it on the money.
Oh,
and number 7 got the call for the extra point. They're going to give it in there, giving it to him. There we go. The ref gives it to him. That was Isaiah Guzman again. Let's go 21-0. Deptford over Bridgeton right now. Got the replay for you, Joey.
Watch this again. Yeah. Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. All right, so the receiver on the outside wide, he looked straight there and just went right up with the ball.
The
defender jumped. He might have mistimed his jump. The defender a little too early. He might have jumped a little too early.
Between them hands.
Yeah.
Right there.
But, the skill of this young man to come down, to put both hands on the ball, and bring it down. He just diamond that up and brought it down. High pointed it exactly how you teach it. You always say high point the ball, go up and get it, and that's it. All right.
I think that's going to be halftime. Hey, John Saplensky here with Joey Pagan and Howard Gaber. We're going to take a break at half, and we will be back. All right, we are back. HSG Network. I'm John Saplensky with Joey Pagan and Howard Gaber, bringing you the best of HSG Network and bringing you Tri-County United Football League here in Bridgeton, New Jersey. Our third of 4 games today. We have the Deptford Spartans 21 over the Bridgeton Bulldogs 0 right now. We're getting ready for the kickoff. Joey, here we go. Kickoff time.
See, here we got a good return at least.
Good defense.
Good catch, yeah. Good catch, good return.
Yep, that's how you set the tone, you know. You see him out there. He's a little flexing right there, number 9. You always know when they make a good hit.
That's right.
They get that pump, you know, it sets the tone.
Yeah, he feels good about what he just finished doing. And, now it's got to feed off, everybody else now. The defense has been playing well for them right now. So, they just got to keep that up, keep that pressure going and continue doing what they're doing. But, the Bulldogs, they need to figure it out the second half. Let's see what adjustments the...
Yeah, 21 is tough, but it's not out of reach. You need a good drive here to start this third quarter. You need a smooth transition downfield. Their best drive of the game looks like they're, going in shotgun and spread formation a little bit. See, maybe they're going to go to the air.
Yep.
They change it up, see if the quarterback's going to be a little bit of a dual threat. And there's a give.
Well, good run. Once again, good run.
We'll scamper up the middle for about 4 yards.
Yep, you spread them out, and then you come underneath and you run that, and you get your 3-4 yards. Once again, baby steps. If you're trying to get there, you want to take these steps, right? You want to get a first play. You want to get positive yards, 4 or 5 yards, and then second down, you want to get another couple of yards. Then you want to get your first. Start moving. Building little by little. I've been saying this all day. But, at some point you got to take that shot downfield if you can, especially if you're going to go spread.
Look at that tight wing formation right here. And a little give-off tackle. Look like number 1.
He broke it. Look at this.
That off. He's going the other way. Oh,
good
wow.
job.
He came through.
That was
Wow,
something
that
else.
was great. That was number 1 for Bridgeton. That was Pascal McCoy again. We've heard his name a few times today. Very tight, double wing. It took that handoff right off tackle, went head up with a defender, bounced out, and came around, yeah. First down.
I lost him in that collision there. I saw the collision, and I'm like, oh, wow, he stopped. And all of a sudden he bounces and turns around and takes it upfield again. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I love plays like that. It's you don't see him very often, and it's
right.
Another one for the highlight reel.
Right. A defense, you always want that big hit on defense, right? But, technical's much better than a big hit. If you would have made the stop, you would have been better off. Now you gave them a first down, and they continue their drive.
Looks like quarterback is staying in shotgun. He's got number 2 in motion. That's Sadler, and he gives it to Sadler.
Good job.
And he's
Good
met
job.
by number 29. And that is Amir Cephas again. Amari Cephas. No, I'm sorry. DeVar Wade.
DeVar Wade. Way to come
Wade.
up. Way to come up for his outside position. He
didn't react.
He didn't react. He stayed out there, stayed home, and that was it.
And then to close that gap down on a big tackle for a loss, I mean, that's great defense right there.
Yeah. I mean, he's been having a pretty decent afternoon. He's been making a couple of plays offensively and defensively also. So, all-around athlete, which is good, is what you want to see. And he's been doing well. He's been doing well defensively, too. Much better.
We've seen a lot of great athletes today. He started with that freshman game. I mean, the young man had 3 touchdowns, and then we saw this Salem sophomore team with so much talent.
So much speed, yeah.
Juggernaut. And then, we got these 2 teams right here, and you're seeing great athletes again and making some great
Here he is again. Here he is again with another tackle.
Right here, 1.
Right, number 29. So from his defensive end position, he gets upfield. He's being blocked. He has the presence of mind to shed off and dive. Make the play, which is what you want, right? So he stood up his block. He got rid of the block and made the play. It's textbook. That's what you want.
This is another big third down. I mean, they've been fighting to get these first downs and fighting to get yardage right now and coming into the third quarter. You got 3rd and 12 right now. Where do you go? What is going to work against his defense? His defense is stingy. I mean, they're in this championship. They're both there. But this defense right now, and at the Spartans, they're in the white jerseys and gold helmets. They're just stingy right now. And again, another interception. Again, this looks like number 3.
Yep.
And he's got the sideline. He's going pretty far. Shannon Flores, and that is his 2nd interception.
Flag on the play.
All right.
You got him out back here? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me come to you. Afterwards, we're going to change possession.
Yes, after interception, 13.
After the
13, we're going for your
interception.
flag.
Yes.
What do you got, the hold?
Yes.
Okay. We have holding. We have holding. 13 after the change of possession.
That was about a 32-yard return.
We got holding.
Mm-hmm.
And that is Shannon Flores' second
Interception
today.
And he had a couple of guys in front of him. I thought he was going to make it back into the end zone with that one.
He almost duplicated that 40-yard interception touchdown.
That's correct.
He was,
Let's watch it again. I mean, the kid.
this is incredible defense.
The kid sits in his right position. He just sits deep. Right?
There he goes.
There he is. Once again, nice one-handed deflection.
Comes down
with it. Yeah.
Right there at the 41-yard line.
Everybody ready?
Good run back.
Out of
presence.
bounds at the 25.
Good presence of mind to hold the ball nice, high, and tight on the outside. You know,
I heard
those the
you
little
say
things.
3 or 4 times what you had.
So.
That was actually 39 yards.
Right.
That was a
good
39
return.
Interception.
Good return for him, you know.
Unfortunately for the penalty.
Yep.
There's
Redmond.
Redmond.
Look at this.
Redmond's taking it around the left. He's still going. Redmond's bouncing it out.
Oh, good
wow,
move.
And he's still going to the 30.
Nice.
And down to the 28.
Great
that
run
was
by
Redmond.
Redmond.
33. Hayden Redmond running like his father.
Got a really good, really like his dad. That's
his
great.
Dad, yeah, Townsend University and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Nice.
33.
Wow, awesome. He good run here. Good run here. Was able to get outside. You know,
5,
you got one guy
10,
he had a block on him.
15.
Yep.
20.
Good
22-yard run.
Great run by him. Excellent run, excellent play.
I think we got a player down.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to go through these rosters. We'll have a chance because these rosters are long. I'm going to go through the Bridgeton Bulldogs junior roster first. All right, here we go. So we can give these kids some props. 0, Raisheem Lee. 1, Vassell McCoy. 2, Stephen Sadler. 4, Corjan Hill. 5, Mackay Lamar Betterson. 6, Kaheem Simpson Jr. 7, Devin Nelson. 8, Mijor Dawkins. 9, Deshae Thomas. 10, Caden Brown. 11, Adrian Mead. 12, Luis Flores III. 12, Tyshawn Thomas. 13, Adrian Hanna. 14, Julian Chestnut. 15, Maurice Johnson. 16, Zabron Blake Jr. 17, Mackay Wise. 18, Sean Collins Shazares. 19, Marcel Loatman. 20, Naheem Thompson. 21, Ajon Hayes. 22, Taquan Collins Jr. 24, Ian Busby. 26, DeMar Burks. 27, Gabriel McFarland. 28, Shazeen Brown. 29, C-Rock Williams. 30, Taim Thomas. 32, Britton Lowe's Williams. 33, Amir Conyers. 42, Haran Lee. 43, Jameer Burris Jr. 44, Elijah Simmons. 54, Malachi Hill. 55, Kamir Barrett. 58, Evan Sanders. 81, Cottrell Slayton. 99, Gabriel File. And 90, Taquan Collins. And that is your Bridgeton Bulldogs junior roster. And it's worse.
Yeah.
The Deffer is like 2 pages.
All
I got
in
my
one
work
breath.
cut out for me with this
all
one.
in one breath. All in one breath.
I did that all in one. I need 2 or 3 for this one coming up. Yeah, I'll get you the Spartans roster in a minute.
Yeah.
Let me just see what these refs are doing. I don't know if they're going to cut me off. They're discussing something here. All right, here we go. Third quarter action. And Denford has got the ball.
Oh.
Get a little hand up
Run
up
up the middle.
Yep.
Good play. Good defense. Good defense
10,
by number 10.
The tackle.
Yeah.
That was a Caden Brown.
Caden Brown. Way to come up. Way to come up from
He's
the
had a couple
linebacker.
good tackles today.
He has. We called his name a couple of times on
Yeah.
defense. You know, not bad, not bad. You know, you saw the whole
2-yard carry.
Yep. Filled it the way he's supposed to. So, you know, now, you know, once again, you know, you got to build on these things, right? You got to keep this momentum going defensively. You can't give up any more points here. You know, you're in the
it's gonna
third
be hard.
quarter.
I mean, they got
so
good field position right now, and you know They're spreading out a little bit. Quarterback is going on the center. They got that wing.
Yeah, they may be spreading him out to
Dropping
run the
back.
ball again.
He gives
yeah.
the ball to number 2. He's following his blocks. He cuts it back, and he
Good
is
job.
down at the 20.
I mean, still he got positive yards. I felt he could have stretched it out just a little more, but he decided to cut it back in.
And it was Kayan Ali. He had that 46-yard touchdown in the first quarter.
Right.
He added a couple yards right there.
Good run. Good run by on his part. Like I said, it's 3rd down and short. So, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, which is good. Easy.
Big first down. I mean, you get that first down, it's a big play.
More of a manageable 3rd
on this
down, which is
drive.
great. Yep, it's more of a manageable 3rd down here. So
Quarterback's going under center again. That's Cameron Mayo, shot caller, and he hands it off to number 1, it looks like. Or
No, 7.
That's number 7. Great yardage. Isaiah Guzman, he had a touchdown earlier, too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The young man is doing work today, too.
Yeah, first and goal now.
Yeah, well, offensively and defensively. Way to come up. Way to run the ball. Good. Right off tackle. Managed to get outside. Turn it upfield. Get, good positive yards. First down. First and goal. Let's go.
Yeah, right where they want it. 21-0. If you could punch this in here right now, you're gonna have a 4 touchdown lead. And you got pretty much control. You just tell them, let's maintain this and keep going. It's going to be a lot of work for Bridgeton if they put this one in.
You got to hope that defense comes up big here and makes gets a stop.
He's found his lead blocks. He's going in. That looks like Redmond.
Yes.
That's Hayden Redmond for the score. Touchdown, Deptford. It's going to put him up to 27 right now, or 28. I'm sorry. 27-0, and they got to go for the extra point.
This young man is really good. He's got,
he
he's got
found
good.
the end zone. I mean, they scored on defense. They scored in the air. They scored on a 46-yard run. Scored on a 10-yard run. So they're utilizing their team, and they're finding ways to score in many different ways. And just a little too much for Bridgeton right now.
Yeah. Like I said, the young man's got some really good talent there. Obviously, it's in his blood. He's got good genes. So we'll see what they come up with here. See if they can get this stop. Stop them getting this extra point.
He's
Got to
put it
pass.
in the air.
Yes.
He got his guy.
To who? Take a guess.
We lost him off screen right there.
Number 7. Number 7
Was
with
it
the
number
reception.
7 again?
Yeah, number 7 with the reception for the extra point.
That's Isaiah Guzman again.
Yes, sir.
So, wow, 29-0 Deptford over Bridgeton. I do not have a clock check to tell you how much time is. We lost the scoreboard up here. Something happened to it. So the referees are keeping track of the time out on the field, and once in a while they do give us a shout. Joey, what you think about this? What is the coach going to be telling these teams right now, coming up?
He's going to be, you got to tell them, who wants it more right now. Guys, get out there. One of you guys got to make a play. Get this spark going. Give me something. Get downfield, make a big hit, knock the ball free. Let's get a turnover so that we can get the offense back out there and hopefully turn it around. But it's easier said than done. Obviously,
Yeah. We've seen it in 2 games already. The main thing is you look at there's no heads hanging.
Right.
You know what I mean? The players are still playing. Players are still hitting. Players are still going out there and doing what the coach asks of them.
Yep.
The coaches, it takes a lot to coach young men up when you're being down.
That's true.
So when you see there's no hanging heads and no pouting and stuff like that, you're building good character on your team, and that goes back to reflect the coaches.
And here what you got to tell your team is, hey, listen, everybody, get on the block. Get one guy. Let's get a return. Hopefully we can break one for a touchdown, but let's get good field position so that we can work, a lot easier for ourselves here.
Yeah. Good
kick.
Yeah, a nice kick. All right, we got a return, man. Them jerseys, when they were in them shadows.
Run it.
You can't see the numbers till they turn around.
Yeah, he ran into his own man.
Yellow outline. Yeah, we got a return, man, on that. That was number 4 for Bridgeton. Yeah, that's Corjan Hill.
Yeah.
Corjan Hill.
Yeah, the young man with the young man with a good return, held on to the ball, which was big. He had a bunch of players on him, from the defense there, trying to knock that ball out. But he held on to it, which was really good. So, it gets to the point where, yeah. Yeah. So let's see where they come out here offensively.
Here we go.
All right. Another handoff. Good run.
Yeah, nice little scamper. You know, Joey. You've seen the games right now. It looks like they've increased. Right now you had the freshman game,
right,
18-0. The sophomore game, 35-0. And like we said about that game, that was their third championship in a row. That's a three-peat. And we said if you've been in this situation before and you get to the big game and you've been there,
right,
you know what it takes to finish that job. When you think of the NFL and the New England Patriots were doing it all the time. I know Howard's happy now.
Yeah.
You mentioned it. They were there. They know how to capitalize and finish
right.
the job. So, there's an advantage to getting there, right now we're at 29-0, and we're only in the third quarter, and we don't have a time, but, I'm sure they're going to have opportunities to maybe score some more.
Right. It's tough, and as you said, the teams have been doing well, and right now offensively, the Bulldogs can't get anything going.
No,
they cannot.
Not right now.
They cannot, and defensively wise, they're struggling. Also, they're not making. They made a couple of big plays. They got a big stop on one series, but they haven't been able to dial up anything else other than that at the moment. And giving up 29 points right now,
you got to find a weakness. Your game planning, and sometimes the game planning changes during the game with the score. So you're battling a lot.
Oh, good catch! Oh, almost.
He never had full possession, I don't think. And, yeah, there was never full possession.
It was a good call. It was a good call by the ref.
Let's see what the ref is going to tell us.
Thank you. Appreciate that even better. I got 13 or 8, and I'm lying. I have holding. You have it in
turnover?
It's incomplete pass.
Okay.
You have a guy downfield. So they're going to. What do you have? Okay, you don't have nothing. You got a downfield. I have holding. So they're both on the offense.
We've got two flags on the offense. Illegal man downfield.
And we have holding.
And holding.
On them. So refuse the 5 yard and take the 10. We'll back them up 10 yards, replay third down. That was an incomplete.
Yeah, I think it's
you
fourth
want to decline
down.
them both? Okay.
Yeah. You decline them both, and, you just
There's
fourth
two
down.
penalties on the offense. Number 80 with a hold. Refused. We have an ineligible receiver downfield. Refused. We have fourth down.
All right, there you go. There you have it. 2 penalties.
All right, there it is. We got a big fourth down now.
And, down 29-0, you're not punting. You're obviously going to go for it, but you're running the risk of giving the ball back. Again, to Deptford,
and they're just so warmed up right now. They're finding just so many ways to get downfield.
With great field position, if you turn the ball over here,
the coach is calling the plays, and they're just making them happen at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So, if they could get a fourth down conversion here, it'd be great for Bridgeton. He's going up in the air.
Holding. All right.
Oh, what he got? Got 2 flags.
Yeah. There you go. Something that you look forward to. You looked at, you want it. You definitely needed it. So
we got a hold. I hate this. That should go there. We have holding on the defense. Number 33.
Big help for Bridgeton right now. They really needed that right now. The automatic first down.
That's right. Automatic first down.
All right. We got a drive going. Let's go.
It's not how you wanted it, but you'll definitely take it, right? Like I said, you got to get all the positives you can at this point.
It happened at the right time.
Right.
It happened at the right time.
Down.
Big fourth down.
Yeah.
Take it. Now let's capitalize off of that. Let's turn this into something. Let's get across that 50, and let's find that end zone.
That's it. You are 100% right. You got to definitely do that right here. Take advantage. You got to take advantage of this. I mean,
all right, looks like the quarterback is staying in shotgun. He's got twins left. He's got that offset eye. Split back, actually, and a reverse to 4. He's trying to get to the outside. He's cutting it up.
Good
He's
job.
got 5 yards. He's met by a defender.
Once again, you know, good
it
play.
Looked like number 22 with the tackle for Deptford. That was Amir Whitfield with a nice tackle.
Yeah, Mr. Whitfield came up from his spot and made a good form tackle. Got, you know, wrapped up really well, both hands. But good play. So now, you know, now you got second and a much manageable 3. You should be able to convert this so that you can keep the chains moving and you know, keep your game alive right here.
Hey, if you're at home and you are listening, make sure you subscribe to HSG Network. If you're watching it, we're here. I'm hoping we'll be back next year to bring you some of this TCUFL action. And comment as much as you want. You know, it'll be on the screen. And end of the third. Oh, right there, end of the third. Listen, we'll be right back after a few messages.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, we are back. HSG Network. John Saplinski here with Joey Pagan and Howard Gaber bringing you Junior Division Championship, American Championship. Third game of the day, one more to go. Joey, man, 2 big games down. This one's in the fourth quarter.
Good run.
You know, Britson's finding it very hard to move the ball.
You know, they've had two big runs now, and you know they've managed to get 2 good first downs, and you know they're doing something right. They're moving the ball. You know, that's all you can ask for. Once again, like I said, you want to build, but you want to build quickly at this point when you're down by 21 and you're in the fourth quarter, 29, and you're in the fourth quarter. Good run, way to run
on
hard.
that full house package, and you know fouled his lead block and put about 7 yards on that carry there.
All right. But you know, once again, like I said, you know, you want to build these little building blocks, but you need to build quickly. You're down 29. You're in the fourth quarter. The clock is moving. You know, running the ball's great, but you know, at some point you gotta try a pass. You know, maybe you get lucky, get another pass interference again, and you know.
Yeah, you know, and you know when you got guys like Shannon Flores on that defense for Deptford, 40-yard interception run back, and then a 39-yard, you know, almost ran that one back. I mean, this kid is playing great back there, and you know, great eye for the ball. It's making their passing game tough.
Right. You could say he's a good ball hawk. I mean, he's always around that ball, always. It gets deflected, he's there. You know, it's underthrown a little bit. He deflects the ball to himself, comes down with it, takes it back for a good return. So, you know, the kid is great on defense. You know, he's playing center field for them, and he knows how to play it.
Hey, if you look at the top of the screen back home, we got the tracker up right now.
There it is. Yep. The ticker's going. Ticker's going away.
I call it tracker. The ticker, the game ticker.
All right. It was a good
I get
run.
made fun of. You know, we all got our terminology. I'm a lineman, man. I played line. I got a lot of hits in my head in my day. So far we got 2 champions. We have crowned the Kingsway Dragons as your freshman champion. If you chime in, you look at the top of the screen. And your sophomore champion is the Salem sophomore team, champions right now for this American Conference. And then we're in the fourth quarter right now. Deptford with a 29-0 lead right now. We've had 2 shutouts already. They probably want to protect that goose egg too.
Yeah.
Go home and say, hey, we weren't scored on.
Right.
So Brixton's going to try to, make that not happen.
The Bulldogs come up with a couple of good plays here. Got to, from some first downs, but
It's met by
here we go.
defenders,
Yeah, here we go now. Forget about it.
Yeah, look like 29-33 on there. You've heard their names.
Yep.
The numbers called a lot today. That's Redmond and Wade.
Yeah, I mean, both of them coming up and making some really good plays there. The Bulldogs have been having a little success running inside again. I don't know why they went to the outside. I mean, I know you got to change it up. You can't run the same thing. But if it ain't broke, let's not fix it at this point.
Yeah, we got another situation like that last game. Can't teach speed, and we're seeing a lot of speed. At the end of the day, it's been a speed day. We saw it at the freshman game. Kid scored 3 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
He was breaking away. I mean, he would fight through the middle, but that secondary speed. For Salem showed speed, and right now this Deptford team
got a good pass here.
Great.
Let me see. Once
nice
again.
arm.
Yeah, no flag
on
incidental contact there. Okay, that's good. Don't call.
Great arm strength, though.
Yeah.
I mean, the kid put it out there.
With the win behind him, which is good.
Nice pass. Just, receiver fell.
Yeah.
But it showed his strength that he can go downfield with that ball.
That's correct. I mean, once again, it's a good call because, by the coach, knowing that you have the win behind you and it'll help the quarterback get the ball downfield a little further. And you go for it. You take a shot. Like I said, I mean, you can run the ball a few times, get a couple of good first downs, but at some point you really want to take a shot to score so that you can try to build some momentum. Maybe the defense gets sparked, get another turnover, but right now you need to get 6 on the board. You need to get 6, somehow, some way.
Yeah, I mean, that right now that's the biggest accomplishment you can get right now in the fourth quarter. You only might get this one drive. If you give the ball over, they could have the final drive of the game.
Yeah, we got to time
you want to capitalize on this final. Who y'all think deserves the MVP of this game? It could. You got 2 that stand out right now. You got Ali and you got Flores.
Right.
Ali with the 46-yard touchdown in the first quarter has been all over the field running the ball, but he's been also playing great defense. And then you got Shannon Flores with that 40-yard interception touchdown and that 39.
Yeah. And then you also have Redmond, with his running, ability. He's ran the ball well a couple of times. And number 29, too.
Yeah, they're all having a good game.
Wade has been out there doing some business. But, I mean, the 2 MVPs that you said would possibly be good.
Yeah, Ali and Flores
Those
right
are
now.
2 good candidates.
And what's good is, you could say to make it easier, offense MVP, defense MVP.
That's right.
So now you don't have to argue over.
Yeah, you can definitely
right
do
now,
it that
if
way.
you had to say Ali on offense and
Flores on defense
Flores on
with those 2 interceptions. One for a pick 6.
Chase right there.
Mm-hmm. That's great. I mean, and how often do you say that on at this level? You get 2 of it. Oh,
he looks like he's going up in the air.
Don't throw the ball.
Redmond with an interception. Another tipped one. And this time Redmond comes down with it. Hayden Redmond with the interception, tipped in. I mean, great. I mean, interception, another one.
I mean, it's horrible, right? That, he threw the ball that far downfield. Once again, great pass with the wind behind him, but once again, here you see that defense, right? You get a tip drill, and now it's not the Redmond tipping it to Flores. It's Flores tipping it to Redmond, and now that's great, defense on their part. That both of those guys are really good ball hawks. They're attacking the ball.
We got 3 interceptions right now on this defense.
Yeah.
I mean, and offense is doing a lot, and defense it's been pretty equal. They always say defenses win championships, and if you took a little bit away from the offense, I mean, 3 interceptions and a touchdown on there, it's really helped us this team today for this championship. But I mean, all around is a great team. They got the ball. This could be the final drive if they use the entire field.
Hopefully we'll be able to get a time check when we get a chance. But at this point right now, it's just okay.
Yeah, you got Mayo in there is the shot caller all day.
Okay, we have a dead ball. Got a false start on the offense. We're going to replay 1.
All right. Well, full start on the offense. So, it's going to push them back. So, now right, here's the opportunity for you, right? if you're the Bulldogs, right, you want to have something positive to take out of this game. You know, they push back. You know, they're on the 4-yard line. Let's try to get a safety. Let's cause a fumble or something here, you know.
I would love to put 9 in the box and rush them. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know, that end zone, when your back is near that end zone.
Yeah.
I've been there, you've been there, you
Yes,
coached
sir.
there, we played there. You're a little antsy.
Yeah.
You know, even a center's antsy because you can't make mistakes.
You know, and
you don't want to make mistakes near that end zone.
You got that many guys in the box. You got to figure out who am I blocking. You know what I'm saying? And at this level, you know, you may not have that intention span. They're like, okay, I got him. But, you know, we're not. They're sitting back.
They're spreading it out right now. You got, you know, let's see where they go. And he
Oh,
gets
wow,
it
look
to
at
7,
this.
gets the call. Wow. And
Good
he
run.
takes a great, he's still going and fighting.
Good run.
Still going to the 30.
Good play by number 7. Guzman on the carry.
Guzman.
For 26 yards.
26-yard run. They're down there at the 5. Takes the handoff probably at the 2.
Yeah. He was, So, you know.
Way to get him out of there.
Was a good offensive call because they caught the defense in a stunt. He had the 2-tackle stunt on that play, and he caught him in a stunt, which was perfect, right off to the races.
He was fighting hard, too. He got in the middle of there and fought hard for them yards. So they're not letting up. You know, coaches got them. You know, when you're at this championship game and you got the lead, we ain't celebrating to that whistle.
Right.
You're going to keep giving me your best.
Right,
I don't care if we're up 29. We do not slow down. We do not slack. We're going to run hard. We're going to finish hard.
Yep.
And that's what champions do.
And here we are, another good run up the field by number 4 now. You know, and you know, it looks like it's a first down, but
there's good sportsmanship out there too. You know, 32 helps 6 up, and you know,
yes, sir.
You know, little love out there.
First down.
That's what you're happy about. You know, at the end of the day, this is about
keep the
sportsmanship.
chains moving. Yeah, that's right. Sportsmanship. That's exactly what it is. Great job. You know, but like I said, you know, the Bulldogs coach is still coaching. He called a stunt on the 4-yard line, and it just backfired on him. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I thought he should have applied pressure. I didn't think he needed a stunt. I just think he needed to go straight ahead. But it's a learning process for the coaches now too. You know, not to make these mistakes.
Number 2 gets the call.
Good defense.
Wing, and
good defense.
Hey, there you go, stepping up. That was
Good
31
defense.
in there, 31 for Bridgeton, and big man in the middle there. I think it's 91.
No.
90. Oh, there's 90. Collins. All right, and 21 was a.
No, that was 81 on the tackle there with the black helmet.
81.
Yep.
Oh, the bird over there chimed in and gave me the wrong number.
81.
Yeah, 21. A Jean Hayes.
Yeah.
And Contrell Slayton on that tackle.
Right. They both got to get it. You know, to.
Oh, I got to go over one of the rosters. I got to go over Deptford. I did Bridgeton earlier. Yeah, I got to do this. I'm gonna do it 1 second here. Yeah, this roster's scary, man.
Yeah.
It's like having an encyclopedia on this one. You're getting your.
We got
there's
another end
Redmond on
around.
the outside again, left. Oh, what a great run!
Good stop. Way to go. Good run. Stay in bounds.
Still fighting hard. All right, I'm gonna
Good
go
job.
through this Deptford Spartans junior roster. 0, Ashad Carter. 1, Cameron Mayo. 2, Kayon Ali. 3, Shannon Flores. 4, Keshawn Green Jr. 5, Amari Harrison. 6, Zaki Babb. 7, Isaiah Guzman. 8, Tyler Jones. 9, James Pollard. 10, Josiah Hornsby. 11, Lathan Sierra. 12, Louis Colon. 13, Anthony Santiago. 13, Jasim Shepard. 14, Jarrell Tender. 15, Jeremiah Jones. 16, Joel Dean. 17, Aiden Banks. 18, Ryan Canglangrim. 19, Kyrie Chandler. 20, Lamir Consul. 21, Cameron Wilson. 22, Amir Whitfield. 23, Thaddeus Carpenter. 24, Caden Lucas.
Oh, good pass.
25, Braden Hutchins. 26.
He's off
wow, hold on, I'll come back.
Number 2 on the catch for
Ali
the touchdown.
Again for his second score.
Yes, I mean,
We
wow.
have about 45 yards on it?
No.
45, so he's got a 46 and a 45-yard touchdown. All right, here we go. 27 for the Spartans. Tayon Henry, 28, Amari Cephas, 29, Dazier Wade, 30, Gavin Smith, 31, Khalif Rutland, 32, Elijah Sistronk, 33, Hayden Redmond, 34, Jordan Lugo.
Not with
35,
24
James
seconds.
Haynes. 36,
We'll get the
Nazir
kick, that's
Green.
it.
38, Elijah Love. 39, Russell Love. 42, Aiden Herbert Roberts. 44, Elijah Gamble. 45, Gavin Riley. 48, Honor Bradshaw. 49, Jahir Gross. 52, Stephen Sierra Jr. 57, Raheem Shadum. 59, Quentin Long. 66, Jazir Muhammad. 67, Carlos
they gave it to
Osorio. 88, Josiah Nicolasi.
Good job.
90, Ajon Allen. 92, Shane Herbert. 99, Luke Landis. And finally, 0, Jeremiah Granger. And that is your 2023
how much time
Deptford
left. We
Spartans
already told
Juniors
them how much.
roster. Thank you.
Yeah, let's take it. Kick off. and we'll
Boy,
go.
that was a lot, huh?
Yeah, wow.
That was a whole quarter.
That was took you a whole quarter to get that
About
down.
a whole quarter and a half to read that roster.
Yeah.
Whew. That was like a speech.
Bring them up and kick. Bring them up and kick.
Yeah, so Keon Ali with 2 big reception touchdowns.
Right.
46 and 45 yards. Shannon Flores with 2 big interceptions of 40 and 39 with 1 going for a touchdown.
Right. And then,
Redmond with a touchdown and an interception. I mean, these guys have had a great game. And, Cameron Mayo throwing for 2 touchdowns.
Right.
And then you got Isaiah Guzman that put one on the ground. No, Isaiah Guzman was the reception touchdown, I think.
Right.
And it looks like we got a final here. 37-0. Your junior champions, the Deptford Spartans. What do you think about this game, Joey?
Wow,
I mean, they dominated.
What an exciting game! Once again, you could have had co-MVPs on offense and down the defense here. Great game. The Bulldogs just didn't have it with them this evening, and there's always next year. You got to get back to work. But Deptford with an amazing plan this evening or early this afternoon to get out here and do what they do. On all aspects of the ball. Not very much special teams, but pretty much on everything that they did. They did well. Well coached team. Great sportsmanship out here today. Excellent game.
Yeah, well, we got 3 down, 1 more to go. Stay with us. HSG Network. We got our 4th game today on our quad. We got Monroe and Woodbury at 5 p.m. We will be back. I'm John Saplensky with Joey Pagan and Howard Gaber. We will be back and bringing you some more TCUFL action.
Nice job.
All right, we are back. HSG Network. I am John Saplinsky with Joey Pagan and Howard Gaber. We are on our fourth game of this Saturday day in November. Bridgeton, New Jersey, freshman championship, Kingsway, Joey.
All right, first things first, gentlemen.
We had our
captains.
Salem
Congratulations, welcome to the
championship
game today.
champions.
You are the captains. I expect you to handle
Oh, we're going to go down the field real
with your
quick.
teammates.
Got
So
the
I do
coin
not
toss.
ask you that they become 15-yard penalties. Do I make myself clear, gentlemen? Thank you. Woodbury, you are the home team. That is heads, tails. Heads. So what would you like? Heads. It is tails. Woodbury, you want to defer to the second half.
Welcome everybody to your
Woodbury's won the toss. They defer to the second half. You want the ball to me, yes? What goal do you want to defend, sir? You want to defend, so you're going to kick it that direction. Line up in front of these officials this way. You guys swing here. For the first half, Monroe was selected to receive, and they'll be defending this end of the score. Join your teams. Let's play football.
Receive the ball on the kickoff. At this time, we're going to ask you to move your legs and face the scoreboard.
Here we go.
Playing the national anthem.
All right, we are here. Joey, like I was saying before the coin toss, 3 games down. Kingsway Dragons, your freshman American champions. Salem, champions. Deptford, champions. 4th game. Woodbury and Monroe. Oops. All right, we are back. Unfortunately, when they do the national anthem, Joey, as well as you know, we cannot go live because of the copyright, and we will get booted off the live stream, and we will have to start over our network, and it'll be a long haul. So we just pause it for that moment for the fans back home. But, 4th game today, we saw some great football. 3 games, 3 shutouts, 3 champions crowned, brings us to the senior division. You've noticed that it gets faster, more exciting each game.
Yeah. And as of right now, all the home teams have won, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, the home team's representing number 1 home team
right.
at this Bridgeton facility today.
So, that's been pretty good. And they've all won convincingly. So.
Yeah, we I'm sure Woodbury looking at the masses right now, hoping that they're on the same end. You got 2 teams here in the championship. They're here for a reason. Back home, if you don't know, all yellow and white helmets and yellow uniforms is Woodbury, and Monroe is in all black today. So pretty easy to distinguish. We had 2,200 views today, Joe.
2,200, not bad. Long day, long day.
2,200 people have heard the name Joey Pagan out of my mouth.
And John, I mean, it's been an amazing day today. I mean, the youth football. I mean, I haven't done a game. I've never done a game of youth football. This is my first time ever. I'm glad I'm working with you today. Not that I don't like working with Tom.
Oh, Tom.
But I'm glad I had the opportunity to work with you because I mean you're so knowledgeable on the players and the teams here, and you know most of these organizations. And it's made it a lot easier for me to do my job.
Yeah, I
and
appreciate that.
and it's just been phenomenal. It's been a great day, and I'm looking forward to another great game this evening. And you know, you tell me
Senior level. I get excited for this level.
You tell me what do you expect from these two teams because you know both.
You're gonna well-disciplined coaches. Woodbury's always tough.
Okay.
I mean, they produce a lot of great athletes. Monroe, I'm not familiar with Monroe.
Oh, okay.
They never were in our league when I was. You know, I didn't see him in high school. I didn't coach him in youth, so I don't know much about Monroe. So I didn't see him this year.
Got a good return going here, though.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Great return by number
Okay.
2.
Good job. Good job.
So right now I
Jacob
have not
Martin
seen
on the
them,
return. Yeah.
and I never got to coach against the team or even see them in the past.
Yeah.
In.
All right.
Oh,
so,
I did. No, I did. The last game of the season. What am I talking about?
That's okay.
You know what? Because it's a new team to me. You know,
Right.
with all these new teams coming to Tri-County and the way that it shifted since I was here many years ago. But, yeah, 2 good disciplined teams. You're going to see some passing in the senior game. You're going to see a lot of spread.
Right.
You're going to see, quarterbacks that are mobile at this level, dual threat. I mean, you're going to have your best athletes out here today.
All right.
So, and there we go. We already got some receiver sets coming out into this.
Nice.
You got I. What a way to hit the hole.
Hey, good run. Hit the hole right.
Look like number 5 for Monroe.
Alexander, Tyler Alexander there.
Yeah,
on the- Trey Alexander. I'm sorry, Trey Alexander
great
on that
run.
carry.
Way to
Yeah.
start. Hey, you positive yards on the
Positive.
first drive.
I mean, once again, we spoke about it there all day today, right? That first play of the game, you want it to be a positive game.
Crisp. 5 yards. That's all I want.
Yep.
Let me have 5. Get them offensive line pumping.
Yep, that's right. Get the blood flowing. Now we're working and, see what we come up next. You got 2 receivers out to the short side of the field on the boundary there. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, I always wondered. Yeah, I was never a coach that would line up on the short side of the field, but hey, they might be setting something up.
Right, exactly. Okay.
A little confusion there. We got number 1 at quarterback for Monroe. That is Tyson Walker.
Another run right up the middle. Good job.
All right.
Another 3-4 yards there. Good
Third
job.
and
Oh.
3.
Yeah, look at that. Good. Another 2-3 yards on that carry for him.
Getting a feel. You got some big guys out there. You got 65 and 40. I think it's 41 out there as the tackles.
Right.
There's a 6 foot. There's
There's
6 footers.
some big kids, yeah.
Most definitely 6 foot or better at this age group.
Right. So, now let's see what we come up here. Once again, it's short side of the field. We're on the boundary here. I mean,
5-man. It's actually a 6-man front.
Oh.
Yeah, that was the defensive end. Oh, that might be on the offense. See what the referee's going to have to say.
41 with a false start. 4-1.
So it's going against the offense.
Dead ball. False start. Offense. 5 yards.
It's not what you want to do.
Repeat third down.
I mean,
2 positive gains, and then you go back. So we got a third down, and looks like 8 now.
Right. Well, I mean, but it holds to what we've been watching all day today, right? Each team that's come out and dominated the game has started that first few plays, 1 or 2 plays where they stumbled a little bit and then they find their way and they wind up coming off to the races. So, I mean, if it plays out the same way, all we can expect is something really great from this next play here. 3rd and long, and we'll see. I mean, they have success running the ball. 5-6 yards. I mean, I don't know if you want to do that and then, possibly punt or let's see, man. I'm thinking maybe we're going to pass here, I think.
Yeah, it'd be nice. They are setting up in receiver sets. They are at the age where you went through your 7 years of development.
Mhm.
Now we can do anything. If coach calls it, we got a playbook.
Correct.
50 plays on it, 5 formations, 10 formations. So, he's got anything. Any situation. They played 10 games probably this year already.
Right.
They got the playbook to do these plays. You're at the age where you can execute what is expected.
Right, and this is senior level. What age exactly is this? Is this before high school?
14 under.
14 under. So they're getting ready to
go to high school.
Go to high school. So some of them could possibly be already freshmen in high school.
Yeah, which is a new rule that possibly came in, I don't know when, but that was like something new incorporated into my knowledge.
Okay, all right.
As long as you met the age criteria, because some townships I heard, because I did ask, I guess they were low on numbers and they needed some numbers. So
right, so they made that exception, which is not bad. That's a good rule. It's a good rule.
Yeah.
So long as you meet the criteria, you're within the right age, and that's it.
Yeah, it looks like they're going in that double wing. Man in motion. That was number 2 again. He's going to take the toss, and he's going around the outside. He's got some speed.
Oh, nice hurdle.
Oh, and yes, it is leading. It is a penalty. Oh, you're good. Oh, you're good. You're not allowed to do that anymore.
That's the end of the run. My foul is here for hurdling. It's an unsportsmanlike foul. We go 15 yards. Replay third down.
We found that out like a week ago.
Really?
Front the flag. We go front the flag. Off 15 yards.
Okay, so I'm learning.
Personal foul unsportsmanlike for hurdling against the runner. It's 15 yards from the spot of the foul. Third down.
15 yards.
Okay, so here's something new that I've learned today. It's illegal to hurdle over a defender.
Yeah, we learned this. I think it might have been the Kingsway game a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But it came in. But when you're not doing it, you don't realize it,
right,
that it's tossed down. But, we did not know that.
That's interesting. That is definitely interesting. I've never known that. And it's good to see here now, that, you had a good run. Shows his athleticism, but to no avail, right? If you can't do it, then why do it?
Yeah,
I mean,
like we got
other than
almost a 3rd and 20 now.
Other than they don't want to take in a shot, I get it, but
staying in that double wing.
Yeah, looks like we're playing a 4-4 here defense.
Oh, quarterback is dropping
screen.
Back. Ooh,
oh, good
man,
play.
In his face. 17 and 7 for Woodbury. That would be Sadiq Marshall and Anthony Nelson. Way to stand by that receiver.
Yeah.
And, he caught the ball, and they were already on him.
Yeah, he was not fooled by that. He once again, like you said, at this level, there's a little more going on as far as coaching-wise. You got a playbook. You got a little more going here. Who knows? They may have some film sessions going here. So, they might have recognized that play on film, and then, he read it. He said, oh, Coach, I seen this, and I read it. Okay, the lineman's trying to let me get by. I'm going to sit here and wait and make a play.
Yeah, looks like we're going in pump formation now.
All right.
Good snap. A little low, but he got it.
Oh, got a hand on it.
Got an ugly bounce. All right, the ball's down by number 4.
Down by number,
Good field position for Woodbury to start off.
Yeah, Woodbury's going to come out with really good field position here.
Yeah, across the 50 already.
Yeah, it was a low snap. He had trouble getting it. But it looked like it might have been deflected just a hair too. So once again, now we get to see what Woodbury's got on offense and what they come out with.
Defense. They're trying to get the coach. If you're just joining us, this is HSG Network, and we've had 3 great games today. This is our 4th. We will be back tomorrow on Sunday for the national championships, and that starts at 11 a.m. tomorrow. So chime in, like our page, connect to the page, subscribe to the page.
12-minute in formation against the offense.
We appreciate all the support we can get. We're bringing you the best of Tri-County United Football League action, and it's been a great season.
Yeah, it's been a great season. Make sure you subscribe to that also, HSG Network, please. That helps us out. The more viewers we got, the more subscription, the better it is for us.
2,000 plus views today.
Great job.
2,000 plus views already and counting. And it's rolling. Here we go. Nice handoff.
Good handoff. Good run. Yep. Good run by number 28 on Woodbury.
Yeah, 28 for Woodbury.
Yep.
He's right here. Neo Echeverria. He had a great game a couple weeks ago. We saw.
Right.
His name was being called every other play.
Right. So that's great. Good run by him. And you know that, once again, like I said about the viewers, you got the uncles, the aunts, the cousins, being able to watch their family members play out here tonight.
Out of state, somewhere else, grandma.
Oh, good run,
wow,
good
great
tackle.
Zero
good
brought
job.
down by number 5 from Monroe. Trey Alexander with a big hit.
Big hit there.
Way
wow.
to fill that gap. Now you got a big third down for Woodbury. So we got looks like a pretty equal game here.
Let's watch the replay here.
Yeah, this is nice.
Okay, so we got an eye back there. Okay. Oh, good job. Good job by number 9 on the tackle there. Good job. Way to stay home. Middle linebacker coming up, filling in.
Quarterback is under center. Quick.
Oh. Wow, number 4 read that, and if he would have just held up just a little bit and jumped, he might have been able to get an interception there.
Yeah, that's quarterback with the pass. Quarterback Keanu Dargy.
4-2-6 from the 49.
So like I said, once again, it's a big deal, right? You got your family at home, or even far away. And you can watch your cousin on TV here and playing. It's a great thing.
It's you can instantly rewind this DVR.
Yep.
And as you go to the parking lot, go watch your game as soon as you're done now.
That's right.
If you want to find your high, we get it a lot.
All right, you got 2 backs in the back for here.
Yeah, split back shotgun. Looks like he's dropping back. Nice arm.
Oof, just overthrown. He had a receiver. He was open. Just overthrew him. Got 4th down now, or that was 4th down? Turnover on downs?
Turnover on downs, yeah. Monroe's going to get the ball, second chance. So we got a pretty good game starting here. Yeah, under 5 remaining now in the first quarter.
Not bad. Woodbury came out with great field position, but really didn't do much with it. They should have stuck with the run rather than trying to pass.
5-1-7.
I had to Howard chimed in. Folks at home can't hear him, but he made a statement to me that I didn't see Woodbury, but he forgot where the barbecue was. The best barbecue platter I had this year, I will never forget, was Woodbury. Yeah, that's the game you wanted to be at, Joey.
All right. Okay, here we go. Woodbury showed some pressure. They came with a blitz. They managed to get a stop. You got about 2 yards, 3 yards out of that.
Yeah, it's going to be a second and looks about 7.
Yeah, you can see both these teams right now are really disciplined as far as what they're doing. The offensive linemen really trying to get their blocks off. And, the D linemen, fighting to get off, and the linebackers coming up and flying up and making plays. So,
This is a pretty evenly matched game. This is the championship. Both teams seem like they're ready. The defenses are doing their job right now and holding each other off. You're coming in there, quarterback under center in I formation. Looks like he's going to give number 5 gets the call. What a way to hit
run
the hole.
again.
Yeah.
He hits
explosive runner.
Very explosive. He hits that hole quick and hard, And, he gets second level immediately. Linebackers, if your linebacker blinks, he is not making that play. He's off to the races.
Yeah, we got this replay for you, Joe.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see right here. Simple dive. Good lead block on the middle linebacker, and that was it. Yep. The other backer had to make the play. Good play. Good play call in there.
When you're hitting the line of scrimmage with that much speed, you're getting yards.
Yeah, that's correct.
You can lean forward with that speed.
Right.
You're going to get a yard or 2. He turned it into a nice gain.
Dead ball, encroachment, defense. 5 yards. After the result of the penalty, we have a first down.
First down.
Right.
That's a big help.
It is. So, here you are, they've had a couple of good runs, but, you get a first down on the penalty, which is good since they, continue to drive, and you're building that momentum now. And Monroe, is taking this, the way this kid is hitting the hole, and his lead block is doing some really good work for him, opening up the hole. Yeah. The offensive linemen are getting that first initial hole open for him, and the lead block is picking up the first back in the hole, and he's off, 4 or 5 yards.
Yeah, he's staying in that split back shotgun, and number 6 gets the carry, but he's met by a gang of yellow jerseys.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at
there it is again.
Yep. Big number 7 looked like he was at the foundation of that tackle.
That's right. Is that Anthony Nelson, right?
Yeah, Anthony Nelson. Big
Anthony Nelson on that.
Yeah,
good play.
When you ever can't figure it out, just look for the little flex they hold.
Yeah.
I look for the flex.
And then Right from his defensive tackle position, he did well. He shut off the block and managed to get outside.
Yep, finished it. There he is. There it is. You get pumped up. This is what gets you pumped up.
You like to see that. He used his hands to stand up the guard and managed to shut off the block afterwards and make a play. Was what you want to see at the tackle spot.
He's dropping back, and he let it go over the shoulder.
Oh!
No flag. Almost over the shoulder, perfect placement.
Yes.
He looked over that shoulder, and it looked like it was going to drop right in his hands. Unfortunately, he didn't.
The receiver, it seemed like the receiver turned to the wrong side to begin with and then tried to readjust. By that time, it was a little too late. If he would have turned inside, outside right off the beginning, he might have had to been able to make a better play on the ball, but he turned inside first. So, he thought it was going to come straight over the shoulder, but it wound up being on the outside.
Yeah, we had 3 shutouts so far today and in these championship games. And we're wondering today if right now, if this game is the way these guys are playing, if we can break that curse. It looks like we got a timeout.
Timeout. Offense. 3:07 on the clock.
Looks like we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
There are a lot of different reasons why you should buckle your seatbelt when you're in your truck, like making it home safely to your loved ones, taking pride in your job as a professional driver, or following the law to stay safe. Always remember to buckle up when you're in your truck, and ask any passengers you might have riding with you to do the same. It doesn't matter how many years you've been trucking or how far you need to drive. Buckling up keeps everyone safe on the road. Learn more at www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
Okay, here we are back again.
All right, we are back.
Good play again by the defense. And take a guess who it is again. Our guy now, number 7, right? Anthony Nelson on that.
There he is.
Once
He's trying
again,
to set the tone for this defense, you know?
He definitely is. He's definitely a force. It looked like in the beginning, the first couple of runs, they ran away from him. And, now he's making an adjustment himself. He's slashing across, coming across the guard's face and, getting there and making the play.
When you're fast off the ball, it's such a different on the line, that first step. And when you're the biggest guy on the field and moving at that speed, you're working, you're an athlete. Quarterback is dropping back again. He's got time. He's going to air it out. It's going
got
up.
A receiver.
He's got him in.
Oh.
Ooh, number 2. He was looking for Jacoby Martin. Just a little bit overthrown.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Woodbury's taking over 1st and 10 now.
Another turnover on downs. So what we have here now is a really good defensive game that we see here.
Dave Stewart chiming in. You like our boy, he ain't going back to Gloucester? Herd Lions. I guess maybe, some kids get to travel maybe, or for the high school this year.
Yeah.
Dave Stewart, let's go Woodbury.
I saw that.
Let's go. All right. Let's see what we got.
Looks like quarterback is going under center. He's got that off eye. Oh, we got a. Might have got him.
Offside on Monroe. Dead ball. Encroachment. Defense. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
It's going to help Woodbury out. A couple yards,
Right.
You don't want to give that up. The game's pretty even right now, and you just don't want to get mental mistakes to give anyone a little bit of edge to warm up and help out their game planning.
I mean, both teams right now have gone off sides a couple of times, so we got those penalties. Hopefully we get them jitters out of here and start playing sound defense again. Good run. First back. Good job.
Hey, it's about a yard short of a first down. That looked like number 29 on the carry for Woodbury. That would be, was that 28? 26.
Yeah, 26 on the carry.
No, it's Neo Echeverria.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Neo Echeverria again with the call.
Yeah. So, once again, good call to give it to the first back. You want them to hit the hole quickly.
That quick dive.
The quick dive,
quick dive, if you get a big lineman that stands up a little bit or he picks a side, take advantage of it.
That's
and
correct.
Got great yardage.
The defense right now, we're like in a 4-3, 4-4 defense here. Look like they come in a blitz.
Yeah, they're showing a little blitz, too.
And they came with it. Good job.
Zero gets the call.
Good
Still
run.
Going.
That
was Jason Nelson. With a big run and the first down.
Good job by Jason Nelson. And, Monroe came with a blitz, and they got penetration, but they just couldn't grab him. They couldn't get him in the backfield. Let's take a look here. Monroe showing blitz, and, once again, you got that lead block coming. Went the other way with it.
There it goes. Hits that hole.
Both of them, both linebackers missed the play there.
Great job.
Wow, that was awesome.
We have a timeout. Offense.
Woodbury with a timeout.
48 seconds left in the
All right,
quarter.
we're going to take a break here really quick. We'll be right back.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, we are back. John Splensky and Joey Pagan and Howard Gaber, HSG Network.
Great job. Good run again.
Great run.
Yep.
All right, let me go out here. We're good.
That's zero again. It's the call. Jason Nelson.
Nelson on the carry again. Good run. Runs hard.
I think he got about 7, maybe 6. Yeah, there's under 30 seconds left in the first quarter. We have a 0-0 ball game right now. Lowest scoring game so far in the first quarter this afternoon.
Woodbury running the ball well right now.
Staying in that I formation. Actually, with a wing, too.
Yes, sir.
Quarterback sees something on that defense, letting everyone know, possibly blitz.
Good call
Way to
again.
Call it, yeah.
Good job.
Another first down. 28. That's Echeverria again. Neil Echeverria.
First back up the middle, yeah. That's it.
Them quick hits.
Quick hits.
They're not hesitant. They're hitting the holes hard, and it's positive yards. If it ain't, like you said it earlier, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It ain't broke, let's fix it. Right. First quarter.
Holes.
End of the first.
There we go. I think we're going to take a break real quick. And,
we're gonna get a replay here.
A replay, okay.
So he's the first back, and he's had a couple of good runs already this evening. So.
Yeah, he's hitting. The backs they're moving pretty well.
Yeah. Let's see what the quarterback does with the ball here. Does he fake the first back? Oh, he gives it to the first back this play anyway. Right off back. Yep, look at this.
Great block.
Good block by number 7.
There he is. That's our guy.
Nelson
right
blocking for
Anthony Nelson.
Yeah.
Now he comes over on all. I mean, look at the size of him.
Yeah.
He's strong and physical.
Both guard and tackle. Great block there on that. Managing to drive. The defensive line. Oh, good blocks. Wow.
When you got big linemen that are physical, you want to run behind them all
right.
day long.
And athletic too.
Yeah,
the kid is athletic. Which is great. Moving from this level when he gets into high school, that he starts getting on the weights and some cardio there. He's going to be really good.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a
Okay.
big left side of the offensive line they got there. 7 and might be 62 or 52 next to that guard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, whenever they run first back, they run that left side. It's great.
Yeah, it's number 12 in at quarterback for Woodbury. That is Keanu Dargy.
Infraction on the center. Dead ball. Snap infraction. Offense. 5 yards. First down.
So we have a snap infraction, John. What happened there?
Center.
Sometimes the center, they go out there and twitch the ball or move the ball. They set their hand up or they like it's common for centers to pick the ball up and get a good feel for the ball before they snap it and move it, and the referees catch that.
All right. Well, here we are. Another run by Nelson, but this time, number 5 on the defense from Monroe came up and made a really good play again. Trey Alexander on that, came up from his linebacker spot and made a good play. So, but yeah, I get it.
Well, a lot of times the cadence too. Like if you were going to change the cadence and he was going to snap it real quick, but only moved it an inch and stopped and brought it back.
Right.
They
Okay.
catch that. It's movement.
Right.
It's like you're trying to draw the defense off. So it could have been any one of those.
And I ask because once again, people at home don't know, and we can give them a little definition of what happened on that play. It's a good thing.
Quarterback in shotgun with split backs. He's going in the air.
Oh,
I think we had an
interception.
interception.
Yes.
Number 5. He did. Number 5 for Monroe. Trey Alexander with a big interception.
Good job. He sat right there, right where he was supposed to be. He got good depth. He didn't get too deep on that to let the back get underneath him. But good play. Let's take a look at it. Now he's sitting right there where he's supposed to be at 4.5. Takes a small drop.
He just drops it. He comes in. Yeah.
Yep. He jumped the route. Yep.
Wow. Right at the 30. So Monroe gets another chance. Second quarter.
He saw the slot receiver do that drag, and he stepped up right in front of it.
So they're going to go under center, and they got I formation right now. And
good spin.
There's 5 now, getting the call. Great way to spin.
Good job. Good run.
That's him again. Yeah, you get the interception.
Yeah.
What do you get? You get a reward. You get the first carry coming back.
Yes, sir. And you look like you got 8 yards out of it.
Yeah, it was great.
He had a good spin move too.
He's got a very explosive runner. That spin move right there. I mean, he had big number 7. We talk about
and
Anthony
good
Nelson
block
in his
by number 50 on that too. Great block on number 50. Yep. So.
Yeah, this is the age where you can really get your line blocking and
Yep.
listening. They're developed. You're becoming young men before high school, and the trench wars are the best. And there's some great blocking out there.
Good cut again.
Nelson with a big tackle. He's playing tackle to tackle.
Right.
He's a brute. This is a defensive lineman dream, coach's dream. When you're the left side tackle and you're crushing everyone to make a tackle over on
the right side. Yeah.
you know.
Once again, he sees the ball well from his position, and he just slashes across and be able to make the play.
He's running over his own guys to make that.
He is. He's running through. Yeah, he's really running through his own guys to try to get to that to try to get there.
Yeah.
So
that's what you want.
hey,
if you ain't gonna, I'm gonna run you over to get that tackle.
You better get on your horse, because if not, I'm taking it. Good job. Yep. Another good 5-6 yard run. Number tackle by number 17 this time. You know, which is not bad. You know.
Yeah, that was number 4, Jacob Kwan, with a nice carry.
Good run,
yards. You know, so
4 or 5 yards on that.
You got a very conservative game right now. You know, there hasn't been a big play yet on offense. Both teams. I mean, you know, Monroe was trying to throw the ball quite a bit. They were looking for that big play. They just couldn't capitalize. But the running game aspect of it's been pretty tight.
Right. Both
everyone's
teams
been explosive in between tackles, just keeping it kosher in the middle, like right here.
Once again, wow. Once again, look at this.
Yeah, defense stepping up really big.
Mm-hmm. Number 44, yeah.
Yeah, it looked like
number 4, cover your back pads, gentlemen, cover your back pads.
Jaden Trainer was on the bottom of that pile, 44.
Yeah, looked like he was going to get blown off his feet, but he managed to make a play anyway.
Yeah.
And, you know, that was really big. Because, I mean, they had a good run there with the lead block, but he wasn't able to, get there.
Sports Film just chimed in. I missed it. We had a comment come up on the screen. Let's go Bizzle. So we got a Bizzle out there.
There's a Bizzle somewhere.
Bizzle.
We have a Bizzle sighting in the building.
All right, we're going out there and
wing again.
Double wing with a motion and
toss. All right,
met by some defenders.
Way to come up
about a yard.
Yes. Way to come up on the defense, recognizing, staying home, doing what they do. Number 17.
Excitement down there by 28 on defense, too.
Yep.
There's Neo, the running back, is out there making a big play with a gang of yellow jerseys. He's celebrating a little bit. Booby Nelson, let's go. We've heard about Booby before. Booby showed up one game. Someone was cheering on Booby in another day.
Booby Nelson. I mean,
Booby Nelson.
He went out for a play to get some air, I guess, or whatever. He came back in. And, you know, now they got switched him over. Now he's on the right side. Let's see what happens.
We got something going on with the.
Yeah, you got 12, right? Substitution infraction. 12 against the offense. It's 5 yards. Still 4th down.
All right, we got an extra guy in there, and they're going to lose some yards, and they're still going to be in pump formation. So Woodbury holding them off again.
Yeah.
You know, it's going back and forth right now. Someone's got to find that one little crack in the wall to get through.
And we're going to punt now. All right, let's see what happens here. Good defensive game, though. Good punt.
Good snap. It's high. It's not that far. Good bounce
I
now.
haven't done nothing here, guys.
41-yard line.
Good job.
All right. Number 5 is Bizzle Monroe. Gotcha, sports film.
All right, sports film. Number 5.
Trey Alexander.
All right.
That would be Trey Alexander, who had the interception. And he's been running the ball
And he's been running the ball well, yeah.
What'd you say we had 5 what? 5:26
We
on
got
the snap.
City.
5:26.
We got Gunsmoke popped in Monroe. We got it.
And we got
all the fans are coming out. Love it, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
And, you know, when the kids get to go home and watch these games, they see that the fans are out there and their family, you know, giving them
cheering them on,
cheering them on.
That's right. Once again, good defensive battle here. I mean, you can see both teams are, you know, well coached, you know, staying home, staying disciplined.
Quarterback under center. He's got that I formation, and there's the toss. He's trying. Whoa, good defense, but he gets away from it. He's still going. Across the 50. He's down to the 40, 35-30, 25-20.
Oh, he cuts back
15,
inside.
10.
Good job
wow.
by
number 11, it looks like, or 0.
Number
That's
0. That's
again.
by Booby Nelson, right? Is that what
yeah,
they call him?
Jason Nelson. That might be. I wonder if that's Booby.
I wonder if
that
that's the Booby. Is 7? Is 7 Booby Nelson or 0 Booby Nelson?
It's 7. Oh. Just got this right here, Joey. Take a look at this.
They played week 1.
Week 1. Imagine that, week 1.
Week 1, and Woodbury won 6-0.
Over Monroe in week 1.
So they met early in the season, and they haven't played at all.
Championship teams were playing the pre-championship week 1.
Look at that.
Wow.
Good
and
run.
It was a pick-6 touchdown.
Right. So once again, what we're seeing.
So there was a scoreless offense game.
Right. And what we're seeing here tonight, again, is a defensive battle up until this play right here where.
So they've been playing this intensified since week 1.
Right, right.
Wow.
So you know, with Nelson on that big run there, you know, giving them great field position. But, I mean, you know, let's bend, don't break. Let's see Monroe.
Yeah.
I say bend, don't break. Let's see what happens
here.
You
know, right now, being in this position they're at right now in the second quarter, that maybe this is the greatest opportunity they had right now.
That's correct.
So, you know, you got that I formation again, 12 under center. Where are they going? And he gives it to the 0 again, Nelson.
Yep. Yeah, he's
fighting
pushing.
hard.
Look at him.
Hey, he's carrying the load.
Look at him.
He might be down at the 1.
All right.
Jay Nelson.
Good job. Good run. Yep. Booby. All right. All right. So Booby is number 0.
Yeah, Booby Nelson. We got it.
We got it now. Let's go.
4 minutes.
4 minutes.
We're at 4 minutes.
Got a 4-minute warning.
4 minutes and a half.
Yep.
0-0 on the 1 yard line. We've been here on this. We were on the 1 inch yard line a game ago or 2 games ago.
Yep.
I think we got in. I think Woodbury got in.
Welcome to the end zone.
There's Nelson. Now that is the first touchdown offensively scored between these two
teams. That's right.
In 4, 5, in 6 quarters of play.
6 quarters of play.
6 quarters of play. That is the first offensive touchdown.
And once again, you know, you got to assume that, you know, Woodbury did their homework. They probably watched film that first game and said, okay, these are some of the adjustments we need to make. We need to run the ball a little better.
Yeah.
And they ran behind their left side, their strong side.
Yeah. Well, you know, you make them few adjustments,
Mm-hmm.
and if you can capitalize on a few that you saw, and now it results in a touchdown.
Touchdown.
You
Yeah.
saw the battle going back, and it was like 3 drives, 3 drives each.
We're going for a kick here.
Yeah. And it looks good. And he gets it.
Wow.
And that's Big Nelson. What can he do? Now that's our other Nelson.
Oh, that's the other Nelson. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, these Nelson boys are really doing something
Anthony
together.
Nelson.
You know, the next question to the fans is, are these boys brothers?
I don't know.
If anybody knows, please comment. Let us know.
Are they related?
Yeah, they're
we got
related.
Nelson and Nelson. Remember the group, the Nelson twins?
Yeah. Good block there. Good block.
I mean, you got the big guy, the lineman and the little guy, but, they are both Nelsons.
But once again, like I said, they went off tackle on the left side, and their left side of the offensive line is their strongest side. So, you would think that close that would be where they go. So,
yeah. Well, we got a lead right now. You got Woodbury on the boards with 7. 8. I'm sorry, the kick is 2. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
See how you forget sometimes when you come back to the youth. Yeah, so you got an 8-0 ball game. Second quarter, like 3 minutes around.
And like you said, that's really big that it's a 2-point conversion when you kick an extra point. So
a lot. It's very hard. You're grooming kickers, so you're getting rewarded to take the time. You know how many at the levels of every level we do too. They always forget about a kicker.
I got the best kicker in the league on my team, so I know that.
Yeah, but it forces you to say, hey, we got to groom someone to kick.
Yeah.
And then
that's right.
You get rewarded. You get that 2 points.
And that you're grooming him at this level. Once again, the minute he gets into high school, he gets more work on that. And God knows, where he can go from there as a kicker.
And they did it like I did, like Nelson. Whenever there's no kicker, I always tell teams, just go get your biggest lineman and just kick it. Because, they're so powerful. They don't even got to walk up to it. They ain't got to run up to it.
Nope.
Just boot it.
That's it.
And they got Big Nelson out there.
Bounce +5.
He's making great blocks on tackle. He's making big tackles on defense.
Procedure, kick out of bounds against the offense. They chose to take the ball at the spot of the foul, +5 yards, first down.
All right, well, we had a procedure right there, and, now 5 yards, added to the spot. First down and roll. Let's see how they come out. Let's see how they answer that big run by the Woodbury here.
Yeah, I mean, you got that playbook. You got the experience of playing them week 1 and coming in here, and they never scored on offense on them. So, they got to come up with something big. Way to get away from all that traffic.
Oh, good.
And still going.
Good job.
Yeah, he made nothing into something.
I mean, the corner came up to make a play, missed the tackle, but managed to, redirect him and not allow him to get upfield, turn upfield as quickly as he wanted to.
Yeah.
So, and allow the defense to come over and make a play,
Yeah, he was calling the backfield, but that's Jacoby Martin, number 2. Like there, he goes backpedaling and
then he comes
fights
up.
Off one, yeah.
And he gets over and makes a good play. Just that slight, action
right
where he came up and forced him to have to take an extra step. And, the defense was able to get there and make a play on him.
Got that I formation again. He's going to follow his
there
lead
we
block.
Go.
And what an explosive run again.
Right. There you go.
It's that explosion. And you see how fast he's going and staying low?
Yeah.
He actually was like a foot off the ground, Superman diving through there for them yards.
Yeah. I think if he doesn't get as low and just a little, stay up just a little higher, because he's leaning too much.
Right. He's
and
leaning
his momentum,
a lot with that speed, and it's like he's
taking him straight down.
Yeah.
I mean, if he stayed a little bit higher, I think he can just get through that. Once he's by second level, as fast as he is, he's off to the races.
Yeah. 3rd and 2. Staying in that, you got your twins left, and that I formation is going to set number 3 in motion.
Yeah.
Yep. He got an
there
extra blocker, and wow, and there he goes.
Once again.
Oh, he's still going. He's at the 30.
Once again, right?
Down to like the 24, 5, 6 yard line.
Great run. Once again, like I said, he's not leading. He wasn't leaning forward too much. He stayed squared a little more and was able to stay on his feet and go forward and get more yards. Once he gets second level, it's off to the races.
That extra man in motion with that extra block really helps.
We got 230, but here's the replay, all right? Straight downhill. Good block by the offense. Good block by number 6. There he is.
And that guy that went in motion didn't even block a lot.
Right.
It was just a split of a second getting through on that linebacker. One split half a second all it took to get him past him.
Easy.
And once again,
nice work. Nice work.
They figured out, hey, we threw the ball a couple times, wasn't successful, but their run was working well. So what do? You go back to the run with the lead block, right? You get the lead block. The lead block is getting his block and opening a lane for him to run through.
Yeah.
But just like I said, if he just does not go as low as he was doing in the beginning and stay a little higher, he'll be fine. And once again, he broke it. You saw it. He broke it when he stayed up. and managed to get a good 5 to 20, 15 yards on that last play.
Yep, they're comfortable in this I formation, and there goes the motion again, and there's the toss.
Oh, bad toss.
He's getting positive yards. Oh, still going. Looks like he got the first down, but
got a flag on the play.
Oh, that's a shame.
Good run on his part, but
man, holding offense, 10 yards from the previous spot.
Yeah,
second down.
Moving the ball very
Yep.
well, and you got to, go backwards a little bit on a game like this, and it's the championship, and,
right?
All odds are against scoring, and it's an accomplishment from the first game in week 1. Neither scored, so you want to go forward and keep pushing forward, but a little bit extra work now to try to get that first down.
Right, and
128, 128,
128 left in the half, but you don't want to make these mistakes here during this part of the game. It's crucial. You got timeouts, but you don't want to make these mistakes where you start going backwards. You want to continue going forward, because you want to score here before the half. So, the penalties are killing you right now. You don't want that. All right, got another
run.
run.
Get him on that hard count.
Mm-hmm. Good play.
Defense, they didn't go for it. They flinched a little bit, but they were good.
Good play and the 0 there. Bryce Jones on that play. Good play.
It's going to be a big third down. It looks like 14 now.
Yep.
Actually, 15.
Got double sticks working there, so Woodbury. What do you do here defensively? You want to sit. You want to play the sticks. You don't want to give them that opportunity. Yeah.
Yep. They're staying true. They're staying true to that. The Twins left in that I formation. They're staying true to it. He's dropping back now and rolling out, and it looks like he's going to let it go. And we almost had an interception.
Good defense, though. Good defense. They had
it looked like Sabir Dawson-Wilson was over there to bat the ball down.
Yep.
It was in his hands.
It was in his hands.
So we don't get downfield on that, right?
Yeah.
Pass play, make sure you don't get downfield 41.
I thought for a second there he was going to intercept that,
Yeah,
but
he had both hands together. He was in position. He stretched up for it, and it just didn't happen.
Right. So but once again, you had enough defenders around the ball to make a play, which was great. You understand? They were fourth down now here. They were not fooled by the play action, which was good. The secondary managed to get back and play defense. And once again, right? So it's 4th and 15, I think it is, or 4th and 14. So you got a safety back. You're gonna play the sticks. If you get the run.
There we go, spreading it out a little bit now.
I think we're gonna come with the run here, though.
He's dropping back.
Yep. Yep. Quarterback keeper. Oh.
A little short, though. He's about, not a little, but, he didn't get too far.
Yep. I mean, it was a good try, though. Good try.
Yep.
Yeah, it was Jason Nelson. That's Booby with the tackle.
Booby on the tackle, yep. Good job.
The only touchdown of the game, Booby.
Mm-hmm. Good job. Good job by Woodbury there. Good job by Woodbury. Yeah. Good job by Woodbury,
Did someone
holding.
hit with the head with a football there? The ref just got hit in the head.
Yeah, he managed to get out of the way at the right time.
Is that what it was?
So, I mean, Woodbury here, I think feeling confident. I think they, I'm not sure. We haven't gotten a time check yet, but we got to see. I think
they shotgun split back.
I think they go to the end zone here. Yeah,
they're going in the air. Oh, nice pass. If he's
good catch.
Oh my goodness!
Great job.
And the clock stops at the 34. It looks like.
Good job. Great
they're
catch.
going to mark it at the 34. Nope, 36.
And that great pass, because if you watch
on the money.
If you watch where that ball was placed, outside shoulder, perfect, where the defender can't get to it, right? So at this level, to see that kind of accuracy is unreal. Good pass. You watch here, right? So puts the ball out there. Yep, there it is. Yep, safety didn't get there quick enough.
32-yard pass.
Nice. Good job. Good catch.
Staying in that split back shotgun. He's going in the air again. He's got his man.
Get
Number
out.
10 this time.
Oh, inbounds.
Davion Roman with the reception.
Yep.
We got another timeout.
We have a timeout called by number 12 of the offense.
They are moving the ball very well right now, and looked very confident with this
Right.
passing.
25.
You know,
25.
He's settled back there. He's dropping back, and his pass and his release and everything just looks calm and
Right.
confident. I don't see them veering too much away from this pass if this keeps up.
Right,
You
and
know,
we're close. We got 30 yards, so not bad. He just threw a great pass,
32 yard, and
32
then
yarder.
a little scampy over here.
And what we said earlier in the game and the other games earlier too, he's got the wind to his back right now. So it's going to help him if anything on a deeper ball. But we got no penetration, got plenty of time, sitting there waiting for his receiver to get open, and he's putting the ball on a dime.
He's staying in that shotgun split back. He's got the twins left. And there he is again. He's confident. He's got time.
Now they got the
he's
pressure.
got guys on him. He's got away.
Huh?
Yeah. Refs hit the whistle. Yeah, he had a couple jerseys on his pursuit.
Right. So, here I am saying that he had plenty of time, and this time, Monroe came with a little more pressure.
Yeah, they're not going to make it easy. They got athletes too, and
right.
Considering where they've came, one touchdown in 6 quarters right now between the two, and they're in the championship between week 1 and now, very evenly matched, and they're going to fight hard.
Right.
This is the championship. This is it. You win, and you're going home a champ, and that's it.
And basically, as for Woodbury, it was just one big play by Nelson on that run, that got him downfield. So
15.
So
15 on the snap.
We got 15 seconds on the snap.
All right. Well, he's confident and he's going trips right. Actually empty back. Oh, no, here he comes. All right, 28 is coming. I was like, they're going empty. Someone's missing.
We got trips right, yeah. Looks like he's going to go into the end zone with this.
It's going to be nice.
Once again, he's got the Winters back. See if they can get a good
dropping
rush
back.
with 4
He's
guys.
looking.
Nope.
He's trying to take off, and they
ball
got
came
him.
out.
Monroe got him.
Yep.
Looks like 65 and 15 for Monroe. So you got a Jordan Dales and Aiden Izaraku.
Yep.
Oh, that's it. It's going to bring us to the second half. I'm John Saplensky with Joey Pagan and Howard Gaber, HSG Network. We will be back after halftime.
1-2.
Here we go. We are back. HSG Network. I'm John Saplinski with Joey Pagan and Howard Gaber. We are here at our final game of this evening. Seniors, Woodbury and Monroe. Joey, we've had a whole day of football. How we looking on the senior game?
Right now, great. It's a good defensive battle with one big play for Woodbury. A big run by Nelson, and you know, they were able to capitalize and get into the end zone after that. So, you know, but basically a defensive battle here going back and forth. This second half, I don't expect to see much but the same thing, you know. Good defenses and, you know, one big break. It's all it's going to take. You know, if Monroe can get a big break, you know, we'll probably get a tie game going here.
We got Bizzle for president on the screen.
All right, way to go.
Bizzle for president.
Bizzle, you got my vote, Bizzle.
I got a vote right here, Bizzle.
Yep. Let's see what he does defensively now, right? He's been big offensively too. So he has already got an interception. So
we got flags already to start the
substitution
third
infraction.
quarter.
12 men in the formation.
That's unfortunate to start, you know, coming out here and you get a penalty on
Quarterback,
the
wait
open
for
play.
my whistle.
right. I mean, that's not how you want to start the second half.
So we got Woodbury with the ball. They are in yellow uniforms, white helmets. Monroe is in the, I think it's black, but it looks a little blue with the black helmets.
Right.
He's got two lead blocks. He's
nice.
getting the call around the outside.
Good block.
He's still
Good block.
going. He's got 5.
Good
he got
run.
the first down.
Got
and he's
another
still
flag.
Going. Oof. Another flag.
Yep. Let's see what this is here. Probably a hold. Might have been. I mean, I thought I saw hands to the face.
Make sure the coach knows, please.
Look like Neil.
Holding on 0, spot of the foul, 10 yards.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, Booby with the hold.
Booby.
Right there.
Booby with the hold. Oh, boy. Come on, Booby.
That was a big run by Echeverria.
Yeah, he had both guys out in front of him, which were great.
The lead blocks were just leading him downfield, and just hurts to get a second penalty in a row. You got the lead, you got the ball.
He's out of bounds.
Right.
You know, you're coming in the second half, and you're getting a couple little mental mistakes.
Right. You know, you might have lost focus, you know, on the sideline there for a little while. So, you know. Let's see what they come up with now. I mean, they're really behind the sticks here. So, but it's still first down. So, you know, you still got time to make some plays here. So
they split the receivers. He's going to stay in that I formation.
Right.
He's going under center. He's got that wing on the right, changing it up a little bit.
Yeah. And here we go with the handoff, and
that was Booby with the call.
Booby with the call. You know, you got about 5 out of that, 5, 6 out of that. Second down.
Still got doubles. We still got doubles.
Yeah, we still double sticks, but. You know, once again, you move the ball a little bit, and, you know, you try to come back and see what you can get. You know, you can get there. If you get another run with some good yardage here, maybe you can play action on third down and try to get the ball downfield. So,
yeah, they come right back in that same formation. You know, 12 is the shot caller. That is Keanu Dargier.
I mean, you know, Monroe's all over the line right now. They're you know, they're all in the box.
Yeah, they're warmed up. You know, 8-0 is nothing.
Yeah, it's nothing right now.
It was a 6-0 game in week 1 when they played each other, and that was on an interception. He's getting hawked down. Is he getting rid of it?
Oh.
Almost in the hands of 3 for Monroe. Joshua Kwan, almost with an opportunity to grab that and take it in for a score because there was nobody.
Nobody
in
in front of
Green
him.
Highway.
That's right.
25 yards away, and you know, we would have that was how that first game was in week 1.
Yeah.
An interception.
With interception, pick six.
Interception, pick 6 was the only score in week 1 when these two teams met.
You know, they seem to be very evenly matched. You know, and it's what you want in the championship game, right? You want two teams to come out here and really show off what they got, and you know,
just keep getting warm.
Yep, and keep playing and going back and forth. You know, and you know, looking to try not to make that mistake that causes you a touchdown. You know. Once again, it wasn't a mistake on Monroe's part. It was just a very good run by number 0, Booby Nelson. So, you know, anything can happen, you know.
A game when you're evenly matched, you're looking for your leaders to step up even more. I mean, you got us to this championship, and, you know, big plays, big-time players make big-time plays.
Good run.
Hey, he got back to the original line of scrimmage almost. You know, it looks like he's just about there right now.
Yep.
They look like number 1 on the carry.
Yeah.
That's Davion Ross.
Yep. That was the quarterback there.
Oh, was the quarterback?
Yeah, he was quarterback, and number 12 had gotten hurt on that last play.
So he was in that quarterback.
Yeah,
Okay,
he limped
Davion
off a
was.
little bit. Yeah, he limped off, and now they're going to punt here. 4th down, we're going to punt. Good call here. I mean,
It's chilly out there. You see how the make sure the centers get a good grip on the ball because when it's cold, that ball gets hard too.
Yes.
Little short, but at least he got it.
Oh, good punt.
You would rather have her
Woodbury
hop at his
yep.
feet.
Oh, good roll by Woodbury. Look at this.
Like getting on the 40.
Yep.
All right, good punt.
Good punt. Still good field position for Monroe. 40-yard line.
Yeah, they're
going
to
in.
get an opportunity. We got a score prediction here. Johnny Wick, score prediction, 12-0 Woodbury win.
All right.
Yeah,
that's.
I guess
that's
they're going to get 2 safeties.
Yeah, he's doing well. Johnny Wick is doing well at home. Trust me, I know that. I know he's doing well. 12-0 prediction. I like that. So let's see what Monroe comes out with here on offense. They're
coming out in that I formation, and then twins left. Same thing they were running right before the half, and going to give it to the second man.
Yep. Got a lead block coming downfield. Running down number 3 on the tackle. Good job.
Might give him a spot of 4. You
Yep.
know what? I'll take 4 yards every time.
Yeah. Number 3, this guy right here. Tyron
Maddox Jr.
Yeah, Tyron Maddox Jr. on the tackle there. Good run again. Good run again. With the lead block again in front, you get 3 yards out of it. Good pop, second down.
They're getting yards. Monroe is moving the ball. They just looking for that one big break.
Yeah.
That one, and they did try to launch the ball quite a bit. They were throwing them bombs out there.
Yeah. And, Trey Alexander had one big run, but
there's a couple flags on there. We got motion.
Oh boy.
Dead ball. False start. Offense. 5 yards. Still second down.
Well, they just lost 5 on the 4 they just gained. So now they're seeing a little bit like Woodbury. You had a couple great gains, and then you're going backwards a little bit.
Right. I mean, here you don't want to have that. You're trying to get momentum, and now you get a penalty. And you're back 5 yards. Now you're back behind the sticks again.
Yeah.
2nd and 11. It's not as good as 2nd and 7 or 8 but. They got to play a little more discipline here. You got to be focused.
This is the biggest game.
It's the biggest game.
This is the Super Bowl.
Yep.
You want to play mistake-free ball. He's going split back shotgun right now, so he's trying to buy himself a little bit of time, a little bit more protection maybe. Got him jumping. They just got their 5 yards back.
Dead ball. Encroachment. Defense. 5 yards. Yep. So second down.
Okay. All right. I mean, that's one way to do it.
Going back and forth here. A little penalty, a little 5 yards. Give him 5 yards back.
Back to 2nd and 7. It's good. But once again, you want more discipline from these kids. But it was a good hard count. He drew them off sides.
Yep.
For the quarterback to be able to do that at this level, it's a great thing. Also, you got two receivers set to the left. Oh,
high
good.
Snap.
High snap.
Is it what's he going to do? Oh, that's unfortunate. Big loss.
Yeah.
Big loss.
I mean, it could have been a lot worse. It could have been a lot worse. He was able to get the ball. So if it would have gotten over his head, and Woodbury recovers. Then
possibly just got rid of it. He took that big loss.
Right.
That's what learning. That's why you're developing. He's gonna have a quarterback coach one day say, don't drop on the ground. Let's throw it out of bounds. Let's throw it to somebody.
Yeah. You had to get out of it. He was still in the pocket, so it could have been that he realized, I'm in the pocket. I have no receiver. I just attention to the ground, and you lose it down. So you didn't want to do that, but you didn't want to take a sack there either.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there you go.
Nice
Good launch.
High.
Look at what?
Committed the robbery.
That
was
this.
definitely an interception. That had to be an interception that he committed the robbery back. I mean, we got to see that.
We had a dual possession there for 1 second, and number 3, the receiver just twisted his body and took the ball away from him, and that may be the play that Monroe needed to get them going here.
Yeah,
right?
That was a huge play. I mean, he put it up there.
Yeah. So we had the big play with Nelson, big run play that gave them that momentum.
There it is.
Right, and now we had the Monroe receiver, come at with a head tap there and get a good play. You got another run. Here we go. There you go. Oh,
big run.
There you go.
And a flag.
Flag. Yeah, we saw that. Oof. I learned that penalty earlier today.
What do you have?
Hurdling.
But his knee was on the ground. He can take a guy that has made contact. Yeah, knee was on the ground. Yeah, there's no knee.
Oh.
His knee was on the ground. We are good. There is no foul on the play for hurdling.
Great no call. Great
knee
no
is
call.
on the ground.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, it's a great thing that with the mic, open mic with the referees.
Yeah, you get to hear everything here.
We
hear it at home. The fans get to hear it. It really brings us into the game.
And you get an explanation as to why they're waving the flag off. The defender's knee was down, and it's not considered hurdling then, so that's good.
They got the best drive of the day here right now.
Wow!
My goodness. Oh,
good
my
hit.
Goodness. 17 for
Woodbury. Yes.
Sadiq Marshall.
Wow.
I mean, it was kind of like he ran into him too.
Yep.
With, the shoulder, but
let's watch it here again. I think he's that outside.
Alexander.
That's outside defender there. Oh, yep.
Yeah, that's hitting the shoulder will do.
Wow. That was big. That was really big.
Yeah, he's fired up now.
Yeah.
See him out
definitely.
there. He's like, I want another one.
Yep.
That's what gets you excited. You're out there. It's a little cold, but you're sweating out there.
Mm-hmm.
We know that when you're playing, you don't feel that cool air no more.
Yeah, you're fired up. The blood is flowing with these guys right now out there, and they're just ready to go. Another run here. Good play.
Wow, great defense.
Oh, the ball's out.
That's Booby with the tackle.
Okay.
Booby
All
Nelson took down Trey Alexander.
And good tackle by Booby. Great sportsmanship by lifting up the running back, too. Giving a hand up. That's great.
These guys are starting to warm up on both sides of the ball right now.
Yep.
8-0, anyone's ball game. They've obviously got here in that I just keep thinking about that week 1 0-0 offensively scoring game.
Yep.
And, an interception touchdown was the deal breaker. And, you're seeing these two teams get an opportunity again to go at it in the championship.
It's a big third down here. They need to convert. Here. Oh, watch out.
Oh goodness.
Wow.
That's 17
Great play.
again.
Yes.
That's Sadiq Marshall.
Yes. Yes, right off the edge.
Told you he was getting a little pumped. He see them feet moving. He said, I wanted more. He went and got some more.
Yes, sir. He came right off that edge. And let's look at it again. Yeah, he's lined up outside right here and motion away from him. And, that's it. Tackle just
the blind side. Here it comes, doesn't it? Quarterback don't see it coming.
So here's what happened too. You had Booby Nelson in his face, turned him, made him go back the other way, and it's what you want. Your two defensive ends to playing. Meet me at the quarterback.
It's games like this where big time playmakers got to make big time plays, and this is the time. How bad you want it? What are you going to do? What are you going to do to be remembered tomorrow? What big play are you going to do?
Yes, sir.
It's plays like that are a turning point in the keys of games like this.
Yeah, and in a game this close, on third down and very long, to get a sack and force them to punt. Great job. Great job by the.
Oh wow! Did you hear that, Joey? Over 200 people watching right now. Almost just under 3,000 viewers right now.
Yeah.
So back home, if you're listening, we were just talking about subscribe to HSC. 3,000 views today on these games, and we'll be back tomorrow with 4 more games right here in Bridgeton.
Yeah, we appreciate
convenience.
Yep. We appreciate you guys watching, but, subscribe. That's the biggest deal right there. Subscribe so you can catch all the games that we do out here and throughout the year.
Oh, we got a fumble. Never got it in there.
Oh,
he's still going.
Good. Okay.
That was number 0 with the fumble recovery for a Monroe. Do we got a 0 up there?
No, sir. All right, we'll check and see what
it looked like
number
0.
8. No, actually number 8.
Oh, it's number 8.
Yep, Kristen Lowe. Kristen Lowe on that recovery.
Yeah, he had the ball tucked, and I seen the top look like 0.
Yeah, let's see what happened here. Whether it was the exchange or whether it was a hit.
Never got it in. He just dropped it when it hit his stomach.
Okay, all right.
I did see that.
Let's see it here then. He didn't put the ball in the right place. Okay.
Braid out.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Down near the hip.
Down near the hip. It hit his thigh. And there's your big play again from Monroe, right? And he almost picked it up and ran it in for a touchdown.
Right on the 5-yard line. So we're on the verge of possibly seeing Monroe.
Right.
Got 4 chances to score. Let's see if they can do it.
All right, let's see. Good run. Good run again by number 5.
Yard.
Tackle by number 28 again.
Yeah, that's running back tackling running back.
Yeah, there it is.
You got the running back for Woodbury. Echeverria, the big playmaker that's running real hard for them, comes up on defense to take on a big tackle on a Trey Alexander.
Yeah. What's
great is Trey Alexander had an interception today too on defense. So you got both running backs doing their job on offense and defense today.
That's correct. What you want here, Woodbury, is bend don't break. You bend don't break. You just trying to hold them 2 more downs here, and keep them out of the end zone. But the way Monroe's been running this ball, let's see. All right, another big run.
Trey gets
there it
the
is
ball again. Hard fought 2 yards.
Yep, that much closer.
It's going to be 3rd down, 3rd and goal.
On the 3-yard line.
3rd and 3.
All right. So me being the defensive coach that I am, I see it here. What am I thinking? They're going to run the ball again. Maybe they give it to the first back, but it's a good play for bootleg. And, I'd call it right now.
That interior run defense is really
tough.
Is really strong.
Yep.
And I think we got.
Yep. Dead ball. False start. Offense. 5 yards.
Wow.
3rd down.
What you want down there, right there.
Yeah. No.
Wow. So it's going to go from the 3 to 3rd and 8.
Yep. But once again, as a coach, I see it also now as there's a little more room for you to work with, right? If you want to come out with a pass.
I absolutely can agree with that.
A little play action
you feel a
or
little
something.
crampy when you're close. I
Yes.
definitely agree with that.
As a defender, you appreciate that lack of space that they have now to work with, but now they got a little more room, so, to see. Yep. They're rushing out to come out. Oh. All right, let's see what there's another penalty. Looks like it's a delay.
Ooh.
Delay game.
No.
Offense. 5 yards. 3rd down.
Yeah, well,
can you imagine, right now, just self-destructing from the 3-yard line and just,
Coach,
coming back?
Coach didn't realize where they were, as far as time-wise. I mean, once again, this is crucial here. As a coach, you got to know the time on the clock, on the play clock, right? You got to get the play in quickly to your offense so that they can get it out. And, if you delay, they delay, and now you take a bigger penalty. It's a bigger loss. Yeah. And now you're just third and maybe 14. 3rd and goal, from the 13. So 3rd and goal from the 13, where you were 2nd and 3rd. Yep, from the 3. Oh, good
He's
ball fake.
Out.
Oh, good catch.
Still got the catch. That was a
catch.
big hit by 3 for Woodbury.
Yep.
It was Teron Madden Jr. tackling Trey Alexander.
I think we're at quarter here.
Fourth quarter. 8-0. Woodbury over Monroe right now. We're going to enter the 4th quarter. We got ourselves a great game.
Slow your whistle down a little bit, all right?
Yep.
Make sure they kill the play.
I see.
All right, because when he left his feet.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
Culbertson. 17, Sadiq Marshall. 18, Alone Townsend. 27, Jamal Eason. 28, Neo Echeverria. 30, William Robinson. 42, Mika Cook. 44, Jaden Trainer. 54, Tazir Henderson. 65, Carter Crumlish.
Oh,
great tackle by 50.
Great tackle by number 50 on that. Really
71, good. Jackson Sweeney. 92, Jonathan Vasquez. 99,
Kenneth
Jaden
Taylor on the tackle.
That is your senior Woodbury Steelers roster.
It was a good tackle by Kenneth Taylor on that play. He read it well and was able to make a play. And once again, you know, we haven't been able to get a time check, but, you know, right now as it stands, you got second and long. You know, you got double sticks here. Monroe's got to come up with a stop so they can get back on offense and, you know, hopefully do something with the ball this time.
Yeah, because not only do you got to score, you got to get that 2-point conversion.
Right. And, as you know, we don't know if they have a kicker where they can get a 2-point conversion. So,
yeah. All right, here we go. We have Monroe varsity roster. We have number 1, Tyson Walker Foreman. 2, Jacoby Martin. 3, Joshua Kwan. 4, Jacob Kwan. 5, Trey Alexander. 6, Elijah Campbell. 7, Naheem Ballard. 8, Christian Lowe. 9, Chase Wilder. 11, Dylan Heverly. 15, Aiden Ezeraku. 20, Matthew Long. 21, Jaden Hennessy. 22, DeAndre Turner. 26, Amir Chandler. 27, Eric Garcia. 28, Sincere Ebanks. 41, Noah Goodhall. 44, Elijah Lewis. 45, John Giamochi. 50, Kenneth Taylor. 57, Wayne Simpson. 65, Jordan Dales. 70, Jacob Simpson. 71, James Monahan. 81, Julian Nieves. 88, Markel Holmes. And that is your Monroe varsity roster.
He didn't say. We was trying to get a time check there, but the ref didn't give it to us just before that timeout. So we know we're in the fourth. We know Monroe needs a stop. Let's see what they dial up. 3rd and long.
They're going in that spread formation now. Good snap. Quarterback dropping back. He's got a man.
Oh, we almost had a sack there. Oh, good pass.
He
Good
got
catch.
his man. Wow. I think that is that 0 or double 0? Let's see if it's 0. It is. No, it's 10.
Number 10.
10 for Woodbury. Davion Roman.
Good catch. Good concentration. The defender went up, put his hand up in front of him, and he still managed to come down with the ball.
You know,
great pass,
and I think
great
the
catch.
defender thought he got rid of it because he stopped and looked at him like, does he have the ball?
Right,
I think there was a hesitation and, you know, gave the quarterback just enough time to get rid of the ball.
Big part of the game here. Now Woodbury, you know, big first down, big conversion there. 3rd and very long, and they still make the first down conversion and got some yak, you know, out there after the catch, get some good yards. So, first down. All right, you got another run. I'm assuming here.
Easy, Jonathan, easy there. Easy. Good job, good job.
Uh-oh, we got a flag.
44 with a kick. 44 with a kick. You have him kicking the player. Yeah. He's gone.
He's going.
You saw the same thing. 44 is ejected.
All right.
He kicked him. 44. 44 kicked him, period.
Okay.
Dead ball. Personal foul. Offense. The player is ejected.
Looks like we have an ejection.
We have an ejection.
Time.
That looks like number 44.
Yep. All right.
All right, so now we got 12 coming out there with the play call from the coaches.
Yep.
Got to get the refs to move the ball, and going to have a big 2nd down.
Yeah.
Doing so now. And that was a dead ball foul, so it should be 3rd down.
So it's going to be 3rd
So I
down.
lost them, but it was a dead ball, so down was over. So it's going to be 3rd down.
Right.
Make sure he changes on the box.
So this could help Monroe out. You know, they need this ball back. They need an opportunity to get a drive, at least to put one in.
Yes.
You know, 8-0. Very close game. Closest game of the day.
Right.
You know, we had 18-0, 35-0, and 37-0 today, and now we got ourselves an 8-0.
Right. We got a really good game going on here. It's definitely not a blowout. You know, Monroe one play away from, you know, turning this game around, but they need a stop here. They need a big stop here. some sort of either stop or turnover, something. Good
Quick
run.
dive.
Good dive, okay. Yep, this could be it. This could be what they wanted.
That was Echeverria on the call. They got the carry.
I mean, I'm assuming this is definitely 4-down territory here. I don't think you're going to punt. Your defense has been playing very well, so you're going to go for it here on 4th down. So, once again, here it is, big play, right?
I mean, it's good. I mean, they respect their defense. Their defense has been playing lights out. It's a gutsy call. You can go either way. You can go for it and try to. They've been getting lucky with some great passes.
Right.
Go for that end zone. Go for the 1st down. They've got the arm strength. They got the receivers that'll go up and get it. They're going to go up for it. So even if they did punt it, or it might not be that much of a difference in where the ball would have ended up.
Correct. Well, you don't want to give up a sack here.
Huge defense.
Ball came out.
Huge
Let's see.
defense.
Nope.
That was 50
and
81. It looked like.
They say he was down.
50, 81, and 65. Yep. So
there it is.
Monroe? We got 65. You got Jordan Dales, Kenneth Taylor,
and here
Julian Nieves.
And here's that's the big stop that Monroe needed.
Yeah, the spotlight is on them right now. This could be the final drive. We don't have a time yet. I know the clock has been dwindling.
Right.
We could be at halfway point.
It could be
5 minutes, roughly around 5 minutes.
Roughly around 5 minutes. Here's where Monroe really got to put one drive together. They got to put one drive together. They can't have any mistakes. No penalties here. And you got to be able to get downfield, as quickly as possible, because you just need 6 here to start, and then you go for the 2 or you go for 1, however it is, and then maybe an onside kick. But you need 6 here for sure.
Hands it off.
Yeah, turned it upfield.
That's Jacoby Martin on the carry.
Yep.
He might have got a yard. Maybe at the well, it looks like the original.
That's the flag on the play too.
Oh. Yeah.
That's a
refs are on point today.
The holding penalty.
Holding. Offense. 10 yards from the previous spot. Still 1st down.
All right, well, there it is, holding. The one thing I said Monroe cannot do.
5:03 on the clock. 5:03.
5:03. Right, we got our clock time. We got 5:03, 4th quarter.
And, 1st down. 1st down and, long, very long. And Monroe shooting themselves in the foot by getting a holding penalty here.
Yeah, it's, he's going split back now. He's in shotgun. He's trying to buy a little time. He actually
run up the
it
middle.
Off.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Great tackle by number 3 for
Woodbury.
Yeah.
Okay, Tyrone
Maddox Jr.
Yeah, Tyrone Maddox. Good run. Good run, but didn't fool the defense, right? Didn't fool the defense, so.
They really, at this point with 5 minutes, maybe they can start looking a little bit more, come back to that passing game to try to get that ball downfield.
Right. I mean, that would be the way to do it. I mean, they've had success with their run, but, you don't abandon it too much right now, but there it is.
They got him.
Got him. That's one way to get some yardage back.
Dead ball. Encroachment. Defense. 5 yards. 2nd down.
There you go. So you get some more yards back on that. Now it's 2nd and 13.
Yeah, 2nd and 13 helps them out a little bit.
Right, it does. So, now you don't, your playbook is still, open.
You got 4 minutes and counting.
So you have the 4-minute warning. So like I said, you got your playbook open still here. 2nd and 12. You can still do what you need to do. Let's see what they come up with.
Shotgun still split back. Quarterback gets the snap.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
They got him in the backfield.
Good pressure.
They got him in the backfield.
Double zero.
Bryce Jones.
Yep.
Yep, big 3rd down.
Good play by the tackle. Good play by the tackle.
You got to try to get that ball downfield.
Yep.
That middle is tough, and they're not going to slow down with 4 minutes left in the game. And, just staying in between the tackles, you might be, hurting yourself, not trying to get that ball downfield.
That's right, because, the clock is your friend at the moment, but you're making it your enemy by running the ball, not being, successful. And, you're trying to run into the 2 defensive tackles here, you got, no way. And they brought the house on that one. Oh,
Ooh,
almost intercepted.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was number 5 for Woodbury. Almost had it. Chevon Wiles Jr.
Right.
was out there waiting. So we got a big 4th down.
Please bring it down out of the air. The owner of the drone flying on the home sideline. Please bring it down out of the air.
Right. Well, so now you got 4th down here, right? And, they're obviously, I don't think they're going to punt. They got to go for it. But, oh, no. They.
Owner of the drone, please bring it down.
All right, we got.
Home sideline.
Okay, right. We have a drone flying over the field. You cannot have that.
The game will not continue until it's down.
So, public school, you cannot have that flying around in this area. So we got to wait for them to bring that drone down.
I think it's going away.
Goodbye, drone.
There it goes.
Call it home.
Yeah, we had a slight delay for a drone.
All right. Well, does this delay help Monroe and figuring out what it is that they're going to do? So, I mean, are they punting or are they going to go for it here? Yeah, you got to go for it. It's 4th down, but I think I saw the punter out there. So, we'll see. I'm saying right with the timeout. Right after the drone, after the drone delay, now the coach might have reconsidered and said, you know what, I got extra time, I can call a play now and set it up rather than. All right, let's see. All right, I think we still got the drone somewhere around here. All right. There we go. Let's go. The drone delay.
Yeah, the drone.
The drone delay. And
there we go.
We're in a punt formation. Good punt. Yep. Oh, he touched it. Okay, good job. Good coverage. Good coverage. Good coverage.
Way to get down there and make that tackle.
Right. So, Monroe opted to go on defense, with under 4 minutes here. Couple of first downs would pretty much. I mean, I don't know how many timeouts Monroe got. I don't know if that's correct on the screen, but
2.
We're thinking 2. It's unofficial, but we're thinking 2. You can use your timeouts here if you need to, but once again, Monroe had them up against the ropes, 3rd and 9, and they ran the ball for a big first down. So, you can't have that. You need to stop here. So now, rather than a stop, what you need is a turnover. You want the ball back immediately within 1st or 2nd down so that you can have time on the clock with your timeouts and possibly make a, score. But let's see what Monroe does here defensively.
It's like they're going to, spread it out a little bit. He's got the split back. He's going to be in shotgun. It looks like they want to get it downfield because, that last time they had the ball, they were pretty successful.
Right.
They were passing a little bit. Looks like he's got the dive, though.
Yeah, no. I think we're going to get a good dose of Mr. Booby here.
Yeah.
Right?
He's getting positive yards. Might be 4 yards
right
there.
Mr. Booby here is going to, play a big role in this next 3 minutes or so of the game. And by spreading them out, you're removing guys out of the box and giving him more room to run. So, defensively, you got to do what you got to do. You got to rely on your front 4 to make a play.
Yeah.
So right now, you got 2nd and 8. Defensively, I say you come with somebody, even though they're spreading you out, and try to make a play.
Yeah, we've got under probably 3 minutes right now. We've got about 3 minutes or less.
Somewhere around there. But I'm still thinking we're running here.
They came back to that full house package. And
that first back.
Quick dive, yeah.
Yep.
Way to hit the hole. He got the.
You might have gotten the first down.
That was number 1.
There it is. That's one. That's one.
Davion Ross. Ross with the big first down. That's going to help them.
Yep.
Everything that's a positive right now. Just think week 1, the game was determined 6-0.
Yeah.
And right now we're at 8-0.
Yeah, but this time it's Woodbury.
Yeah.
Yep. So, once again, let's see what happens here. Need a big stop. You need the. So you got to have one guy hold up the running back or whoever it is, and the rest of the team's got to come strip. That's what you teach right here, right? Make a play.
Nice run.
Good run.
Yep. Keeping the ball going.
Yep.
9 yards. 28. Echeverria. Neo Echeverria with a 9-yard carry to keep this drive alive.
Right.
I mean, right at the right time, they're starting to move the ball.
I mean, when you start using your timeouts here, there you go. As far as Monroe goes,
we got a timeout.
We have a timeout. Defense.
Right.
1, 2, 3.
1:23 on the clock. Yep.
On the clock.
So here, we got second and
1:23.
So, we got second and two here. Monroe needs to stop. All right, we need to stop here. If there's a first down, that's pretty much the ball game.
Yeah.
Once again, you want a gang tackle. You want somebody going for the ball here in this instance. So as soon as you make contact, you robbing them, you holding them up, and you want somebody to come across and try to punch the ball out in some way.
Yeah.
So
we used to do 1 day a week, helmet to the ball tackle drills.
Okay.
And actually, that's one of my coaches that was sitting in here. We won
Right.
a championship here with, and we used to teach that. 1 day a week on our defensive drills, helmet to the ball. Just every play. We only tackle on the side of the ball.
Right.
And you're in trouble if you're not.
Right.
From first quarter to start quarter, we tackle with helmet to the ball. We want that ball.
Okay.
In all aspects.
Split backfield again. Let's see what happens. Good run. Yep,
Nice
there it
run
is.
again. Oh, goodness.
Who do we got running the ball?
Booby got him out of there.
Booby.
Down to the 35-yard line. I mean, that is almost, say safely, almost securing the game.
For the most part, yeah.
Got a big first down. Clock is going.
Yep. Got another timeout.
Yeah, I think that might be their last one.
Timeout. Defense.
Go.
See if we get how much time? Well, your thoughts on the day?
Wow. First off, congratulations to all the champions today.
Yes.
Your Kingsway Dragons, your Salem Rams, your Deptford Spartans right now. I can't say Woodbury yet, even though they're winning right now. It's not over. You got the ticker on the top of the screen for everyone back at home. It was a great day of football. 2-day weekend of championship football for TCUFL. This game right here is ending a great day. A dogfight. We found out that it was 6-0 week one.
Week one.
When you come to a championship to play the team that you want to beat each other in week one, 6-0 on an interception.
Yep.
And here we are looking at 8-0 in a battle. It's a great day of football. So great senior game to end the day.
Yeah, great defensive battle. Once again, a couple of big runs by Booby, over there. Booby Nelson on that, and he's the difference in the game right now.
Little low snap.
Yep.
Neo Echeverria with the carry. And he goes
Echeverria,
right
look at
off
this.
tackle.
Again,
right off tackle.
good
and
run.
Still right down to the 12-yard, 11.
Good job.
Up to 12.
Stayed in bounds. Great job.
Yeah, 5 in the backfield.
Okay. There's a penalty.
Legal formation, 5 in the backfield.
Ooh. Must have had someone sitting
We
back.
have a legal formation against the offense.
Right.
5-yard penalty. Still first down.
So Woodbury came out in illegal formation. They didn't have 7 guys on the line like you're required to have. And, somebody took a step too far back in the backfield.
Yeah,
so,
that's what it was.
It
was 25 yards.
59 on the snap.
Takes away from a great run. We got 59 seconds left in the game.
On the snap.
So,
0 timeouts from Monroe. So, get a nice run here, and the clock is going to go.
Right. So, let's see if we come out, with what time is left and, no timeouts if that's the case, if we're right on the timeouts here.
I don't think they registered for a knee with the referees. I don't know if he's gonna take a knee.
I think we're going to get a run here. Right. Once again.
Neo Echeverria again.
Echeverria, look at this. And again, good run. Good run.
About 9 yards.
Yep.
Number 8's got to go off the play.
No, I don't. I think that was it for the timeout. So I think this clock is just going to run now.
No, they did. They did. Yep,
That's why. Yeah, that's why.
We have a timeout. Defense. 8 still got to sit the play. 8 still has to sit the play.
Okay, so, we thought they were out of timeouts. But once again, we said, might have unofficially they had 2, but they might have they had 3 as we know right now. So, doesn't matter right now, but here it is, second and 4, maybe second and 3. You would assume that they're going to take a knee.
48 seconds on the snap. He's out of timeouts.
We got 48 seconds. Monroe is out of timeouts, so I would assume we get a victory formation here. Then again, yeah. Yep. All right, here we go. Yep.
All right,
Echeverry again.
Off tackle.
All right. Hey, here it is. See, they're trying to reach for the ball. A little too late, but they're trying to reach the ball. That's it.
Yep. Clock is about to tick out.
Yep. Wow. Great game.
I think that's it. There you go.
Great
Capping
game.
the day. 8-0. Woodbury is your senior Tri-County United Football League American champions.
Yep.
Another shutout today. We got 4 shutouts.
We got a couple of flags on the field.
Oh, boy.
I think we celebrated a little too early. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
They fooled
Hang
us.
on. We have 5, 4, and 14. I have 5, 4, and 14. Okay, that's an ejection. They came out here without their helmets.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to be 15 yards. All right, and it's first and what it is. They went out here without their helmets.
Right. Now they're going to
I think this is your flag.
Now they're going to take a knee.
I think this one's yours. They don't have my initials in it.
All right.
You're not.
Now they're gonna take the knee.
Right.
35 seconds. Hey. Coach.
Right.
35. All right, coach, come here. So make sure that 5, 4, and 14 don't come back into the game. 4 and 14, the other guys came off the bench. All right, they're ejected.
All right. Yep. Well, once again, great game this evening. Good defense, both sides of the ball. Good hard fight. Booby Nelson made the difference here.
There's the knee.
Yep.
All right, it's safe to say your Woodbury Steelers are your Tri-County United Football League senior champions. We crowned 4 champions today. HSG Network. We will be back tomorrow. 4 more games starting at 11 a.m. We got Camden and Glassboro at the freshman, Rancocas Valley at GT, Pittsgrove and Woodstown, and Glassboro and Woodstown at the senior level.
Thank you.
John Saplensky with Joey Pagan and Howard Gaber. Joey, anything to close this out?
Not much. Great game. Awesome defensive battle here this afternoon. Good running by Booby Nelson. And, congrats to Woodbury.
Congratulations to all
Have
4
a good
champions
night.
today. American champions.
Yep. Take care.
Congratulations, HSG Network. We will see you tomorrow.